everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
I heard you are some kind of a scientist, but an evil one. Now, I can give you two choices. Tell me where your base of operation is. Depending on your answer, I can either give you an easy death or a very painful one. You should consider yourself lucky as you are a Category 3 sinner and would still get a chance to reincarnate, but of course, after getting purified in hell. Alexander gave him the option. Dr. Jarrow looked at him with disdain. Ha, who do you think you are? You think you are some kind of a god? Yes, I am a god, Alexander replied. Dr. Jarrow was not expecting this, hence he couldn't reply with a comeback. Cough. I will show you your place. Let's see how strong God is. Dr. Jarrow said. Dobby sighed. Sigh, these bad guys never take your warnings seriously. Alexander nodded. I know, do I not look scary? Dobby and Alexander looked at each other's faces. Dobby shook his head and replied, Nope, you look like the kind old grandpa who would give his grandkids money every time they visit. If it was me in the place of that guy, I would not take you seriously either. What do you think is the problem? Is it my beard? Alexander asked while stroking his beard. Dobby thought for a while. No, I don't think so. It's probably genes. Well, I don't really know who my parents are, so we can't blame them. Let's ask the old man. He should know who they were and what happened to them. Alexander decided and looked up. But he was interrupted because rage-filled Dr. Jarrow and the clown-like android attacked them. Dr. Jarrow went for Alexander while the android 19 went for Dobby. Boom, boom. Alexander and Dobby punched at them at the same time and destroyed them as well. Alexander didn't kill them instantly though. They were still alive and in shape to answer some questions. Putting that aside, Alexander looked up at the sky. Old man, do you know who my parents were? Why did they leave me and what happened to them? Almost immediately a voice came from the sky. But he could also hear noises of puppies barking. Whoa, what are you doing? Alexander added another question. Nothing, a Cerberus gave 200 puppies. They are adorable. I'm just visiting them. About your parentage, I know about them. Well, you were born in a normal family. Your dad had a habit of investing in stocks. He had made a good amount of money too. But then he lost everything and was neck-deep in loans. Sad for them, your mom was pregnant at the same time. Considering the cost of healthcare, they had no way of raising you nicely. They were dirt poor, so they did what they could. In the end, they left you at the stairs of the orphanage with $200, which was all the money they had saved up. They were afraid for your health due to your hair too and could only hope that someone would adopt you and give you a good life. God said. Alexander took a long breath. Did they not have white hair? And what happened to them in the future? God started speaking again. No, they didn't have white hair. Only you were born like that. About their future, well, after they left you on the stairs of the orphanage, they tried their best to get out of poverty and get you back. But going bankrupt is easy, and rising again is hard. In the end, they had to accept their condition and lived a very sad life for years. They worked as much as they could, but all of it went to repaying the loans your father took. Eventually, you grew up and became so famous. They knew you were their son, but they felt too ashamed to go to you. They felt guilty for leaving you behind. But, without even knowing, you did help them. Your Kind Heart Foundation gave them so much. They were able to get life and health insurance at a very low cost. Then, they got the benefits of housing schemes from your company for low-cost housing. They still felt indebted to you, so they spent the rest of their life running a branch of Kind Heart Orphanage. They took care of each orphan child as if they were their own kids. They used to cheer in happiness whenever you would achieve something new. They were very proud of you, son. But, your mother passed away due to shock when she heard that you were murdered. She felt too much hurt after knowing who killed you, and she blamed herself for not being there to help you raise your kids better. Your father lived for 10 more years running the orphanage. He eventually died too. Alex, my child, they were bad for leaving you behind, but they did love you. I guess your kindness is also something genetic. God stopped speaking. Alexander was a bit emotional. He never knew that his parents loved him so much. All this time, he thought they were monsters, but he was wrong. Boss, are you okay? Dobby patted his shoulder. Alexander took a very long breath. Yay, I'm fine. I guess I had good parents. I know that by leaving me at the orphanage they gave me a life much better than I would have probably gotten with them. What were their names? He asked. God answered, Kelly Maxim Universe and John Maxim Universe. Both of them are in heaven and know about your God status. They go around in heaven telling everyone that you were their son. Alexander chuckled. I'm happy for them. I guess when all this is done, I will meet them. Alexander felt as if a weight had been lifted off of his heart. He made some water for himself and drank it. Once done, he turned to the androids. You two, take me to your lab, he ordered. Dr. Jarrow heard everything that happened. He heard the voice from the sky. Now, he truly believed that Alexander was a god. Follow me. Please don't kill me, he cried. Alexander didn't reply and went to the lab. Once in the lab, he started inspecting every corner. He then went to Dr. Jarrow and punched him. You think you are very smart? I know there is a secret pathway leading to the underground. I can sense the airflow going there. Lead the way or I will destroy the floor. Alexander threatened him. Dr. Jarrow cursed and led him underground. Finally, Alexander saw the other androids inside the tank. All of them were kidnapped people, forcefully made androids. What did you do to them? There is no way you would keep them just for the sake of existence. What did you program them to do? Alexander asked. I didn't Bam. You should know, honesty is the best policy. Alexander reminded him. I programmed them to find and kill Gaku. Dr. Gero answered. Release them? Dr. Gero smirked as if he had found a way out. He didn't argue and ran to the control panel. Haha, I don't think he can fight all of us at the same time, he gloated inside. Hush. The glass doors of 2 cylinders opened and from inside came out 2 androids, 1 man and 1 woman. They both looked like siblings. Android 17 and 18, I order you. Kill these 2 men. Dr. Gero shouted. It was not his fault that he was so stupid. He just didn't know how strong Alexander was. But the 2 didn't even move. Why should we? The man asked. Because I am your master. I made you this strong. You obey me. Dr. Gero shouted again. The blonde woman looked at Dr. Gero with disgust. Do you expect us to say, thank you for making us metal junk, master? You gave us so much pain and made us this machine. The one we will kill is you. Android 17 jumped at Drive Gero and ripped his arms out to stop him from doing anything to stop them. I created you. You can't kill me. Yes we can. Android 18 kicked his head away like a football. Then, with an agonizing scream, Android 17 stepped on the head, destroying it. Dr. Gero's evil career ended just then. After that, the 2 looked at Alexander. Who are you? Just an old man, he replied and proceeded to ask. Do you remember your past life? The 2 androids looked at each other. Soon, Android 17 answered, that is none of your business. Sigh. Alexander waved his hand and reversed the time of Dr. Gero's body, bringing it back to life. You 2 stay put. I will find out about your past. While the 2 androids were in shock, Alexander looked through the memories of Dr. Gero. 17 and 18, Lapis and Lazuli had lost their parents in a tragedy when they were very young. To survive, they had nothing else to do other than resort to robbery. They became criminals. Not the mafia, just everyday non-lethal smugglers. However, they were not bad. They just had to do it to survive. Later, when they were about 17 years old, Drive Gero kidnapped them and transformed them into androids. 17 and 18 held a grudge against him. Alexander also found out more things about other androids. There was an Android 16 as well. Android 16 was an incomplete android designed by Dr. Gero to be created exclusively from synthetic technology. He was modeled on Gero's dead son, a high-ranking Red Ribbon soldier long ago killed by an enemy bullet. In his affection, Gero made him powerful but did not want him to be destroyed in battle, so he made him gentle. But Alexander found something much more dangerous in the records of his creations. Cell, the self-proclaimed ultimate creation of Dr. Gero, designed via cell recombination using the genetics of the greatest fighters that the remote tracking device could find on Earth. The result was a perfect warrior, possessing numerous favorable genetic traits and special abilities from Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza and King Cold. But, the current cell was in a larva form, so he was easy to deal with and Alexander did it. He came out of Dr. Gero's mind and put him in a time torture where he would be able to create countless androids, but all of them would betray him. Then he disintegrated him and walked to the supercomputer. A small energy blast from his palm destroyed the supercomputer that was responsible for making the android. He also activated Android 16, who looked intimidating by human standards. He then turned back to the Android 17 and 18. You 2 have a name. You are called Lapis and Lazuli. You were orphans before being kidnapped by Dr. Gero. Even though Dr. Gero is dead, you are still not free from his control. He had programmed you to find and kill Goku, who had saved the planet multiple times from aliens. I can help you get rid of that programming and also turn into humans again. He offered. Why should we trust you? Lapis asked. Alexander didn't reply and straight up gave them their memories back. But he did not give them their memory of being a robber. He wanted them to be good people as he did not see any murders in their sins. This shut down the brother and sister, so he turned to Android 16, who didn't have a name as he was fully synthesized. You are made to be kind yet powerful. The only flaw you have is that you are also programmed to kill Goku. God knows why he's so hated. But, I can give you a better life. I know many other androids who live in my realm. You can live there too. I think we need an animal caretaker in Fihame and you would be perfect. Alexander said. He had already made up his mind after seeing Dr. Gero's memory. Android 16 only nodded at him. Alexander, seeing his agreement, sent him to Fihame where Arnold will tell him everything. Meanwhile, Lapis and Lazuli calmed down. What are you? They asked. I am a god with a small g for now. So, what is going to be your choice? He asked. We want to get rid of our command to kill this Goku and be turned into humans. But, I still want to have this power. Lazuli answered. Why is that? You know, power can corrupt people. Your power can destroy this planet. Alexander questioned them. Because, seeing our memories, we realized that we were weak and that was why life was so hard. If we had power, we could have found a way to earn money. Maybe by becoming an athlete or something else. Lapis said. Okay, I will do it, but you must sign these papers first. These state that you will not use your powers to do evil. He put forward a magical contract. The brother and sister read them and signed. They had nothing to lose and everything to gain, so a contract was nothing. Good, here you go. Alexander used his powers on them. They were androids, meaning they still had some of their body made of flesh. So, he just used that as the base and recreated their whole bodies with his power. Eventually, all the metal used in them was removed and flesh took its place. How do you two feel? He asked. The two looked at their hands. They could feel their heart beating too. We are humans again. So, what are you two going to do? Maybe I can arrange some jobs for you. Alexander offered them help. Lapis answered first, I don't know. Maybe I will work in some animal sanctuary and protect animals from poachers. Haha, a good cause. Okay, I will recommend you to a national animal park. What about you, child? He asked Lazuli. I don't know. I just want money and live in comfort. She replied. A good ambition, but for that, boom. Suddenly the entrance of the lab was blasted open. Soon, two people entered. A bald short man and a purple-haired boy. Where is that supercomputer, Trunks? The bald man asked. I don't think that should be our concern right now. There are people there. The purple-haired boy replied. Both of them stayed alert and waited for the dust to settle. But once the purple-haired one saw Lapis and Lazuli, he got enraged and dashed to attack them. His hair also turned blonde all of a sudden. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. However, Alexander got in between and just stopped the full-powered punch. But the boy didn't stop and stepped back, only to send an energy blast. But that also got stopped. Who are you? Why are you protecting them? They are murderers, the boy said. Well, first, you should tell me your name. Second, you attacked, and third, they haven't killed anyone yet. Alexander argued. Does not matter, they will kill people in future, the boy retorted. But Alexander realized something. Are you Trunks from the future? Trunks was taken aback. How do you know me? Your grandpa told me about you. How you came to the past. You do know that whatever you do here will not change your timeline. Alexander asked. Yes, I know. But if I can kill Cell, then that is good. Trunks replied. No need to worry about that. I've already killed him. These two have also changed now. I have made them humans again and also removed the programming ordering them to kill Gaku. You can rest easy. Alexander said. Trunks looked at the two ex-androids with judging gaze. What if they turn evil? Trunks asked. They can't. I have made them sign a magic contract. If they turn evil they will lose all their power. Alexander replied. Who are you? Trunks asked. Alexander was getting frustrated for being asked this question so many times. So, he put a name tag on his chest, like in the military. Alexander Maxim Universe, Blood Group, B+ probably. I don't know anyone by your name in my world. This is so different than what happened there. Trunks muttered in confusion. Of course this is the case. This is an alternate timeline now, though it's not your fault because it was I who came to this world. Let's get away from here, he said and flew out of the lab. Others followed him behind too. Then, he looked back for a second and sent a punch wave towards the mountain. It got destroyed beyond recognition. Come, let's go. Look out, N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Dende, the new Earth's Guardian. The Guardian was the title given to the individual protectors of planets. He became Earth's Guardian under Gaku's request. When Alexander arrived, he also felt it. But, as he did not feel anything evil in Alexander, he ignored him. But he then saw Alexander introduce himself and also his interactions with Whis. Dende didn't really know much about the upper echelon of Universe's powers. At most he knew about the Kai. It was the first time he had heard about angels, god of destruction and the scariest one, Xeno. But, what shocked him was that Alexander was said to be even stronger than this Xeno. Maybe I should meet him now, he thought. Sacred world of the Kai. Alexander's arrival was something that didn't go unnoticed by powerful beings. All the Supreme Kai and the Grand Priest did feel his presence. But their own arrogance towards mortals made them not feel compelled to meet him. To them, mortal matters were below them, and as Alexander was in the mortal realm, they thought he was immortal as well. But the smaller Kai were still a bit shaken, though they didn't have the courage to go to Alexander on their own and meet him. So, all four Kai, the north, south, east and west met each other to decide what to do. So what should we do about this new guy? We are not really strong enough to defeat him ourselves, and neither do we have someone who can defeat him. Even my warrior, Gaku, lost to him. North Kai aka King Kai spoke. King Kai wore tease-hade sunglasses and had a very short stature with a pair of cricket-like antennae. King Kai had a strong sense of humor, but he tells very bad jokes. West Kai quickly mocked, haha, your fighter lost so easily. You are weak, North Kai. I forgot to tell you all, for some reason, God of Destruction, Lord Beerus has also woken up, and I think it has something to do with this person. Maybe he will come here. North Kai added. It immediately scared West Kai as that was his nature. East Kai spoke then. She appeared to have a really big ego. Why don't we just go to Supreme Kai? He will have a solution. We are only here to watch over the mortal realm, but if the God of Destruction is involved then it isn't our problem, it's common sense. Sigh. It seems we will have to trouble Supreme Kai this time. North Kai sighed. All this was happening due to the mere presence of Alexander. But he didn't know about this, and even if he knew he wouldn't care about it as he was busy. Alexander opened his dojo again and started teaching Gaku as well as some other powerful beings of the planet. He was going to raise them as the peacekeepers of the universe he was in. In the Golden Dragon Dojo, you all must follow my words strictly or else you will be expelled. I am not here to train some hooligans. As most of you already know, I am a god and my job is to purify this universe. The purity of your planet is 70% and I want it at least 90%. This means that all crime must be stopped. For this, I will train you. Now, your first job is to learn the basics, which is the theoretical knowledge of being a hero, what it means to be the protector. If you can't pass this exam then you will be expelled, he announced. Everyone's face fell as soon as they heard that. They had been looking forward to being taught by Alexander, but no one said they would have to study. Don't make such faces. If you can't even do that then you can't learn here. Look at Gohan, he's a kid and still not complaining. Alexander scolded them. Eventually, they all agreed to do it. So, Alexander snapped his finger and lots of booklets fell in front of them. Pick them up. They have all the written rules and situations that you all will face in the future. I want you all to memorize all of them. In 3 months, there will be tests. He instructed. Teacher, I have already remembered these. You gave me this book yesterday. Gohan raised his hand. Alexander nodded happily. Good, you are a good student. Okay, your job will be to help them learn it. I will see you all in 2 months then. With that, Alexander disappeared as he needed to do some training himself in Fihame. Fihame. Alexander gathered all the adults near him. Starting today, we will start training for the upcoming war. We must be strong enough to face Zulrich and his forced laborers. Michael, any news you found from up there? Michael came forwards and spoke. Yes, I did hear some words. Zulrich has expanded his operations and for some reason, he's attacking any universe in sight. We don't know why he is doing this, but we did find out that there is something going on inside his camp that is even worrying him. Alexander nodded. I guess we also need to focus more now. Can't let him get ahead of us. One Piece world. Golly come, we will go to Cake Island today. I've been getting bored with all the salty food we've been eating. Rena told her close friend. They were on their personal ship that was the size of an aircraft carrier. Hihi, yeah, I'm also getting bored of fishing. Golly agreed. She turned around and shouted some orders to some men. Yes, Admiral Golly. The men saluted and got to work. She then looked up. It's going to rain it seems. Golly and Rena had been living their life truly king-sized. After Alexander had left, they were basically the strongest beings on the planet. Together, they headed the New World government from the military aspect. They controlled the secret anti-corruption unit of the Marine. Most of the old folks had already retired. Garp had retired as he was now focused on playing with his great-grandkids. No, Luffy had not married but he had still done the deed with the Queen of Amazon Lily. Luffy was still his dumber self though, but he had matured a little bit and took the responsibility for the child and also Boa Hancock. Monkey D. Dragon was now the elected president of the world government. This was his second and last term according to the law. During his reign, piracy was completely ended with the scientific advancements of Dr. Vegapunk. Now, the ships were more advanced and faster, so traveling the sea became much easier. At the same time, these ships were very expensive and it stopped pirates from buying them. In the end, the wooden ships of pirates were easily destroyed. The calm belt was also very calm now because all sea kings were now under the control of the world government. This happened by inducting the fishmen into marine. But, there was still one profession that was most loved. That was being an adventurer. However, this was a very competitive field now and most people could only dream of becoming one as it needed a lot of willpower. Things had been very peaceful and crimes had decreased a lot. People had more freedom and the general happiness index was at an all-time high. Rena and Golly were treated like beloved princesses by the world as the two never held themselves back from flexing their powers. But, the happiness from the world was soon going to disappear as dark clouds gathered in the sky, giving a gloomy feeling to the people. Just as Rena and Golly reached the Cake Island, they felt an ominous presence in the sky. Rena, something is coming from the sky, Golly quickly warned. Rena also stood up from her chair. What is it? It feels bad. I don't know, but it is very strong, much stronger than me, Golly replied. Nov, L, B //JNN. Rena's eyes widened. She knew that Golly was a planet devourer. Anything more powerful than a planet devourer was supposed to be a threat they weren't sure they could defeat. They waited for whomever this person was to come down to attack them. But soon, their faces turned from confidence to worry because they felt more than one being's presence in the sky. After another few seconds, they saw lots of black smoke-like things coming down piercing the clouds. There were thousands and they were flying towards all directions. Each of the black smoke-like beings were making screeching sounds as they flew by. Two came towards them too. Golly took her stance and prepared to punch the thing. But she soon realized that she couldn't punch smoke, so she increased her size and ate the thing alive. Her stomach was like a totally different dimension where everything was disintegrated, so she wasn't worried. The other one saw its partner being killed so easily, so it changed its direction and flew towards one of the ordinary marine soldiers. What happened next scared all marines. The soldier was melted alive as if he had been thrown into extremely potent acid. The man screamed as loud as possible, but it took just 1 second for him to die. From there, it tried to jump to the next guy, but Golly opened her mouth wide and pulled it in. They are here to destroy the world, it seems. They are killing randomly. Golly spoke with a tint of worry in her voice. Yes, I know. We must stop them before it's too late. We need to find their leader. Rena replied. No need. Suddenly a creepy voice came from behind them. The two quickly turned around. There, a tall 6 feet plus man stood in black robes. He had pitch-black shoulder-length hair, black eyes, and a face as white as snow. Boom! The man punched both Rena and Golly at the same time. However, the two girls didn't even see him move and it confused them. The two were thrown so hard that they passed through the floors of the ship and then went deep underwater until they hit the seafloor so hard that a huge tsunami rose. Rena and Golly did feel pain, but they were not out of the game yet. The two looked at each other's faces and nodded. They then proceeded to go back to the surface by flying. They hovered above the water while the man was simply standing on the water waiting for them. He seemed too calm for an attacker of the world. Rena quickly asked him, "Who are you and why are you doing all this?" The man smirked evilly and licked his lips. "I am Tyson Knox Ravenflame. This world is now under the supreme god Zulruk. I am his right hand, his doombringer, his most beloved angel. He is hungry and needs worlds rich in life to eat. I shall fulfill his commands no matter what. You two alone have more energy than this whole universe. I guess I must take you with me. I am sure my beloved god will enjoy eating you in many ways. He he he." Golly and Rena felt goosebumps on their body. Golly raised her head in pride. "Huh, you speak too much for such a high-ranking villain. I guess your great god has surrounded himself with gossiping women." Ravenflame's face turned dark in anger and his eyes red. "How dare you insult the supreme god? Fine, I will kill you first. Your dead bodies will be enough for my god." As that was said, Ravenflame flew into the sky with his dark metal-like wings that appeared out of nowhere on his back. Then, he started throwing deep black fire at the two girls. They quickly stepped aside. But then they saw what those flames did. It scared them a little. As soon as the flames touched the water, it started boiling and in 5 seconds, the whole ocean of the plant vanished into vapors. All people who were less powerful than a marine vice admiral died instantly, meaning, all the normal people were dead. But, they were surrounded by mist now. Soon, Golly and Rena started hearing sounds from around them, unable to pinpoint where the man was. You must be wondering, why did I kill people when I needed them as food for my god? Simple. Snap. Instantly, as if the time went in reverse, Golly and Rena found themselves without their consent moving in reverse. In 5 seconds, the ocean was again under their feet. Ha 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 ha. You are weak, weak beyond words can even describe. You were dead the moment I entered this world. You couldn't even see me moving back then. How are you planning on saving this world? Your grandpa must have taught you to save the innocents, right? Why don't you go and do it? Do you want to hear their screams? Ravenflame opened thousands of portals around them, showing what was happening around the world. Men, women, and children were being painfully dissolved in acid-like beings. Don't worry, my acidmen won't be killing all of them. They are just here to scare them. You see, I like hearing screams. They are music to my ears. Ravenflame happily said. Golly and Rena looked around them. They saw a child being killed in a portal. In another portal, a child saw his mother dying. Momai, save me. Please don't kill me. No, go away I. Thousands of voices, crying for help. Rena and Golly couldn't hold themselves and tried to cross a portal. However, the portal instantly disappeared. No no no, I will play with you first. Let's see how sweet that heathen Alexander's grandkids are. Ravenflame frantically shouted as he licked his lips. His mind was obviously not in the right place. Rena and Golly looked at each other. They didn't have anything in their mind. They didn't know how they could come out of this alive. Did you press that button? Golly asked. Rena nodded. I did, but I'm afraid, we won't survive till the She screamed in pain as she found black flames touching her arm. The flames were too quick. Golly saw it and instantly cut Rena's arm. No chit-chat. Only play. Ravenflame playfully spoke. Zip. He disappeared from his place and appeared behind the two girls. He was really too fast. Hee. Too slow. Boom. He punched them again, throwing them with much more force this time than before. Golly and Rena knew that if they didn't stop then they might just pierce the whole planet and come out from the other side. Bam. Bam. Rena and Golly opened their eyes. They didn't feel the water as they should have. Instead, there was an arm wrapped around their bodies. They felt the warmth from it. Before even looking, they knew who it was. "Sigh, you are late, Grandpa," Rena spoke. She was still gnashing her teeth in pain. "I'm sorry, my girls." The familiar voice came and the two melted in the arms, forgetting all their worries. Beep beep beep. Alexander was in Fahim when he saw the blinking transmitter he had connected to the one he gave to Golly and Rena. He was in the middle of training with Dobby. "Oh, it's Rena and Golly. What happened to them?" Alexander didn't waste another second. He quickly told Fahim's entire firepower to be on the standby. All the seraphs, his family, and the droids were told to be ready. After that, Alexander left to see the two girls. He appeared just in time to catch the two being thrown towards the water. He was angered after seeing Rena's missing arm. He turned around and looked at the crazed man. "So you are one of Zulruk's forced laborers." "My god never forced me. I became God Zulruk's most trusted man by my own will. My life belongs to him," Ravenflame screeched. "Ah, you really are a different kind of pervert. You simp for the man who has kept you enslaved," Alexander said. "Shut up. I will kill you, Alexander. You heathen." He seethed in rage. Unlike what Alexander appeared to be from the outside right now, he was not as calm as he looked. He could feel an insane amount of power from this man, likes of which he had not even seen in Archangel Michael. "I am Tyson Knox Ravenflame. My god will be so happy when I will present your head to him. It will be I, only I who will kill you." Ravenflame continued to shout. Alexander's doubts got stronger when he heard the name. All this while, the beings he met had funny names. But this time, it did feel like the name of an important character in Zulrich's story. Ravenflame. What kind of name is that? Do you turn into a little raven? Alexander mocked him to make him commit a mistake in anger. He. Try your word games all you want. I didn't become the doombringer of my god by just using my strength. I have the brains too. Ravenflame said. Alexander cursed under his breath. But Alexander first called all his forces from the Fahame. You all know how to deal with dark or possessed beings. Go, he ordered. No, stop. Ravenflame tried to stop everyone but Alexander stood in his way. Not as long as I'm here, Alexander said and appeared in front of him. Boom. Their fists clashed and made a sonic boom with a huge wave. Alexander, seeing that his fist had no effect, took out his sword made of God's metal. Clank. Ravenflame caught it in his fingers and broke it. That God's metal is only indestructible when fighting mortals. Not me. I am way up in the food chain. Ravenflame spewed black flames from his hand and mouth. Alexander shielded himself with his arm, but even he felt them being too warm for him to stay like that for very long. He flew to Ravenflame at the speed of light and caught his neck. He dragged him along into space because he had to act restricted on the planet. Both of them were punching each other as they traveled through space at an unimaginable speed. Ravenflame's whole body had started burning by now. He looked like a humanoid fire with 2 red eyes. Alexander remembered the Human Torch from the Marvel world, but this one here was the dark version and also much stronger. Maybe we do have some difference in power, but I have countless weapons, Alexander replied and took out a sticky metal ball from his dimensional pocket and put it on Ravenflame's chest. Nov. L. B / JNN. This was a bomb made with Alexander and Jesus' blood. It had the power to purify all evil. Beep beep. Ravenflame stopped and looked at his chest. What is this? Boom. A silent explosion occurred. So big that a few uninhabited galaxies were destroyed in the explosion. At its center was Ravenflame. Alexander expected him to die fast just with this bomb. However, he was disappointed. That was a very powerful bomb. But, for beings like us who can destroy whole universes, such bombs are not much of a problem for us. Ravenflame's voice came. Pop. Boss, all those acidic people have been dealt with. Dobby arrived. With him, Michael, Ragnarok, Douglas, Hats and Leonidas had also come. These were the current strongest beings after Alexander. Be careful, he's pretty strong, Alexander warned them. They also took the warning seriously because Alexander rarely said someone was strong. What did you say? You killed my minions? Then I will kill yours. Ravenflame focused on everyone except Alexander. But, Archangel Michael was a very strong angel. After all, he was the senior-most angel in heaven. Alexander also launched an attack at the same time. Before, he was not confident enough to defeat him, but now he was. Only you will be dying today. Not gonna happen. Ravenflame smiled creepily as he saw Alexander's arm about to touch him. Hehe, got you? His body instantly turned into a black flame. Alexander's arm went right through it. But, just as Alexander was retracting his arm, Ravenflame's body again materialized and became solid. Alexander's arm was stuck in Ravenflame's stomach. Hehe, say goodbye to your arm, heathen. Alexander felt extreme temperatures on his stuck arm. It was painful and he tried to retract his arm forcefully. He didn't care if he had to rip Ravenflame apart. I told you, I will take your head. Ravenflame gloated. Due to being in close proximity, he easily held Alexander's neck with his hands and started applying flames. Alexander had to do something fast. So, get used all his strength to pull his stuck arm. It ended up ripping his arm in half. The other half burned to nothingness. The empty space in Ravenflame's body got filled automatically. Alexander was now free and looked Ravenflame in the eyes. I still have one power I haven't used yet. Alexander activated his god's eyes. This is a power I can use to absorb anything. Even you? Alexander put his remaining arm on Ravenflame's body and started using his power. It was obviously going to be very slow because Ravenflame was immensely strong. But this scared Ravenflame as he lost grip on Alexander's neck. He felt his power decreasing very slowly. Alexander found his chance and teleported away from him. He nodded at all his friends. So they all took out their weapons. We must kill him today. I will absorb him. I will take his power away. This indeed scared Ravenflame a bit, apparent by him stepping back a bit. Alexander knew this plan could work. So, he shouted on top of his lungs to intimidate him. Attack. With that, all of them flew to him. They all had their weapons out, ready to rip Ravenflame apart. They could surely do it though. But what made Ravenflame more dangerous was his ability of fire. Alexander's power-absorbing hand looked scarier to Ravenflame than all the other weapons combined. Adding to the already scary team, Ragnarok transformed into his dragon form. Bam. Clank. Whoosh. After dodging a few strikes, Ravenflame retreated. Haha, I have done what I came to do. Sad, I couldn't bring your head to God Zulrich. Bye-bye. Ravenflame disappeared with a smirk. This was so sudden that no one could understand what Ravenflame did before disappearing. Alexander looked at his missing arm first. It had stopped bleeding for now. That was a close one, Ragnarok said. He was a bit crazy, Dobby added. Alexander nodded. Arg. He suddenly vomited some blood. Everyone turned serious. Archangel Michael looked at him with worry. Take off your robes. Alexander did. They all looked at his chest. It had turned black. Poison, Michael exclaimed. That bastard planned this whole thing just to poison you. Douglas burst in anger. Then this poison must be very potent, Alexander wondered loudly. We don't know yet, Dobby spoke while checking him. He was genuinely worried. Pop. Grandpa. Look at Rena. Her whole upper body has become black. Golly appeared with an unconscious Rena. Alexander cursed seeing Rena in such a condition. She had faced the same fate as Alexander. Her arm was cut and she was poisoned. Give her to me, Alexander rushed. Golly had tears in her eyes. She handed the unconscious body of Rena. Alexander took her and spoke, there is only one way to save her fast. We don't know how strong this poison is, but what I do know is that it is not killing me anytime soon. You want to take her poison? Dobby asked in horror. If the poison could make Alexander cough blood, then it was surely dangerous for him. Yes, this is the only way, Alexander answered. He did not wait and used his God's eye ability to take away the poison from Rena's body. I should have come to find you two earlier. Then all this wouldn't have happened. Alexander stated sorrowfully. Golly quickly argued, but if we weren't here then all the people here would have died. We were here, that is why we were able to call you here and save everyone. Cough. Alexander coughed but did not throw up blood this time. He focused and checked Rena's body. She is a bit weakened. It's better if she rests for a while in Fahame. After that, give her a limb regrowing potion. Alexander, though, didn't need any potion. He was able to regrow his arm just with the help of magic. He then looked at the sad faces of everyone there. Why the long faces? This was an eye-opener incident. Until now, we only met weak and funny named enemies from Zurich's club. I have no doubts that this Ravenflame was truly Zulrich's right-hand guy. He was strong enough to pose a threat to all of us and smart enough to plan elaborate attack schemes. I'm not ashamed to confess that was no match for him, so we can imagine how strong Zulrich is. We all need to immensely improve or else we will die a painful death in their hands. Cough. Let's go to Fahame now. I need to test what this poison is and find an antidote for it. Alexander instructed everyone. They all nodded and forcefully smiled. But all of them were deep down worrying for Alexander. He was the main protagonist of this war after all, and without him everything was doomed. They had just seen him cough multiple times and it was not a good sign. Fahame. Alexander went straight to the underground lab and talked to Alfred. In all honesty, Alexander was forcing himself not to collapse. He was feeling as if all his body's energy was vanishing into nothingness. Alfred, quick, bring me the blood test machine. The one you made to test Jesus' blood. Alexander ordered. Alfred noticed Alexander's weird behavior and quickly brought the giant truck-sized machine. What happened to you, boss? He asked. Poison, some god-killer poison, Alexander said. He quickly took his own golden blood out because no syringes could pierce his skin. He put the blood in the machine that would deconstruct it into small parts to check it. After just a few minutes, Alexander got the results, but he didn't even have the energy to read. So, Alfred read it. Alfred was shocked when he read the results. This, boss, there are traces of Zulrich's blood, but this is modified. This poison can certainly kill a being like you. It's surprising that you are even alive right now. But, good news, somehow your body is able to fight this poison and is healing itself. But, I can tell you in advance, this is going to take some time and it is going to hurt like hell. Alexander took a sigh of relief. As long as I'm not dying, it's all fine. I will sleep now. Alexander fell asleep on the testing bench. Alfred also didn't disturb him and left him there. Weird, how did his body fight the poison so easily, Alfred thought. Nov. L. B //JNN. The dark side of the Omniverse. Ravenflame kneeled in front of Zulrich. My god, I have fulfilled your order. I have poisoned Alexander with the liquid you gave me. Even if he survives somehow now, he won't be a problem for you for a long time. Zulrich's face grew an evil smile. Ha ha ha, that poison could have never killed him, Ravenflame. God would have saved him. But what it would do is slow his growth drastically. He will not be able to help people as fast as before. I have another task for you now, my Doombringer. You need to go to each world that Alexander went to and take over. Destroy them if you have to. He must feel pain and despair. Break his spirit. Make him question God. Make him believe that his defeat is inevitable. Yes, I will be honored to do this for you, my god. Rest easy, I will complete it. Ravenflame bowed to him and went out. Zulrich alone looked out of his room's window. Just a little more, soon, I will have enough strength to face that old man. He may have given me power, but he can't decide my destiny. Only I get to choose it. Knock knock. Supreme God, we received the news from Star Wars Worlds. We now have full control over all its timelines. They are all slaves to us. Haha, good. Send the most beautiful females of that world to me. I am happy today. I will celebrate and train them as well. Zulrich ordered. Yes, my god. The assistant slave left. Zulrich's ideology made him believe that it was not the god who made him powerful, it was his own hard work. But it was the god who killed him in the first place. His destiny was in God's hands back then after all. So, all that he was doing now was justified and right. He wanted to own everything to ever exist as compensation for his death. He may have died while saving some kids, that didn't mean he was a good person. He just wanted to be a hero in the news so he can get popular. But he died and soon found a new way to fulfill all his dreams. Soon, I will own everything. Fihame. Olivia was busy dealing with the One Piece world after effects, so she was late to find out about Alexander's situation. However, when she did, she nearly passed out in worry. She was scared that Alexander would die for good this time. She always hated Alexander's power to respawn, because this gives Alexander the idea that he was unkillable. But Olivia thought that nothing was ever invincible. So, she gets scared whenever Alexander would say he can't die. Alex, she barged in. SHHHH. Alfred shushed her. He's sleeping. Don't worry. He is just a little weakened. We have already checked. His body is already healing itself, he explained. She nodded and sat beside Alexander. She caressed his head. You took Rena's poison too, I heard. Seriously, I want this Solric dead now. He's such a pain in the back. Alexander's eyes stayed closed, but he held Olivia's hand. Yes, my beautiful wife. But, I think I can get powerful if a beautiful maiden were to kiss me and wake me up. Olivia chuckled. Hee, sure. Alexander didn't open his eyes and lifted his lips to kiss. Soon, he did feel something wet touching his lips. Hee, Oli, why are you licking me? Alexander asked and opened his eyes. But, to his shock, it was not Olivia, it was Olivia holding little Chappa near his lips as he was licking him. Woof. G-Boz, I love you so much. Have my kissy please. Chappa barked and his collar translated it. Alexander's heart still melted. He took Chappa from Olivia's arm and hugged the little puppy. Chappa was simple and spoke what was on his mind, and all the time it was just him professing his love to everyone around him. We all love you too, Chappa, Alexander said as he got up. Olivia also hugged them. Chappa happily jumped and liked both their faces. Woof. Hee, I give kissy to my favorite people. Chappie's words came. Alexander forgot all the bad experiences and pain he was feeling from this warmth to his heart. Alexander spent some of his time in Fihame. He just wanted to heal up and be back at the peak condition he was in before. Rena had already been healed. She didn't have any leftover setbacks from the poison, but she did cry a lot when she found out that he took her poison from her. Sniff, does it hurt, Grandpa? I'm sorry, because of me you had to. Rena cried. Alexander patted her. It's okay, Rena. I was already poisoned by that guy. Anyway, I can't be easily killed, you know. My body is automatically healing itself. Ajax came to cheer her on. This was the first time he was meeting these two aunts. Grandpa is the strongest, so don't worry, Auntie. Thea, who had limited vocabulary, also spoke. Yas, Grandpa best. No cry. It was Thea's magic to influence the mood of the people around that made everything relaxed. She was always like a shining star in a gloomy night. Rena, meet Thea, she's Medusa's daughter, Alexander revealed. Rena picked little Thea up and played with her. She is so cute. Golly also went close and played. Hee, we should adopt a girl too, Rena. But Golly and Rena looked at each other's faces when they realized the slip of the tongue. They looked around and everyone was already looking at them. Grandpa, we. Alexander raised his hand to stop them. Let's go in the castle and talk there. In the castle hall. So, when did all this start? Alexander asked. Both girls seemed nervous. Rena quickly answered, well, Grandpa, we realized it a few years after you left. We feel so compatible with each other and our interests are the same too. Both of us didn't like any man in particular, so we decided to be each other's perfect partner. Alexander nodded and went to Olivia. He showed her his palm. You lost. I told you they like each other. Olivia rolled her eyes and gave him a gold coin. Alexander just felt happy to win against his wife after so long. He looked at confused Rena and Golly. Congratulations, I wish you two a happy life. What did you think? That I would get angry? Haha, I might be old, but that is only from the looks. Besides, we already have many examples of gods being in same-sex relationships. Archangel Michael nodded. Yes, just look at Zeus. I don't think he has left any living moving thing that has not seen his perverted side. Alexander chuckled. Haha, that's true. His perversions know no bounds. Olivia got up and went to the two of them and hugged them. These small things are not something that can make us angry. Welcome back, you two. Fihame will be more lively now. Thank you, Grandma, they said at the same time. Alexander caressed their heads. No need to say thanks, child. Such things are common in Fihame. Look at Douglas for once, he probably only loves scissors. Look at Kome, he only loves cakes and will probably marry the cake maker machine someday. We all have our preferences and others don't get to choose it. Now, let's go and eat dinner. I will then go and see what my students are doing. It should be nearly the end of the month outside. Alexander said. He was already guessing which of them would fail. Dragon Ball World. Alexander's dojo was open and running. But for now, it was not accepting any new disciples. It was only being used to train heroes for now. Pop. Alexander appeared in the courtyard. All the Z fighters were not there. Instead, they were in their rooms, trying to memorize all the books Alexander had given them. Suddenly an announcement came from the announcement system. All students gather in the courtyard. Quickly all of them scrambled to gather outside. There they not only found Alexander but many desks as well. Take seats. Let's see how much you all have memorized. The passing marks are 90. Failure to do this will get you expelled. Alexander announced. Everyone nodded and took their seats. All papers had different questions, so there was no way any of them could cheat. Gohan was then made to watch over too. Alexander saw their various faces while they tried to answer the questions. but they looked to be in trouble. He could feel that all of them were trying hard to think of something to write. Gaku, for the most part, seemed the one with the least intelligence. But this exam was important because as a hero, they would need to keep their personal feelings aside. They cannot let the enemy have a chance to power up or make a counterattack. They need to be quick and decisive to stop the enemy before they can evolve into a bigger threat. There were some other things related to civilian security too. About how to help people and not be a problem. Okay, 10 minutes remaining, Alexander announced. The green man named Piccolo was the first to finish and gave his paper. Then, Vegeta also came and gave his paper. Future Trunks also did it quickly. Now, not many were left and they didn't have time either. Soon, the bell rang and all papers were taken away. Alexander checked the on the spot. But, he was shocked after checking each paper because all the questions were answered differently yet they were right. These answers were also not from the books he gave them. In the end, he checked Gaku's paper. Surprisingly, he also passed with 90 marks. His answers were one-liners but they were to the point and correct. Alexander looked at all of them. How did you all memorize it all? They all pointed to Gohan. Gohan smiled embarrassingly. I just tried my best, Master Universe. What did you do? Alexander inquired. Oh, I just made them not read and instead act as the scenarios suggested in the books. I felt that physical experience would be easier to memorize than just theoretical knowledge. Gohan explained. Alexander nodded proudly. That is indeed true. You did very well, Gohan. I am proud of you. You have a very sharp mind. I can already see you surpass them all. Now, for the next part. I will take you to the city and teach you how to handle weak criminals. You can't be killing a small-time thief as that is not the punishment they deserve. Alexander said. Gaku immediately objected, but we can call Shenron and ask him to revive that person. Alexander turned to Gohan, who is Shenron, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Gohan smartly explained, Shenron is a magical dragon who can be summoned by collecting all 7 of the mystical artifacts known as Dragon Balls. He was created by the previous Kami of Earth. Alexander felt like a light bulb lit over his head. Ah, no wonder Ragnarok wasn't able to find dragons. What do these Dragon Balls look like? Golden yellow with star marks on each ball. The number of stars tells the ball's number. Gohan said. Oh, thanks. I guess I should meet this dragon. Alexander decided. Awesome, let's go and find them. Gaku cheered. He just wanted to get away from these classes. Alexander laughed. Haha, no need. Oxio Dragon Balls. Pop X7. 7 dragons balls appeared near him, shocking everyone there and making Gaku depressed. Okay, how do you call the dragon now? Ragnarok asked. He had come out of Fihaim just to see this dragon. Gohan explained. Oh, you just say, come forth, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish, pretty peas. He will come then. Ragnarok's eyes twitched. He was the mighty supreme god of all dragons. Why would he plead with this dragon? I'm not doing it. You can call him. Gohan nodded. He placed the balls together and called Shenron. Come forth, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish, pretty peas. Clouds appeared in the sky and blinding lights came from the balls, lighting up the sky. Meh, what a drama queen. Ragnarok scoffed. The dragon was a Chinese dragon. He made many rounds in the sky and finally brought his head near the summoner. Why have you summoned me? Tell me your wish now. Shenron's voice resounded. Oh, great Shenron, it was not me. Master Ragnarok asked me to summon you. Gohan clarified. Shenron looked back and saw Alexander and Ragnarok. He, of course, didn't know them personally but seeing their energies, he really got scared. His face started sweating. He suddenly remembered Lord Beerus for some reason. He got even more scared when Ragnarok looked at him with a judging gaze. Shenron felt heavier than when in front of the dragon god Zalima. He could feel that there was something about this old man. Something related to dragons. Yes, who might you be? Shenron inquired respectfully. Alexander introduced himself. I am a god from outside the multiverse. Alexander Maxim Universe. I go to different realms to punish the evil. I am the god of all dragons across the omniverse, Ragnarok spoke. What? Shenron blurted out. What? Do I look so awesome that you can't imagine me being the dragon god? Ragnarok smugly asked. Shenron flustered. No. I mean yes, what can I do for you? Nothing, I just wanted to meet more dragons. How powerful are you? Can you destroy this universe? Ragnarok asked nonchalantly. No, I cannot. I can at most destroy and create a planet. Shenron replied. That's pretty weak. Are there more dragons? Ragnarok inquired. Shenron nodded. Yes, but the most powerful and highest ranking is Zalima, the divine dragon of the Super Dragon Balls. He was the first creator of Dragon Balls and he also patented the technology that made star marks on Super Dragon Balls look the same from every angle. He created the phrase to summon the divine dragon, come forth, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish, pretty peas. So it was him. Well, good then. You may leave now. Ragnarok shrugged. I can't go like this. I need to fulfill 3 wishes for that. Shenron said. Before Ragnarok could ask for some gold, Alexander spoke. I want you to raise Gaku's IQ to 111. Shenron took a glance at Gaku and replied, I can't. I can only fulfill wishes that don't require more power than I myself have. Alexander was a bit shocked. What? You mean, you can create and destroy planets but you cannot make him smarter? That's so disappointing. Okay, then give me the knowledge of all the planets in the multiverse. I can only give you knowledge of the universe 6 and 7 as these two universes share similarities. Others, I do not know, Shenron answered. Fine, do this then, Alexander replied. Shenron's eyes shined and Alexander's head was filled with information. Of course, he let this info get into his head or else Shenron would never be able to fulfill the wish. Then it was time for the next wish. Okay, I want you to make a big library for Gohan near his house with all the books in the world. Also, lots of martial arts tomes. Shenron's eyes shined again, the wish has been granted. The last wish, please n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Okay, then give me the best lemonade in the entire universe. Your wish is fulfilled. Do I have permission to leave? Shenron asked like a gentleman. Alexander nodded while drinking a glass of lemonade. Sip. Ah, this is really awesome lemonade. It's so refreshing. You know what, I think I can sell it. I will tell the production branch to make these in bottles along with the alcohol. Alexander muttered to himself. Spoken like a true capitalist. Ragnarok scoffed and left. All the Z-fighters were left in shock seeing his choice of wish. Alexander then flew in the air. Follow me, everyone. Follow and learn. They all flew behind Alexander. He made them invisible by his magic. Soon, they arrived over a decently sized town. There, a robbery was in process. See that? They are robbers. They have weapons that can kill. But, as long as they don't try to kill someone, you should treat them as just robbers. Watch me. Alexander instructed them. Everyone stayed in the air and Alexander went down. He landed in front of the robbers. Hello there, I recommend you surrender. Shut up and give me your wallet. The robber pointed his gun at him. Did you not see me just land from the sky? What gives you the confidence that you can kill me? Alexander asked and slapped him. Just hard enough to knock him. But the robber's partner open-fired. Alexander continued the lesson, learn from this. They are not just robbers now, they are murderers. So, we can use more strength on them. Bam. Alexander punched the shooter and broke his ribs. See, they cannot cause harm anymore. But, at times like these, you must act smart because chances are, there is another robber hiding among the people. Alexander turned to the people and threw a stone at one person with a gun in his hand. He was about to hold a woman hostage. See, this is how you do your job without much destruction. Now, you wait for the police and hand them the criminals. Then, heroically fly away. He taught the Z-fighters. He flew back to everyone. Now, this is just one planet but we will soon be working all around the universe. Any questions? When is lunch break? Goku asked. In the afternoon, this is still the morning. Now, let's go out into space, he announced. This finally excited them all. But, to spoil their fun, a bright light came from the sky and landed near them. It was once again, Whis. But with him now was another person. Hello, God Universe. Whis greeted him. Alexander nodded in acknowledgement. Good to see you, who is this SPHYNX cat? What did you say, you old fart? Perhaps I should destroy this planet Bam. Whis chuckled, ho ho ho, sorry, Lord Beerus, my staff slipped and hit your head. Now, why don't you greet the person I told you about? Beerus gritted his teeth. Hello, I am God of Destruction of this universe. Alexander greeted back, I am God's advocate of all the universes in the Omniverse. Why are you here in my universe? Beerus asked annoyingly. You tell me, why is there so much sin in this universe? Aren't you doing your job properly? Why are you not punishing the criminals? Alexander asked. Tisk, that's none of your business. Beerus refused to answer. But to put a nail in his coffin, Vegeta spoke. Ah, you are Lord Beerus from back then. You employed Frisia. Vegeta exclaimed. Frisia, who's that? Alexander asked. He was the Emperor of Universe 7, who controlled his own imperial army and was feared for his ruthlessness and power. He had annexed the Syans and used them to take over planets so he could sell them. He was the one who later destroyed planet Vegeta and recently, Goku defeated him. Gohan explained. Alexander looked at Beerus, now with a very serious expression. The air around them became heavy and Beerus started sweating when he felt Alexander's power. But he was not going to whimper like a child. So Whis was not kidding. I would like to have a spar with you, Beerus demanded all of a sudden. However, Alexander was busy reading his sins at the moment. Are you sure you are a god and not just an imposter who used the name of God of Destruction to fulfill his destructive desires of killing people? Because I know the Hindu god of destruction and he is certainly not like you, Alexander asked. Beerus didn't really have any words to retort. He also knew that he was short-tempered but this was the first time he was being called out like this. Pop. Out of nowhere, two more people came there. Alexander didn't know these two but Whis and Beerus did. Beerus cockily greeted them. Oh, if it isn't out Supreme Kai. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Shin greeted politely. He was the ruler of the eastern area of both the living and the other world in the universe and the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Shin was short, purple-skinned with a white mohawk. He knew better to give respect Beerus because of what happened to Old Kai. Once every 1,000 years, the Supreme Kais and the gods of destruction go to each other's realms and hold a coordination meeting. During one of these meetings, held roughly 75 million before age, they got into an argument over some trifling thing and a certain short-tempered Beerus sealed Old Kai away inside the Z-Sword. The Supreme Kai was although god of creation, he did not possess the powers as Beerus had. Alexander already understood who this was as Whis had given him a crash course. So, let's give you your fight, SPHYNX cat, Alexander taunted. Beerus excitedly nodded. He was itching for a good fight at the moment, even though he had received many warnings from Whis. Both of them flew to the sky and waited for the other one to attack. Alexander grew tired of staring and said, "You should attack first because if I did then the fight will be over before even starting." Beerus' eyes twitched. He didn't think for a second more and dashed to strike Alexander. He used 70% of his power in this move. He punched Alexander, but his fist stopped just a few centimeters away from Alexander's face. However, suddenly an invisible wave of ki came out of the hand and struck Alexander's face. This ability of Beerus was called Ki. It was good to surprise the opponent and defeat them quickly. But, sadly for him, the attack could only make Alexander's hairs move. "What about your full-powered attack? I advise you to use it or else you will be unsatisfied later." Alexander spoke, inciting Beerus. Beerus clicked his tongue in displeasure, seeing that Alexander was not going to retaliate. He moved to him and raised his one hand to touch Alexander. It was the strongest ability in Beerus' arsenal. It was a speciality of the god of destruction. It was called Hakai. As the god of destruction, Beerus possesses the ability to destroy anything, which includes gods and ghosts. By extending one of his hands, with his 4 main fingers straight up and his thumb crossing his palm horizontally, Beerus can cause his target to disintegrate into nothing regardless of who or what it is, without any effort or waste of energy. If he uses this technique on a living being, they simply cease to exist, their soul does not go to the other world. Also, when a god uses this technique to erase someone, they are erased in every timeline. But, there was a catch, Hakai does not work against people who are immortal. Boom! Suddenly there was the sound of something colliding with a metal wall. It was as if something was blocked. Alexander knew what it was. You are certainly very strong. To possess the ability to destroy beings from all the timelines. Too bad, you never used it on true evils. Now, let me show you my power. Alexander replied. Alexander quickly punched towards Beerus' face. But Beerus knew autonomous ultra instinct to a degree and was able to dodge, only to receive the punch right in his face at the new position. Ha, your body may be able to react fast, but you cannot say the future. I am omniscient, Beerus. Alexander revealed. Being omniscient was new to him though as it hurt his head after a long time of use. This punch was not as strong as to mortally hurt Beerus, but it was enough to shake him up. I can also mold things to my will, Alexander added. Suddenly, hundreds of hands materialized from thin air and hit Beerus. He could not dodge all of them. I am angry at the job you did at maintaining this universe. As the god of destruction, your duty is not just to destroy but also to maintain the balance of good and evil and also raise the power level of its good people by eliminating dangerous elements of your universe. Alexander lectured him. Whis, on the side was nodding the whole time. He was busy eating ice cream too. Now it's time for your punishment, Alexander said. He put Beerus in a time torture where he would be given anger management training. In this, whenever he would get angry, he would see food, but it would taste like mud and grass. He would learn what it means to be the god of destruction and every time he showed laziness, he would be turned into a small kitten and a huge dog would run behind him to bite him. This punishment would go on for 1,000 mental years. This was not a huge time for Beerus. Alexander let Beerus go through his misery while he went back down to everyone. What about you, Whis? Want to spar with me? Alexander asked. Ho, no, all of us angels have been advised not to engage in a fight with you. He said we cannot win even if all of us came together. Whis said. Haha, that would indeed be true. Anyway, let's see why the Supreme Kai came here. Alexander went away, leaving Whis to enjoy the ice cream. Of course, it was a matter of ice cream so how could Kome stay away? He came on top of the table and sat beside Whis with his watermelon ice cream. Nom nom nom. Hey there. What is that flavor? I haven't seen this before. Whis asked. In reality, Kome was waiting for just this. Good thing you asked. Just so you know, I am an expert. I have eaten almond, apple, blackberry, banana, black cherry, dark chocolate, grape, green tea, orange, aria, and many more flavors. But this is the best of them all. Watermelon sugar is the best. He held his ice cream bucket over his head and danced around. But wasn't orange your favorite? Barry asked. He had come out to see what was going on. It had been a long time since he had done this as he was busy with work in Fahame. Oh, big brother Barry. Well, I am growing up and choices change with that. Kome replied seriously. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Okay, then I will eat all the orange ice cream in the freezer, Barry said and left. But, Kome ran after him. No, wait. I still love it. He had left behind his own ice cream bucket. Whis opened it to eat but what he found inside shocked him. There was a potato-sized dog with a swollen belly. Burp. Ah, that was the best ice cream party ever. Chappa barked cutely. Hello, there. Am I to eat you? Whis asked. Chappa got up with much struggle. No, don't eat me, mister. I am not tasty. There are other ice creams too. Whis was amused by it. Interesting, a talking puppy. So small, and cute. While Alexander was having a chat with the Supreme Kai, something was happening all across the multiverse. All the universes that Alexander had visited were being attacked. But till now Alexander didn't know about this happening. However, Currently, Saitama and Agila were in a world that was about to be attacked. It was a world of ninjas. Saitama and Agila arrived in Naruto world after their previous interaction in the demonic world. This was a world whose timeline was a bit different. Alexander had killed the Atsutsuki clan's head across the timeline. But, here, Atsutsuki's head died behind the scenes. So, Kaguya was still there and she didn't know that Atsutsuki head was dead. Currently, the fourth ninja war was in progress. Kaguya had been released and she was wreaking havoc. A/N, this is an alternate reality of the Naruto world where Alexander went to. At that exact point, Saitama and Agila came there. Their entrance was in no way subtle. They arrived with the common golden beam of light falling from the sky. On the battlefield, this was seen by everyone left. Though there were just a few people and all others were stuck in some kind of a cocoon. Who is that now? Did her people come here? Naruto asked himself loudly. Obito, who stood beside him, replied, I don't think so. They look human to me. Kaguya, on the other hand, felt a bit scared for some reason. To her, if it was an alien, it was a threat. Saitama looked around first. It seems they were in the middle of a fight. But who is the bad side? Agila replied, easy, the one who made these human cocoons must be the one. Oh, look, there are some kids. Saitama saw Naruto and Sasuke. Zip. Saitama grabbed Agila's waist and jumped to their side. He was so fast that none of them were able to see him move. It made them stand on guard. Saitama waved his hand to calm them. We come in peace. We mean no harm to any of you. Oh, you all look very injured. Here, drink these. He threw 4 tiny bottles at them. It looked like a bottle of juice. They caught it but didn't drink it. Drink it, it will heal your injuries. Take it as a gesture of good faith from us. Agila added. Gulp gulp. Naruto drank it in one go, shocking the other 3. Bam. Why would you trust a stranger? Sakura got angry at him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I was thirsty, Sakura-chan, and besides, this lady seems kind, Naruto argued. But, in a matter of seconds, he saw some changes in his body. All the parts that were hurting not long ago were now in perfect state. Obito saw it and also drank the contents of the bottle, followed by Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. This is nice, it indeed healed us, Kakashi muttered. Yes, now I feel I can fight anyone and win. Let's beat this old hag, Sasuke. Naruto cheered up. What does she want? Saitama asked. She wants to kill us and turn the people of this planet into her mindless army to fight her enemies from space. Wait, you are from the space. Kakashi said and exclaimed as the realization hit. They had seen so much weird stuff that not much shocked them anymore. Agila nodded, not just space but also different realities. We are beings who travel the multiverse and destroy evil. Kakashi and Sakura had their jaws touching the flood at that point. Sakura quickly questioned, how? How can you do that? What? Travel the multiverse? Well, my grandpa is a big god and my great-grandpa is the god who created the whole omniverse. So, it's easy, Agila proudly said. Sakura was left speechless. But, then Sasuke asked, it doesn't matter. Can you defeat her or not? Saitama turned to Kaguya, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met and Saitama smirked, making Kaguya shudder in fear. Sure. Agila, let's play First Fantasy 8 later, Saitama said while heading to Kaguya. Super Ultra Max Punch Series, 1 Punch Destroyer. Boom. It was not his punch that made the noise, but the clouds in the sky. Before Saitama attacked her, a bolt of lightning from the sky fell on her, burning her to ashes in a matter of a second. Saitama didn't retract his fist and instead diverted it towards the source of lightning in the sky. However, the thunder fell again, neutralizing the airwaves sent by Saitama's fist. Then came down a man. He had blue short hair, tall height, and looked intimidating. His face was clean-shaven and had no expressions on them. He also had 2 black wings on his back. Now who are you? Sakura asked angrily. The person lifted his hand up towards Sakura. Instantly, lightning fell from the sky, burning her to ashes. Then, in an emotionless and calm voice, he spoke. I am Zanef Thunderbird, the left hand of the only god, Zulruk. Prepare to die, not because you exist, but because Alexander Maxim Universe came to this reality. Ah, you don't know who he is? It is fine, your death will be quick. The calm and uncaring words of Zanef were too unnerving for them. The way he said he was going to kill them was scary. Naruto and others hadn't even come out of the shock of Sakura's death and another thunderbolt struck. This time, Kakashi died. Nu. Naruto shouted in shock and sadness. He dashed towards Zanef with Raiznon in his hand. I will kill you. You are welcome to try, Zanef replied. Bam. Thunderbolt came from the sky, however, Saitama was able to save Naruto. Don't waste your life here. Go to Agila. Saitama ordered him. Sasuke came and dragged Naruto away. That woman did a good job wrapping you all up. Makes my work faster. Zanef remarked as he watched the show. Saitama didn't wait for another second. He mustered all the strength in his body and dashed towards him with his fist out. He was absolutely serious right now because he knew who was Zulruk and what this person meant. Saitama knew that Alexander had recruited him into his camp so one day he can get stronger and help him fight the war that mattered the most. He knew that if he could kill this guy then that would help Alexander a lot. So, he was not holding himself back at all. Boom. The punch touched Zanef's face. It was so strong that due to the punch's force, the area in a few miles of the radius and many miles in depth around them was destroyed and it turned into a lava field. Zaneff's body was thrown away with such force that his face was completely deformed and his body went out of the atmosphere. How is he this strong? Is this his limit? This thought came to Zaneff's mind with a very bad feeling about the future. Meanwhile, Azula was taking all humans and Naruto and his team to Fihame. This was the only way to save them from the Battle of Gods because she knew how much damage a serious Saitama can cause. Saitama knew that Zaneff was not dead. This was a rare event where someone withstood his punches. Eventually, Zaneff returned like a rocket. He landed on the ground with enough force to destroy half of the planet. He again spoke with an expressionless sound and face, "Finally an opponent I can fight. I am excited. I am thankful to my god Zulruk for giving me this opportunity." Saitama had a plain serious expression. Likewise, they rushed towards each other. Zaneff was bringing down a rain of thunderbolts from the sky. Saitama was dodging them all while punching towards him. Each of his punches were strong enough to destroy the planet. They were both at each other's throat. Their every strike was meant to kill the other one. They already knew that only one of them would come out of this alive. Boom, boom, boom. Why is he so strong? He does not even have any magical abilities. How can a mere human fight me with just physical strength? Zaneff was very confused at the moment. Saitama and Zaneff fought each other for hours. But both of them couldn't land a good punch on the other one. In the end, this led to an unbreakable stalemate. "You are stronger than I ever expected you to be." Alexander did a good job training his dogs. Zaneff tried to break Saitama with his monotonous words. Saitama retorted with equal intensity, "Good try, but you are lacking in knowledge. With the old man, I have learned and grown more than ever. He never asked me of anything or bossed me around. We have true free will, unlike you, who is just a means to an end to your master." But, unlike all the other Zulruk followers who would get angry at the mere mention of anything bad related to him, Zaneff didn't even show any change in expression. Free will is a hoax. Everyone is always under someone. We are all slaves of fate. My God gives me the power to fight that control. He made me strong enough to do as I please. He truly made me free. Zaneff babbled. The old man had warned me about your kind. The religious fanatics. There is no point in arguing with you because you have already made up your mind. Let's stop talking and fight. Saitama shrugged all the taunting. Fine, let's end this, Zaneff replied coldly. As if Zaneff received a power-up, he started emitting electricity from his body to all around himself. Now, Saitama would have to be careful not to get caught by one of those. But Saitama also had a trick up his sleeves that he had not shown until now. It was not very powerful, but it could be very fatal as it can divert his enemy's focus. All this time, he was not just focusing on physical exercise. He had eaten a chakra fruit and had gained a very small amount of telekinesis powers. He didn't have a talent in this though and just stuck to small tricks. Boom. Another thunder strike and a punch collided. The whole planet was in ruins at this point. Saitama was not someone who would talk too much while in a fight. So, he increased his intensity of punches as well as their numbers. He also started kicking to make it difficult for Zaneff to dodge. After making sure that Zaneff was too focused on dodging him, Saitama used his mental power to lift a stone behind Zaneff and launch it towards him. Zaneff was too much into fighting and his senses were at high, so, he instinctively perceived the stone as an attack and moved to counter it. But, soon he realized it was just a stone. This was enough for Saitama to make his move. Boom. Saitama's punch came in heavy onto Zaneff. But Zaneff was not some low-level man either. His millions of years of training came in handy as he moved just enough so that the punch strikes only the part that would not result in his death. So, instead of his face, the punch landed on Zaneff's left shoulder. But still, Saitama's punch was extremely strong. Not even in his wildest dreams that someone could be this physically strong, all except his god Zulruk. It not only hurt him but also ripped apart his whole left arm and shoulder. There was dark blackish red blood sprayed everywhere as Zaneff stumbled around. He was obviously in pain. Zaneff was shocked as he did not expect the strike to be this strong. He believed his strength was absolute and people he may consider who could kill him could be counted on one hand. But surely, this was not the case as he had not met Dabi as well. "You are indeed a major threat," he muttered and summoned all the power he could to strike Saitama. Saitama started punching towards the sky as thunder was constantly trying to fall on him. He moved but it also followed. He kept on doing it but he knew this was pointless. So, he started moving towards Zaneff again. After a while, he started kicking towards him to make him stay distracted. He only had one arm after all so he could not focus on two different sides. Hence, he ended up being thrown away. Zaneff looked at Saitama with calm and emotionless eyes. He knew he would not survive fighting this abomination of a man. "I guess you won this round." Saitama felt that Zaneff was trying to run away so he dashed towards him to end him. But, a thunderbolt fell on Zaneff and took him along. But Saitama didn't quit just then either. He again punched towards the fallen thunder. He made sure it was as powerful as possible. Gwaya! Zaneff's voice came from the thunder as he was taken away. Lots of blood was sprayed down as he left. He was surely severely hurt right now. This was a big defeat for Zulruk this time as not only his third in command was injured but also lost. This was a slap on his face and it was bound to enrage him. Saitama, on the other hand, was not injured at all. He was only tired a little. He was too weak. I shouldn't have tested him and should have killed him right away, he muttered to himself. He was too tempted by the idea of fighting someone who would not die easily under his attacks. He looked around at the destroyed planet and sighed. This is beyond my ability to repair. I guess I will need to ask the old man to come here. He muttered and pressed a button on a device in his pocket. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Dragon Ball World. Alexander was currently on the sacred word of Kai. He was asked by the current Supreme Kai to come and help them release the old Kai from the Z-sword. Alexander was happy to help them. Is that the sword? He inquired. Shin nodded. Yes, this is the one. It is very heavy, and no one has been able to take it out till now. Alexander glanced at Beerus in annoyance. Beerus did this himself. Knowingly how important a Supreme Kai is, Alexander went forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then, proceeded to easily take it out. This was very easy. So, how do I release him? I don't know, maybe by breaking it. Shin guessed. Alexander nodded and broke it in half like a thin stick. With a clank, it was in 2 pieces, followed by happy laughter and shining light. After that appeared an old, crumpled back man. He was of average height, purple-skinned, with a small tuft of white hair on his head and a toothbrush mustache on his face. His face is very wrinkled, showing his age. He wore a typical Kai outfit with teal underclothes. He wore the same clothes as Shin. He even looked a bit same, just older. Finally, I have been set free. I am deeply disappointed in you, Shin and Kibito, for not being able to free me in so long, and it was a mortal who did it in the end. Old Kai scolded them. But Shin quickly clarified, no, Old Kai, he is not a mortal. He is a divine being of an even higher status than the angels. What? Old Kai exclaimed and looked around. After seeing Alexander, his eyes fell on Beerus. This made him have some flashbacks. Alexander quickly calmed him. Don't worry, he won't harm you again. Asterisk beep beep. Ah, another call from somewhere. From Saitama? Okay, everyone, I'll be back in a while. See ya. Alexander vanished with a golden light falling on him. Now, there was an awkward silence between Beerus and Old Kai. Haha, so we have 2 Supreme Kais now, a good surprise indeed, Beerus said wryly. Cough. Shin coughed and nodded awkwardly, while Old Kai just looked around. Alexander came to the destroyed Naruto world where only Saitama was the living being left. What the hell happened here? Alexander asked him. Saitama looked at him from the stone he was sitting on. Ah, you're here. I was attacked by the left-hand guy of Zulruk. He was called Thunderbird something. You too? I was attacked by his right-hand guy. It seems Zulruk is upping his game. He's going after worlds I've been to. Saitama, I have a new mission for you. You are now allowed to use all means needed to track and destroy Zulruk's forces. You are already connected to Fahame, so no matter where you go, you will always be in reach of me. Nov, L, B //JNN. We must fight back this time. Kill any of his subordinates you see. Alexander decided. Saitama agreed on this. Yes, but for now, can you repair this planet? I was able to save the people, but they still need a place to live. Alexander waved his hand. Sure, here you go. So, the whole planet's surface started assembling itself back. All the broken pieces put themselves back together as if never broken. Alexander even healed the damage done by the war. Ah, so you are in Naruto world, though not the one I went to though, Alexander muttered when he realized it. Soon, the planet was fully fixed and things looked normal. Okay, go and tell Angela to bring everyone back. You can come to me to talk whenever you need to. Don't be shy if you need any help. Take care, son. Alexander left after that. But, Saitama felt something today. He was just called son by Alexander and it was really heartwarming. Unknowingly, a small smile crept across his face. Pop. What's with the smirking? Angela asked as she appeared. Saitama shook his head. No, nothing. Let's get back to work. As expected, Zulruk was in anger. He was boiling in it. The only person to have beaten him in anything till now was just the old man, God. But this was the first time that a no-name person did it. He might not have felt so offended if it was Alexander, but Saitama was not even the right or left-hand person of Alexander. This time, he was on the receiving end of how he thought people felt about him. Bam. Zulruk punched Zanef in the stomach. It was a strong and hard punch that made Zanef kneel down in pain. He was trying to breathe, adding to his already injured body. His one arm was missing and 80% of his bones were broken by Saitama's last punch. If he was even a second late to escape, he would have died by being turned into a paste. Forgive me, God. I have brought shame upon you. Please give me another chance. I will redeem my mistakes. Zanef pleaded. He was still emotionless though, it was just the way he was made. He didn't show emotions. Indeed, you have brought shame to my name. One more mistake and I will take away your soul to be tormented in my palms. I have worked hard to reach this position. I will not let someone ruin it all for me. Zulruk barked. Door opens. Ravenflame entered. He had the same old creepy smile. He was the exact opposite of Zanef, however, Ravenflame was much stronger and smarter than Zanef. Zulruk seemed to be angry at him too, but he did not hit him. He knew that keeping your subordinates happy was important too. Ravenflame, do tell me, why are my spies telling me that Alexander is fine and same as before? My God, I think the old man helped him. Alexander is, after all, nothing like you. You reached this position on your own while Alexander was and is still being babysat by the old man. That must be why the poison was so easily dealt with. Ravenflame explained, adding some fanatical words in between to butter Zulruk. It seems you are correct. It must be the old man who helped him. He will pay for all of this. I will make him regret ever opposing me. He should have already given me his position when I asked him nicely. How are the preparations going? He asked. Ravenflame answered, the plans are running smoothly. We have already conquered 15 trillion timelines and have destroyed 3 trillion of those who opposed us. The military numbers are increasing by second. Our current army stands at 230 trillion demons, 200 trillion demon lords, 190 trillion high demons, 100 trillion lower dark angels, 1 trillion high dark angels, 100,000 dark archangels, 1,000 supreme dark angels, then you have me, Zenef and other minor doombringers. I have not counted the number of monsters yet, they are likely to exceed the number of demons. I don't think the old man will be our match with these numbers on our side, Ravenflame said while gloating. Zulruk shook his head, no, I won't underestimate him this time. His numbers may be low, but he has too many gods at his side, let's not even count the number of angels. Then there is Alexander, to whose disciple this fool lost to. Zenef was again subjected to some punishment before being let go. Ravenflame, I want you to keep an eye on all the activities of Alexander. Try to bring him into the realm under our control the next time he jumps realities. Zulruk ordered and left. Ravenflame already understood what the plan was. Ha ha ha, as expected of my supreme god's mind. His plans are amazing. He worshipped as he left. Alexander came back to his work. He really had no aim here and didn't know how to go about purifying the multiverse. So, he decided to act as a mighty god should. Instead of going to each universe and speaking to each angel, god of destruction or supreme Kai, he decided to call all of them to him. Whis, I want you to convey my message to all the angels of the 12 universes. Tell them to come here and meet me. I am going to be talking about how to remove sins and make the multiverse purer. It will uplift the standard of living in all these universes. Tell them, if they don't visit, I will and then I will be harsher, he said with a warning. Whis understood Alexander's meaning, however he also knew the attitude of some of the gods of destruction. They might not agree to come here. Though he did not tell Alexander. Whis the left with Beerus. Alexander, too, went back to Earth. Cough son, how are you? Suddenly, Alexander heard the voice of God. He looked up and guessed why God contacted him, as it was usually him doing it. Hello, old man, how are you? What party are you throwing now? Alexander asked. Oh, you hurt me with your words, son. I don't party all the time. Only 5 times a week. Anyway, I am preparing the army of heaven. I thought that you only lacked in the subject of spirituality. Your physical power and thinking are on the right path. But, if you want to be a true god, you need balance. God advised. Alexander nodded. I know, I also think I can gain something by being more spiritual. Bunriku was good enough for teaching mortals though, so I stopped training in that field. Exactly, that is why I am sending you a good man. He is a sage, a man who ascended to beyond any man had ever done. He will be teaching you. Oh, I need to go now, I need to have a chat with Lucifer. That admirer of yours, Deadpool, has been causing some trouble in heaven since he got promoted and got access to the upper realms. Take care. God rushedly said farewell and went away. Alexander could not even ask who would be coming to teach him. Greetings. Alexander heard someone behind him. He was shocked because he did not feel his presence before. He turned around and saw a man. Over 6 feet tall, had a golden brown skin color, top knotted dark hair and elongated ears. He was wearing orange-colored robes and stood in with hands in prayer position in front of his chest and making a small bow. He radiated a different kind of aura. It was utterly peaceful and warm. Alexander smiled widely. He recognized this person easily. Ha ha ha, hello, Gautama Buddha. Alexander greeted back with a bow and namaste respectfully. Alexander was pleasantly surprised by this visit and he was not going to complain. Anyone would want to have some spiritual talks with the mortal who ascended and achieved enlightenment. Why don't we go to my realm and have a talk there? That place is more peaceful. Alexander said and invited him to Faheim. There, he took him to a sitting area beside the lake. This place is indeed peaceful and oozing with positivity, Buddha said as he looked around. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee scare strangers because he found it funny. But Buddha just stared at Noodles with a calm face. Noodles couldn't understand why this person was not getting scared, so he tried again by roaring. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee shock and confusion. Bwahaha, cut it, Noodles. You cannot scare him. He is a sage. His mind and heart are calm and in harmony. Buddha raised his palm towards Noodles. Noodles, being the scaredy cat he was, moved back a little first. But seeing Alexander there and also feeling the kindness in the strange man, he moved closer. Soon, his giant face was being caressed by a smiling Buddha. People must misunderstand you a lot, Buddha said. Alexander also came forward and patted Noodles. Yes, he was always like this. Kind of an outcast of his species because he was too kind and looking too cute instead of scary. Alexander then gave Noodles some food and sent him back to play. Noodles had his own play toys and water slides to have fun. Alexander and Buddha took a seat. He offered him some of Iroha's specialty. Sip. Gautama Buddha sipped and stopped for a second, seemingly mesmerized by the taste. This is the most pleasant tea I have drank in all my travels. Who grows it? He asked. I do. Iroh came with Ragnarok not far behind. They both took seats. I am Iroh and this is Ragnarok. Iroh introduced themselves. Pleasure meeting you. It is a divine honor to taste the tea made by the god of tea himself, Buddha said and continued drinking. Iroh blushed a little. Tea was a soft spot for him. It is just a hobby I have. Bwahaha, yes, like how I like my drinks. Ragnarok laughed. Alexander shook his head. Raggy, don't talk about alcohol here. Buddha simply waved his hand. It is fine, I do preach my teachings but I do not force them. I condone consuming liquor or other intoxicants but I don't restrict others. Some communities even use these intoxicant hallucinogens to attain spiritual alertness, so I do not judge people for this. Alexander nodded. He already knew about this. Buddha, can you tell me about your past? Is all of it true as it is written in scriptures? How does a pampered prince go to become the Gautama Buddha? Buddha put the teacup down and looked at the lake calmly. It was not my lifestyle that had stopped me from attaining enlightenment in my early years, but instead, it was my narrow-mindedness. I was born to a ruler, a king. I was just 7 days old when my mother passed on to the next stage of life. Later, a holy man prophesied great things about me, that I would either be a great king or military leader or I would be a great spiritual leader. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. I was expected to be a great king. So, my father raised me in opulence in a palace built just for me and sheltered me from the knowledge of religion, human hardship, and the outside world. I was naive back then, too concentrated and content with the small bubble I was living in. But when I reached adulthood, I decided to go out. There, I saw the state of our world. My charioteer, whom I think was a man sent from upper realms, explained me everything. I realized that the life we were living was nothing but a time-bound vessel that will grow old, get sick, and die someday. Questions about all I had not experienced led me to take more journeys of exploration, and on these subsequent trips, I encountered a diseased man, a decaying corpse and an ascetic. My charioteer explained that the ascetic had renounced the world to seek release from the human fear of death and suffering. At that moment, I knew what I needed to do. I still needed some answers. So, I left my kingdom to follow a more spiritual path, determined to find a way to relieve the universal suffering that I understood to be one of the defining traits of humanity. For the next 6 years, I lived an ascetic life, studying and meditating using the words of various religious teachers as my guide. Eventually, seeing my dedication to the quest, other ascetics became my followers. But when answers to my questions did not appear, I redoubled my efforts, enduring pain, fasting nearly to starvation and refusing water. Whatever I tried, I could not reach the level of insight I sought, until one day when a young girl, whom I think was also sent from upper realms to correct my path, offered me a bowl of rice. As I accepted the food, I suddenly realized that corporeal austerity was not the means to achieve inner liberation and that living under harsh physical constraints was not helping me to achieve spiritual release. So I ate rice, drank water, and bathed in the river. My followers guessed that I had given up the ascetic life and would now follow the ways of the flesh, so they promptly left me. But I had not given up. That night, I sat alone under the Bodhi tree, vowing to not get up until the truths I sought came to me, and I meditated until the sun came up the next day. I remained there for several days, purifying my mind, seeing my entire life, and previous lives, in my thoughts. During this time, I had to overcome the threats of Mara, an evil demon, who challenged my right to become the Buddha. I believed that this demon must be the reason why no one had been enlightened in all that time. But I did not waver. When Mara attempted to claim my enlightened state as his own, I touched my hand to the ground and asked the earth to bear witness to my enlightenment, which it did, banishing Mara. Many more demons and beings came to stop me from attaining enlightenment, but all their attempts were thwarted. And soon a picture began to form in my mind of all that occurred in the universe, and I finally saw the answer to the questions of suffering that I had been seeking for so many years. In that moment of pure enlightenment, I became Buddha. Initially, I was hesitant to teach, because what I now knew could not be communicated to others in words. Then I was visited by a great being from up there and he convinced me to teach others. I preached the path of balance instead of one characterized by either aesthetic extremism or sensuous indulgence. I called this path the middle way. My teachings slowly reached many ears and people started walking this path. At the age of 80, I passed on due to an illness caused by spoiled food. The rest is history. He finished speaking. Then he looked straight into Alexander's golden eyes and continued. Alexander, you are a god, a being whom mortals pray to. You are a being who makes sure the cycle of karma is not corrupted by the demons. You are the path to enlightenment for many, but you still have a lot more to learn. I also learned more when my time came and yours will come too. When that happens, you will understand who you are and what you must do. Alexander and the rest were so mesmerized in his words that they didn't even realize how much time had passed or where they were sitting. Only when Buddha started talking about Alexander did they come out of this trance-like state. Alexander stood up, put his hands together and bowed. Thank you for telling me all this. Knowing from books is different and hearing directly from you is different. I was traveling the Omniverse when the Origin told me about Zulrek. I am against killing, but he is a demon who must be stopped now or else everything else will be lost. We will meditate every day here from now on till you reach some enlightened state. Buddha planned. A/N, the old man god is called origin of everything. He is the last stop of an enlightened soul. God does not have a specific shape or face. He just looks old and godlike to Alexander and others because that is how he is perceived by many. Those who consider him as just the force of nature, a law that bounds the universe, cannot see him as a physical body. Alexander nodded. Yes, we will. Here in Fahame, time runs different, so I don't have to worry about the outer world. We woo. Suddenly, Komei and Thea came running towards them. Komei was wearing a police uniform and was running after a giggling Thea. They saw Alexander and the rest and ran towards them. But Thea was too small and her legs would not let her run too fast. For a flying Komei, catching her was easy, though he still lets her have fun and only catches her when she gets tired. But, currently, Thea was trying too hard to reach Alexander, so she tripped on the grass and fell. But she did not feel anything as Buddha had already levitated her towards himself. Thea sat in Buddha's arms and looked at his face. Then, she suddenly gave a heartwarming smile. Thank you, uncle. Thea, not hurt, she said. Buddha smiled back. She is touched by the origin. Her abilities are fascinating. Wee woo. Komei came beside Alexander but did not stop making the sound. Alexander held him in his arm and that made his stop. Where is your grandma? Ji-chan, she said that such an enlightened being has come to meet us, so she wants to cook for everyone with her own hands. Is that the Mr. Enlightened uncle? Komei asked. Nov, L, B //JNN. Buddha chuckled. Haha, I heard you have more siblings? Where are they? Komei quickly replied, oh, they are all lazy folks. Kurama is sleeping, Saiken is eating, Shikaka is also sleeping, Gaku is sleeping in the jungle, others are probably sleeping too. I am the only responsible one of them. Sai, what am I going to do with these kids? Komei's last words were said as an imitation of Olivia whenever she felt frustrated. Komei then flew to Buddha. Uncle Enlightenment, why are your ears so long? Komei, he is called Buddha. Alexander corrected him. Buddha smiled and explained, I was a prince once and I had to wear various ornaments, including heavy earrings made of gold. When I was 29, I abandoned my privileged life to become a monk. This included no longer wearing heavy, jeweled earrings. Although I was no longer weighed down by material possessions, my ears were permanently elongated. Then if I do it, will I have long ears too? Komei innocently asked as he blinked cutely. But you do not have ears. Buddha reminded him. Komei, in shock, touched his non-existing ears. Then he looked at Alexander. Ji-chan, can I have ears? Pretty please. But you will look so weird with that. You look perfect as you are, Komei. Cute and strong. Alexander buttered him. Komei puffed his chest out. Hihi, I guess I am. Okay, let's go. Thea, you be the police now and I will be the criminal. Thea happily started running after Komei, who was going slow for her. Weeoo. Once they were gone, Iroh picked up the tea kettle and filled the glasses. Let's have a cup of warm tea now. I find it very soothing to the mind. Indeed, Buddha joined. Then out of nowhere, Iroh took out a guitar and started strumming it. He then started singing in his hoarse old voice. It had a different charm in itself. It is a good day. I met a sage today. He seems so kind. So bright, like a shining light falling in my eye. But I don't mind. He started walking around while singing. I found a friend. I found the God. I found the tea. I found my peace. I found my happiness increase. A changed man I am. A god of tea I have become. But my friend dragon only likes rum. And he looks like a bum. Ha ha ha. Alexander and Dobby laughed at Ragnarok. Leaving the past behind. I am on a journey with people so kind. That their warmth reaches even the mentally blind. They are like shining light falling in my eye. And I don't mind. They all sat there, talked about the world, universe, multiverse, all things living and not living. It was a conversation any mortal would kill to be a part of. Later, it was dinner time and everyone was gathered at a long 50-chair dining table. Alexander sat at the head position, beside him were Olivia and Buddha. He doesn't make speeches as it usually makes the dinner official and boring. So, everyone starts eating as soon as they sit. The tailed beasts had their own small chairs. Chappa had his own small bowl. All the food was served by nanny droids. So, do tell me about your multiverse travels. What worlds have you been to? Alexander inquired. Buddha replied, I have been to many worlds. Some good and some evil. But, I also found a few where Buddhism was being used as a means of war and murder. I remember one in particular. A world filled with self-named heavenly kings and made-up gods. There was this one child named Yunche that used an art called Great Way of the Buddha. It was everything against what Buddhism stood for. But I was not God's advocate and I did not have the authority to judge beings. I only spread kindness and the true way to enlightenment. Alexander nodded. That is indeed bad. In my travels too, I have seen many religions or ideologies being completely different from common sense. There are people who call me cunt. To them, it translates to God, but to me, you know, the omniverse is infinite and all kinds of possibilities are possible. Ragnarok then nudged Buddha. Hey, did you come upon a world of dragons or something? Maybe where a dragon can shapeshift into a beautiful human. Buddha shook his head. I did not. Dobby didn't leave the chance to make fun. Oh, is our dragon in heat? Ragnarok nearly cursed out loud. Think about yourself, you sing. Ah, damn it. He realized that even Dobby had a girlfriend now. Siri sat beside Dobby and looked at Ragnarok while chuckling. Dobby smirked. Heh, what happened? No words. Huh, at least I'm better than this guy. Ragnarok huffed and pointed at Douglas sitting a few seats away. He was using a pair of scissors as chopsticks. Nearly everyone who heard Ragnarok nodded in agreement. The next day in the lakeside flower garden of Feheim, everyone sat on the ground. By everyone it meant all the beings of Feheim, from Alexander to phoenixes and dragons. They sat in an orderly fashion that made a giant matrix. At the front, facing the crowd, sat Buddha. Everyone currently had their eyes closed and they were deep in meditation. Mostly all of them, because the tailed beasts and Chape were actually sleeping. Surprisingly, Hats was also meditating with full concentration. Alexander had already told everyone that if they want to leave then they must do it silently. But, it was fine as long as they slept silently as well. Alexander was currently deep in meditation too. His mind was empty and his breathing had slowed down to a uniform rhythm. For everyone else, meditation ended at this point. But, Alexander was a god. He had a few things he needed to come over. For example, he needed to get used to his omniscience. He needed to open up so he could listen to all of his followers, their prayers and wishes, their pain and feelings. So, he opened up a little and let his mind drift around. He saw the past that had gone by. He saw the sleeping Saiken who was going to fall to his side onto Shikako, creating a chain reaction and spoiling the meditation session for all. Alexander waved his hand and stopped Saiken from falling. His head was not hurting as much now. Soon, voices started coming. With them came people's wishes and prayers. Please bless my family to be healthy. God, I want him dead. Great CUNT, thank you for everything. Oh God, yes, yes, God yes. This is so good. God, please make my legs become good. I want to play with my friends. Ji-chan, cake, ice cream. God, please help. My daughter is missing. I don't know how she is. Please, bless her to be safe. God damn it. There were countless wishes and prayers. Some were asking for happiness and some were asking for material desires. Alexander fulfilled a few wishes and ignored those that were just calling God to curse or in pleasure. I wonder if Jesus also has to tolerate all this, he thought. Alexander was almost at 60% omniscience now. This was a lot more than before, but he still had a long way to go. He was currently as strong as 70% of what the old man, God, was. He was confident that it wouldn't take him very long to attain true omniscience. They continued to meditate for a while longer until the session ended and they all got up. Buddha knew that meditation was not easy for beginners, so he planned the session accordingly. "Yay, I really enjoyed meditation," Komei said while yawning. Alexander chuckled. "You just slept the whole time. Sleeping is not meditating." Komei was shocked. "What? But I thought everyone was sleeping with their eyes closed." Pat pat. "It's okay, your version of meditation is fine too," Alexander said. He then turned to Olivia. "I will be going out now. Need to do my job as well." After that, he, Ragnarok and Dobby left. Dragon Ball World. Whis had gone to Grand Priest to inform him about Alexander's demands. Grand Priest obviously knew that a strong being had come to their reality, but he did not know who he was. Now, Whis explained everything to him and he turned a bit extra serious. Because if Alexander was some kind of a judge who purifies universes, then he surely had powers to wipe them out too. So, he called all the angels to meet him right then. He was the father and creator of all of them, so no one had the guts to deny him. They all rushed to meet him, wanting to know what had happened. "Good, you all came on time. I need you all to take your universe's god of destruction and supreme Kai and head to planet Earth of Universe 7. There, all of the universes will be judged." Grand Priest revealed. "Will the Omni King be judging?" Vados, sister of Whis, asked. The Grand Priest denied. "No, he won't. There is a god who came from beyond the multiverse. Just how the mortal level of universes are defined, our multiverse also has a mortal level and it is possibly not very good, which is why he is here to purify it." All the angels murmured. This would mean that Alexander held authority over the Omni King too. Whis also spoke. "No need to worry. I know him. He is a very kind person. As long as you bring your god of destruction and they hold a good decorum, I don't see him doing anything." But this was easier said than done because many gods of destruction were stubborn. "You may leave now. If your god of destruction does not come, then at the very least bring the Supreme Kai." Grand Priest advised and let them leave. Only Whis was left and he asked, "Should we tell Omni King?" Grand Priest shook his head. "No, not yet. We will tell him later." Iwan, the god of destruction of Universe 1, quickly agreed to come. He was an efficient and successful god of destruction as his work has led to his universe having the highest mortal level. So, he had nothing to worry about. The same was the case with Universe 12, 5, and 8. But, the problem came with Kampa, Beerus's brother, and god of destruction of Universe 6 as he was asleep. The other problematic one was Quitella, god of destruction of Universe 4. Quitella was rather lazy and seemed to instead prefer playing video games and eating junk food rather than doing his duty. These two outright denied coming to the meeting with Alexander. Their attendant angels tried to warn them but they did not budge at all. So, Vados and Cognac were only able to bring the Supreme Kai with them. Universe 7, Earth, look out. Alexander had found out about the Earth's guardian, so he wanted to meet this person and also see where he lived. He was surprised to find such a huge place in the sky, so, he decided that he was going to hold the meeting here. This way he can keep the planet's surface away from immediate harm if something were to happen. "So, Dende, can you tell me how to make Dragon Balls? I've been wondering, How strong would my Dragon Balls would be? Alexander asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Dende was flustered. He had never been in the presence of such a high-level being. Oh, yes, I can tell you. Alexander then learned how to make Dragon Balls. He really had an urge to make them. He was supposed to make these balls and connect them to an eternal dragon. Eternal dragons were a species of wish-granting dragons. What if I get my own wish-granting dragon? He muttered and turned to Ragnarok. But Ragnarok immediately rejected. Hell no, I have 2 balls and I'm happy with them. Come on, Raggy, you can do it. You can grant all kinds of wishes. Alexander tried to woo Ragnarok into it. No, never. Besides, what if they ask me to revive someone dead? I can't do that. That also goes against the laws of heaven. Ragnarok said. Alexander sighed in defeat. Fine, don't do it. I will find some other dragon for my balls. I mean Dragon Ball. Alexander ignored Ragnarok and got to establish a connection with some random eternal dragon. He felt that these Dragon Balls would be a nice addition to Fihame's museum. Okay, let's see which dragon comes out. I have changed the chanting a bit this time. Dragon, I choose you, come and grant my wishes. Alexander shouted. Suddenly the balls started shining. But, it seemed that the dragon was lazy as minutes passed and no dragon came. Then, they all heard some voices from the balls. Oi, you useless son, go out. Someone finally bound you to Dragon Balls. A majestic voice spoke. Then, a rebellious voice answered. Don't bother me. I am busy sleeping. Why don't you go out? Nobody uses the Super Dragon Balls to summon you anyway. You have so much free time. What did you say? I am the Divine Dragon Zalima. I have a reputation to hold. Now, go out or else I will cut the electricity to your castle. The majestic voice scolded. Damn it. Meanwhile, Alexander's eyes were twitching. He was not liking where this was going. On the other hand, Ragnarok was just laughing loudly. The 7-football-sized balls started shining and soon came out a humongous golden Chinese dragon. Roar instead of roaring, he really said the word roar. Alexander waited for the dragon to settle and come down. But instead, the dragon curled itself on the lookout and went to sleep. Alexander amusedly walked to it and spoke. Hey, fulfill the wishes. Aren't you a wish-granting dragon? I am. The dragon replied uninterestedly. Then grant wishes, Alexander argued. I don't wanna. Now go away, don't pester me. I need my beauty sleep. The dragon tried to shoo him away. Alexander was honestly shocked by this behavior. Do you know who I am? Is that your wish? Do I look like a phone directory? The dragon argued. Alexander looked at Ragnarok as he was the dragon god and was supposed to have authority on them. Ragnarok laughingly came forward and kicked the sleeping dragon. Wake up, you picked the wrong place to sleep, fool. Ragnarok kicked the dragon. The giant golden dragon got up with its eyes red in anger. It looked down on Ragnarok proudly. You dare to kick me, mortal? I, the Julian, son of divine dragon Zalima. Bam. Ragnarok flew up and slapped him. Nobody cares. Now, watch me. Ragnarok turned into his dragon form that covered the sky. He was immensely huge. So much that the earth looked like a pebble in front of him. I am Ragnarok, the god of all dragons in Omniverse. Julian's sleepy eyes shot open as he felt Ragnarok's full, unrestrained aura. What? Forgive me, God. Julian started to kowtow. Ragnarok soon turned back to his human form. See, you should never judge a book by its cover. That guy there is the creator of these balls. He is a god even stronger and higher than me. So, respect him. *CK, why didn't Dad tell me I would be meeting monsters? He cursed. Haha, your father probably didn't know it, Alexander said, shocking Julian because his words were read. Oh great supreme god, what can this humble servant do for you? He started acting up now. Alexander chuckled. No need to do all this. I have handled more rebellious kids than you. I just wanted to see who the dragon was that was connected to these balls. Now, you will have to come with me to my realm because I will leave this multiverse in a few years. If I were to summon you from somewhere else then you would die due to omniverse travel. Yes? This is my chance to run away from Dad. Julian cheered internally. But Alexander heard all of it. No, you will need to get permission from your father. You will also be getting trained by Ragnarok. Alexander said. Dejectedly, Julian spoke. What wishes do you have, God? Nov, L, B /JNN. How many can you give? Alexander asked. As many as you like. For you, there is no limit. For mortals, it is 1 wish per session. Then, you will have to wait for a year. Julian explained. Good, I want you to give me knowledge of all the beings in the universe. I want to know about all the gods of destruction and any other gods. Alexander asked. That's easy. I can do it. Let me send it to your mind. Julian frankly said. The way he talked didn't feel majestic at all. It felt like Alexander was talking to a college kid. Soon, Alexander got what he asked for. He now knew everything he needed to know. He just needed to wait for the meeting now. Good job, Julian. Now, you go back and tell your father about what happened. If he does not agree then tell him to meet me or tell me. I will come to convince him. Alexander assured Julian. Julian smiled happily and vanished just as he appeared. Ragnarok chuckled. Haha, that kid reminded me of my young days. After the Dragon Ball incident, Alexander found that Whis and Beerus had arrived. They had come early because Beerus didn't want to anger Alexander and Grand Priest. Welcome, take your seats according to the number assigned to your universe, Alexander advised. Alexander had also taken his seat as the head. After a while, more and more gods of destruction, angels, and kais appeared. Eventually, the Grand Priest also arrived. Alexander just nodded to him and he did the same. But Alexander then noticed 2 empty seats. Where are the gods of destruction of Universe 6 and Universe 4? He asked. Vados got up and exclaimed, God Universe, Lord Kampa is asleep. I tried to wake him up but he did not and denied coming. Alexander then looked towards the Universe 4 side. His gaze scared the Supreme Kai of that universe. But the angel attendant, Cognac, got up and answered. God Universe, Lord Quitella denied coming because he was playing video games and eating junk food. He said the meeting is not important. Alexander cracked his finger. Incompetence is something I won't tolerate. Especially from a being in such a highly authoritative position. Many gods of destruction who honestly did their jobs nodded at him in agreement. I asked them politely, now they will be dragged here, Alexander announced and waved his hand. A pink door appeared on the side. Dobby went into it and disappeared for a few seconds with the door. A few minutes later, the door reappeared and it opened. From inside came out Dobby with 2 bodies being dragged in his left and right hand. One was a fat version of Beerus and the other was a yellow rat version Beerus. Both of the gods of destruction looked beat up. Dobby threw them on their seats and poured water on them to wake them up. Alexander continued the meeting. Okay, what I have here is a report on all of you gods. I will judge you by the purity of your universe. Let's commence. Meanwhile, Julian had gone to Zalima to ask for permission to leave this reality. He was a bit nervous but still confident. The meeting resumed even though Kampa and Quitella showed some tantrums. A simple slap from Ragnarok shut them up. Beerus was also in the same category as these two but because Beerus had already known about Alexander he did not act so high and mighty here. I want to talk to you all about what you have been doing to make your universes better. As we know, the job of Supreme Kai is to make and God of destruction is to destroy. But, it cannot be meaningless destruction. Only the elements that are causing the mortal level to fall are to be destroyed. But, it is common knowledge here that some of you act not like gods but goons. Alexander started and suddenly some documents appeared in front of each of them. These are report cards for all your universes. Universe 1 is by far the most well-performing. E1 has done a very good job as the god of destruction of Universe 1. He has a strong passion, enthusiasm, or explosive feelings. He does his job intelligently. Each of his moves is to improve his universe. Everyone should learn from him. Alexander said. Now, for the worst of you all. The universes with the lowest mortal levels are 9 and 4, and 6, and 7. All of you have weird problems. Let's start with Universe 4. Its god of destruction, Quitella, lacks compassion. He is lazy. He seems to prefer playing video games and eating junk food. He is a vain and manipulative god who is willing to use questionable methods to come on top. He is narcissistic as well, shown by his demands for his statues with his likeness all around his room. A being like this, having such a big responsibility is a shocking thing to me. How did he get selected to become the god of destruction? Was it because of strength? Alexander asked while looking at Grand Priest. The Grand Priest calmly answered, we do not choose them. Angels are only responsible for training them. The selection of new gods of destruction is only based on the decision of the previous god of destruction. Alexander was disappointed. Sigh seriously, if you and Zeno are going to ignore the selection of such important beings then you don't have any right to interfere in them when they go bad. Anyway, I will now read the sins of Quitella. Quitella, Category 4. Justified murders, 21,234,154,765,123. Unjustified murders, 20,465,879,875,654. Indirect murder by not fulfilling duty, 4,897,987,854. Insubordination, 456,854 times. Corrupt, always. Fit to be the god of destruction, 12%. Sin percentage, 80%. Alexander read these sins loudly. It shocked everyone that Alexander was able to know this stuff. This surely made the gods of destruction of the universe 6, 7 and 9 nervous. Beerus was cursing himself for sleeping for so long. Alexander then gave the punishment. You are completely unfit to do your duty. Unlike other incompetent gods, you even refuse to do your duty. For this, you will not be forgiven. As a sinner of Category 4, you will be sent to eternal hell. Alexander used his eye of judgment and disintegrated Quitella. The rat-like god of destruction screamed but died immediately. However, something weird happened there. If Supreme Kai dies then so does the god of destruction and this was the case another way around too. However, even after the death of Quitella, the Supreme Kai of Universe 4 was still alive. Don't worry, I have broken the connection between you and Quitella. You will have to bond with the new god of destruction later. Until then, my son-in-law, Loki, will be the acting god of destruction for you, he revealed. The next number was of Kampa of Universe 6. Kampa of Universe 6. Brother of Beerus. You also lack empathy. You are lazy beyond reason. You ignore your duties and make your attendant angel do it. You are also selfish. But, at the very least you are found to respect strong people. But that alone won't save you because your incompetence has brought your universe to such low standards. Your sins are, however, not enough to warrant death. But they are enough to get you fired. You will be losing all privileges of a god of destruction. You will be an ordinary living being and any more destruction made by you will be a crime, Alexander announced. Kampa was a bit relieved for not being erased like what previously happened. But then he looked at the mocking face of Beerus, seemingly telling him that he was inferior now. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Alexander saw this. Beerus, you as well are being fired. Even though you sometimes do your duty, it was still not enough. You are not only lazy and incompetent, you even hired a mortal, a murderous maniac as your proxy. He committed atrocities in your name. Not just this, you even sealed the Supreme Kai knowingly how important they are for the universe. All of the blame falls on your head. Your punishment is the same as Kampa. Kampa chucked without making any sound, angering Beerus. After all this, Alexander looked at the Universe 9's god of destruction. This was the universe with by far the worst mortal level. It was just at 1.86. But, unlike other universes, the reason for this was not an incompetent and ignorant god of destruction. Instead, the reason was that Sidra was indecisive and hardly destroyed anything. He was a very passive god. He was also a very calm person and was more benevolent than his counterpart, the Supreme Kai-Ro. Due to his kindness, he didn't destroy enough planets to harmonize his universe. There was also another problem in this universe. That was the Supreme Kai. Unlike the other Supreme Kais, Ro had a rougher nature, being far more egotistical and materialistic than his fellow Kais. Alexander didn't speak angrily this time and took a calmer tone. Sidra, although you are a peace-loving man and your intentions were good, your actions still have bad effects. You, as the god of destruction, are expected to destroy the planets that are not in harmony with the universe so that your universe can stay pure. But what made matters worse was that your Supreme Kai is also the opposite of what he needs to be. He didn't create enough planets and didn't manage his universe well, he stated. But Alexander also knew that Sidra was not fully nice either. He was also somewhat selfish. Supreme Kai-Ro started shivering, scared that he would be dying. But that didn't happen. Supreme Kai-Ro, you are now demoted. A new Supreme Kai will be taking your place. Sidra, I want you to either change yourself or wait to be replaced by a new god of destruction in time. It all depends on the future progress of your universe, Alexander announced and finished speaking. Clap clap. Suddenly, an assistant of a Supreme Kai started clapping for some reason. Amazing, finally someone is ready to take actions against those barbarian mortals and incompetent gods. All gods of destruction and Supreme Kai were shocked by this statement. This was equal to a slap to their faces. Gaozu, the master of this lesser Kai, quickly tried to silence him. Zameso, what are you doing? Do not disrespect them. Alexander was a bit amused by this strange Kai. Why are you so happy? Alexander asked him. Zameso disdainfully replied, why? These mortals should be happy to even be alive, but they go around causing trouble and destruction. While we sit and wait for the god of destruction to do something. These problematic mortals should be destroyed at the first symptom of their barbaric tendencies. Nearly everyone was shocked there. This was not how a Kai was supposed to speak. Alexander sighed and turned to Grand Priest. See, this is why I said regulations are necessary. This boy here is going to be a Supreme Kai someday. Imagine the kind of damage he would cause. If you do not regulate and carefully select people for these high-level positions, then I'm afraid you will have to erase the whole multiverse someday. If left unsupervised, anything can happen. Even Universe 1 might fall to the last rank. And you are unfit to be a Kai anymore. I am taking away your powers. For your information, I was a mortal once. I still consider myself that. All are mortal in a way. Even Grand Priest and Zeno, because there is always someone who's above you. All you should have done was focus on fulfilling the job you were meant to do, instead of devising a plan to even make Hitler shy away. Now, you will feel what it feels like to be immortal. Alexander punished Zameso and teleported him away to Earth. Now, I have some words and instructions for all of you. Some of my people will be coming to all your universes to purify it. Do not meddle in their work. I am already doing you all a favor, he announced. All the gods of destruction silently sucked it up. They didn't have the guts to go against him anymore. Okay, this meeting is finished. Before Alexander could finish speaking, a sudden pop sound came and now an alien child stood on the table. He was radiating a very strong yet pure aura. The kid was very short and small, with a rather large oval-shaped head. He primarily had sky blue skin, except for 2 sections from his ears to the middle of each eye on both sides of his head, which were purple. He had small round eyes and small rounded gray ears. His attire was a magenta and yellow-lined coat, with yellow pants and magenta shoes. Why wasn't I invited here? He asked. All the gods of destruction quickly bowed to him in fear. Alexander now had an idea of who this being was. He knew about Zeno from what Julian the Dragon told him as his wish. Hello, Zeno. I did not invite you because I assumed you were not interested in ruling the multiverse, Alexander bluntly said. Wah, I like ruling, but it is also boring. Who are you? Zeno asked childishly. I am your superior, Alexander replied. But I am the superior, Zeno argued. Alexander, in an instant, disappeared from his position and appeared in front of Zeno. He put his hand on Zeno's face. Quickly, 2 attendants of Zeno also appeared beside Alexander, with the intention to stop him. They took guarding and respecting Zeno very seriously and stayed in constant vigilance. However, today, they were not going to be able to do anything as Alexander was way up in the food chain. Alexander simply looked at them and unleashed his aura. Not just the two attendants, but also everyone else, including Grand Priest, kneeled instinctively. Alexander was in reality, just showing Zeno how small he was as compared to the Omniverse and how lacking in power he was compared to beings of Alexander's caliber in his mind. After he was done, he retracted his hand. So, now you know who I am. Zeno immediately jumped into Alexander's arms and sat. Yes, you are my elder. Alexander chuckled. You should call me Grandpa. So, why did you come here, little Zen? As Alexander was talking to Zeno, everyone else there was sweating. Zeno had officially and publicly acknowledged Alexander as his elder. Now they were truly realizing the extent of Alexander's authority. Kampa had even passed out due to all the mental exhaustion. Zeno, meanwhile, talked with Alexander. I thought it would be fun here. Alexander patted him. He knew that Zeno was lonely, as almost nobody knows of his existence, and those who do fear his power, proving a barrier to friendship, as his attendants wait on him hand and foot and the Grand Minister only treats him as if he was royalty, blithely following his orders without question. He was feeling somewhat starved for companionship. Alexander knew how this felt as he was too subjected to loneliness when he was young and lived in the orphanage. Little Zen, don't worry. I am here. I will show you an amazing way to have fun. You will never get bored ever then. Alexander said. Zeno had sparkles in his eyes. Really? That's awesome. Ha ha ha, good. Now, let's go to your palace. We will talk there. Let these people do their work. Alexander suggested. Yes, let's go home, Grandpa. Zeno cheered and flew around Alexander happily. Alexander glanced back at everyone for a second. Follow my instructions. Okay, bam. Bam X9. Suddenly, all the gods of destruction bowed so hard that they smashed the table with their heads. Alexander only chuckled and vanished from the spot, letting the gods take a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone left except Beerus, Whis, Vados, and Kampa. They were jobless at the moment. Whis, can you take me home? Beerus asked. Lord Beerus, I don't think you are allowed to live there anymore. You will need to pack and leave before the next god of destruction arrives. Whis advised. Beerus gritted his teeth. Fine, can you give me a lift to Earth? I will settle there. Their food was amazing after all. Sure, I can do that. Whis obliged. He said bye to his sister and left. Nov, L, B //JNN. God of Destruction Planet. Whis arrived with Beerus. The ex-god of destruction ran into his ex-home to get his favorite bed. But, when he reached there, he saw someone occupying it. Hey, who are you? Beerus angrily asked. The cat sleeping on the bed slowly stretched itself and opened its eyes. Huh? Why are you shouting? I was sent here by the old man. I'm supposed to be the god of destruction here, although I am the god of chaos of Omniverse. What a demotion. What? Beerus was left speechless. This was too fast. My bed, I need tea. Hats interrupted. Nope, this is the property of god of destruction and that is me. You can go and sleep on the grass. Come on, we are both from cat species. Help me out here. Beerus requested. Snoring. You little. Beerus got angry. Fart. Hats farted on Beerus' face. Unknown if it was intentional or not. Zeno's palace. Alexander arrived with little Zeno. Zeno excitedly showed him around the palace. This is my sleeping room, this is my singing room and this is my eating room. This is it. Zeno concluded. It must get very boring. Okay, follow me. I will give you the best instruments to have fun. Alexander claimed. Alexander chose an empty room and then started creating stuff. After a few minutes, in front of them was a room with various screens and lights. It was the best entertainment system ever. There were all kinds of consoles. From PC, PS5 to bike racing simulators. There was karaoke as well. Then there was a full theater room with surround sound. Alexander had hooked everything to his own invention called Multiverse Internet. This was connected to the internet of various Earths in various timelines. So, now Zeno had all kinds of games to play and all kinds of movies to watch. But that was not it. There was also a reading room with a huge wall with sliding blocks. It was filled with all kinds of manga and light novels. These will also get updated every day. See, I told you. There are games, movies, anime, shows, books to have fun with. But this is not the end. Alexander took out a small button-like thing and gave it to Zeno. Zeno blinked and looked at the small button. What is this? This is a teleportation device that will allow you to come to my realm. There, you can play with my kids and grandkids. There are many more animals to play with too. Alexander revealed. Really? Can we go there now? Zeno asked excitedly. Haha, sure. Grab my hand. He showed him his hand. Zeno jumped and grabbed his fingers, though he had to fly to do so. Pop. They vanished immediately. But, just as they left, the two attendants of Zeno arrived. Not finding him or being able to sense him anywhere, they got nervous. They looked at Grand Priest worriedly. But Grand Priest was calm. Don't worry, he is with the god. Fihame. Whoa, this place looks amazing. Zeno was awestruck when he saw the scenery around him. As if hungry dogs having smelled bones, all the kids and tailed beasts came to Alexander to see who this small kid was. Who is this blue kid? Karema asked while sniffing Zeno. Zeno also interestedly looked at them. I am Zeno. I came here to play and have fun, Zeno said. Hearing the word fun, Kome came forward. Then you came to the right place. We do nothing here except for having fun. Follow me, we were going to play football. Zeno followed without thinking twice. Alexander also let them be. He went to find Buddha and others. As he expected, he found Buddha meditating under a tree by the lake. Around him, some birds were sitting and some unicorns were freely grazing. Alexander immediately clicked a picture. He was going to keep it as a memory. Sip. Ah, drinking tea after meditation has its own charm. Iroh came from the castle. In his hand was, as always, a glass of tea. Where are Olivia and the others? I need to take them out to Gaku's house. He has invited me to the baby shower. He's going to become a father once again. Alexander said. I saw Sister Olivia in the backyard vegetable garden. Don't know about kids. Iroh notified and walked to Buddha. Alexander left them and went to find his wife. There, he found her plucking carrots. Beside her were Natasha, Amy, and Medusa. Rena and Golly were also there, but they were playing with Thea and not helping. Alexander went ahead and started helping. Olivia looked at him with suspicion. Alexander raised his hands in surrender. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Because this is not how you normally behave. What do you need? She asked. Alexander's eyebrows twitched. Come on, Oli. I'm not like what you think. I am a loving husband and an amazing grandpa. He put his arms on Amy and Medusa's shoulder. They chucked at that. But I still think you came here for something and not just because you wanted to spend time with your old wife, Olivia argued. Cough. Actually, it is both, Alexander said, piquing Olivia's interest. You see, Gaku, one of my students is having a son. So, they have organized a baby shower and have invited me. So, I want to take you along. Alexander explained. Oh, why didn't you say that earlier? Let's go. I will bring them some fresh vegetables too. Olivia cheerfully said. She waved her hand and all kinds of vegetables magically flew out of their farm and organized themselves in a big bag. Oli, you could have used magic from the start. Why were you physically plucking vegetables? Alexander asked. Huh, you won't understand. That was my way of spending my time with my lovely daughters. Now, don't stand there. Let's go, Alex. She nudged and left to get ready, leaving behind Amy and the rest chuckling. Seriously, once I retire from all this, she is going to complain that I spend too much time around you all. Psy women are hard to understand, no matter how powerful I get. Alexander mumbled to himself. After a while, Olivia came dressed in a plain yet good-looking dress. Let's go, Alex. Wait, let's take Thea and Ajax with us, Alexander suggested. Gaku's house. Some close friends of the family and Alexander had arrived there. Surprisingly, Beerus was also there. He came just for the food though. As it turned out, it was Bulma, Vegeta's wife, who was sponsoring all this. She also had given birth to a son recently. Whoosh. While everyone was eating, a light from the sky came and Whis appeared. On his shoulder was Hats, sitting lazily. It was weird seeing the god of destruction acting like this, but Hats' official status was much higher and he was more powerful than Whis, hence Whis had no problem with the current arrangement. After seeing Hats, Ajax ran up to chat. The two had become very good friends after their journey together in Fullmetal Alchemist world. Hey, kid. Hats greeted. Sup, Hats. Let's go and eat. Ajax greeted back. The two left to find a good spot to eat, but then Ajax asked something. What is baby shower, Hats? Do people bathe here? I did bring my swimming trunks just to be sure. Hats laughed. Ha ha ha, no, Ajax. It's just a ceremony to celebrate the arrival of a new kid. But aren't they late for that? Ajax asked. Hats didn't understand what he meant. What do you mean? I mean, you told me how babies are born. Doesn't having sex also deserve a baby shower? Because so many sperms get showered over the eggs? Sperms are just small babies, right? Ajax explained what his mind had come up with. It was hilarious to Hats as he rolled on the ground in laughter. Mwahahaha. Damn, son. How do you come up with all this? You are wrong. The purpose of a baby shower is for family and friends to shower the parents-to-be with gifts and needs for the baby. Baby showers help parents-to-be get a head start on items such as diapers, baby clothes, and more. Ajax embarrassingly nodded. So that's what baby shower is. After this, they focused on eating food, not talking about what had just happened. Olivia, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic about gifts. She didn't just bring vegetables but also years' worth of diapers and baby formula. Chi-Chi was overwhelmed by all this. Wah. Thank you? Olivia chuckled. What have you thought about the name? Goten, that's what his name will be, Chi-Chi replied. As a martial artist, it was normal for her to know about her body. So, she already knew the gender of the baby. That rhymes with the name of your husband and firstborn. So, Lord Beerus, how is your time being spent on this planet? Whis asked the ex-god of destruction. Haha, I am enjoying my life, Whis. I just opened a demolition company to earn money. It was very successful and I made a lot of money. Now, I just relax and eat. Pretty sure Kompa must be having trouble though. He was never a hard worker. Beerus commented and gloated over his brother's misfortune. Nov, L, B //JNN. That is indeed good to hear, Lord Beerus. Food on Earth is very delicious. But don't you get bored? Whis inquired. No, who in their right mind can get bored with such delicious food? Life is good. Beerus laid back on his garden chair. The party was at its peak. So, Ragnarok and Dobby also came. But when they arrived, they saw Alexander bringing Olivia and Thea some food. They chuckled seeing such a powerful god being so obedient to his wife. Ragnarok went to Alexander while laughing loudly. Bwahahaha, what do we have here? The biggest simp of Omniverse. Ragnarok mocked. But, surprisingly, before Alexander could say anything, Olivia defended him. Don't say that, Ragnarok. He is the best husband a woman can ever dream of having. For a person so powerful and yet so faithful, that's rarer than anything these days. Besides, you can't be a simp if you are married. She defended Alexander. Alexander looked funnily at her with teary eyes. Oh my beautiful wife. You are awesome. Then he looked at Ragnarok. He's just jealous of our eternal love. Ragnarok shut his mouth and went to find some food to eat. His tactic had backfired. Alexander, on the other hand, fed his granddaughter, Thea. Say ay. Grandpa, I big now, Thea said. Alexander acted shocked. But, you will always be little Thea for me. Come here, let grandpa feed you. No, I eat myself. She argued. Alexander's shoulder fell in defeat and he handed her the plate. Okay, but eat slowly. Can you believe it? This guy here, who is acting like a spoiling grandpa, can wipe out the whole multiverse, Beerus complained to Whis. Whis was eating cake, He's not much different from Grand Zeno. They both seem harmless at first but can wipe out your existence. Exactly, where do these monsters come from? Beerus wondered. I believe this knowledge is above our pay grade, Whis replied. Do we get paid? Beerus inquired. Of course, where do you think you get all your food? It was all used to fill your stomach. Whis revealed. This was the first time Beerus had heard this. I guess I still had a lot to learn. Anyway, this life ain't that bad either, he muttered. Away from them, Alexander was talking to Gaku and Vegeta. So, Gaku, have you been working and keeping the promise? Gaku puffed out his chest. Of course, I was hired by Lord Beerus in his demolition company. It is easy work and a good salary. Alexander had to agree that Beerus indeed had a good business mind. Then he turned to Vegeta. What about you? Have you been good? Are you still having the fits of rage every once in a while? Vegeta was honestly a bit scared of Alexander since he found out what level of being he was. He was not carefree like Gaku and could not act so casually. No, sir, I can control my anger very well now, Vegeta stiffly replied. Haha, good. You are a father now. You need to be a good role model. Alexander patted his shoulder and walked away to Gohan. Gohan was in his growth spurt phase right now and was growing taller very fast. He was also happier now because now he was not only able to train but also study. His mother was also very happy with him. Hello, Gohan. Are you enjoying the library I gave you? He asked. Yes, sir. There are so many amazing books there, Gohan enthusiastically said. Call me Grandpa, and yes, there are many amazing books. You should focus on developing all parts of your personality, from studies to martial arts. Maybe you can become the leader of this planet in the future. Alexander advised and left him to enjoy. After spending a few more hours there, he returned to Fahim because it was time to meditate with the Buddha. While all these events were happening, a certain egg hatched from which a pink being came out. Fahim. In another instance, a person came to visit Alexander after being away for a long time. Alexander was meditating when this person appeared. Yo, my brother, how are you? Jesus appeared. He didn't even stop after seeing him meditating. In fact, when he saw Buddha, he enthusiastically came forward. Whoa, what do we have here? Buddha? I thought you stopped traveling the multiverse. Jesus asked in surprise. Buddha opened his eyes and gave a greeting with a bow. I did, but Origin asked me to help Alexander achieve enlightenment. Oh, that? Well, Alex, I got something for you that can surely bring you enlightenment. Behold, my latest creation. An alcoholic drink that is toxinless but yet gets you into the zone. This stuff is legal even in the heavens. Jesus showed a big bottle. You do know that I cannot get high, right? Alexander asked. Jesus came closer and put his arm around Alexander's shoulder. My brother, this one is special. It can get you drunk and down in a single glass. That was a big claim there. Beings like Alexander were too strong for any alcohol to work on him. Okay, let's see how good your drink is. Show me what you got. Alexander replied and materialized 2 glasses. Jesus poured one for himself and one for Alexander. Cheers. They clanked the glasses and downed them in one god. After that, Alexander just waited for something to happen. You said just 1 glass is enough, right? Nothing is happening. He shrugged the thought of even getting drunk. Come on, have some patience, Jesus advised. So, they waited. Finally, after some time, Alexander felt something. Burp n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was just a small burp. But then he looked at Jesus. Hey, why are there 2 of you? Are you tricking me with magic? Jesus laughed. Haha, you, my friend, are now drunk. I don't believe it. Alexander denied. Okay, get up and walk in a straight line, Jesus suggested. He himself tried to do it. However, he fell down face first. Alexander also tried and was able to get ahead of Jesus. Haha, I won. Is that so? Then let's have a competition. Whoever can collect the most leaves from the ground in a minute wins. Jesus proposed. Challenge accepted. Alexander agreed. What followed was a funny scene of both of them shouting at each other, stumbling and rolling on the ground and picking up leaves. In the end, Alexander won again. But Jesus wasn't going to quit. Okay, the final test. One who grants the most wishes of people wins. Haha, it's going to be hard. Sure, Alexander agreed without thinking and opened the gates of his mind. But he soon regretted it as it caused him a big headache due to being drunk. No, I won't quit. He firmly decided. Today, so many miracles were going to take place across the Omniverse. Many people's faith in God will be restored. Many people will cry in joy. Prayer accepted. Prayer accepted. Wish granted. Done. Alexander kept on shouting. Jesus was doing the same. Buddha sitting a distance away just watched over them with a smile. Earth, in a random universe. A child played piano in a concert while his best friend underwent surgery for myeloid bone marrow cancer. Kaori Miyasuno was going through a surgery and the chances of her survival were bleak. Although she showed herself to be strong and not scared, deep inside, she was scared. She wanted to live. She was kind, playful, short-tempered and tried to be happy most of the time. While on the operation bed, she just waited to fall unconscious. She didn't have many people that she would say she was very close to. Her parents were simple people who owned a bakery. She felt bad thinking about how sad they would be if something were to happen to her. She laid there with only 1,000 in her mind. God, I don't want to die. I want to live and become a great musician. I want to be with my family and friends. But I have a feeling that I will die, so please bless my parents, friends, and Arima too. He needs some more confidence. She prayed one last time and a tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Whoosh. Ha ha ha. Wish granted n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. She suddenly heard an old man's voice. In an instant, she felt her body gaining energy back and all the pain vanish. The effects of anesthesia also disappeared and she didn't feel like sleeping anymore. Doctors, who were preparing for the surgery, were surprised seeing this. They had given her enough dose that they were sure she would be unconscious in a minute. Doctor, I feel much better. Can you do the tests again before you operate? She asked. She had a feeling that something had happened but she couldn't just say that a miracle cured her. But the doctors just chuckled. We already did your tests before you entered this room. No need to do it again. But she insisted and didn't let them inject again. So, the doctors had to do it. No matter what, it was going to be paid by the patient's family or the insurance company. And then it happened. Everyone was crazed when the reports of the tests came out. It turned out, she was not just cured, she was healthier than any other person of her age they knew. This was extremely weird. How can myeloid bone marrow cancer be misdiagnosed, and even when the person was treated for so long no one found it was misdiagnosed? Misdiagnosing was the only conclusion they could come up with because such diseases don't just disappear. The doctor quickly went to the director of the hospital to tell him about this. If the records were right, then she had been getting treatment from there for a long time. If this came out in the open, their hospital would lose its credibility. Eventually, the director decided to talk to the family and try to silence them by compensating them. So, parents of Kaori, Yoshiyuki Miyasuno, and Ryuko Miyasuno were called to the meeting room. They were very confused. What happened, doctor? Kaori's mother asked nervously. The doctor put forward the reports. They had a conflicted expression on their face. Mrs. Miyasuno, we did tests on your daughter again before the surgery. We found out that she has been cured somehow. Completely cured. The doctor revealed. Kaori's eyes widened in shock. So it was real. God does exist. Her parents, too, were left in disbelief. But, all this eventually led to them being given a big check of money. They sternly refused but still ended up getting forced to take it. After this amazing news, Kaori decided that she was going to fulfill her dreams. So, she officially started dating Arima and also started playing music with him. Eventually, they became a famous musician couple all around the world. They also got married and had a happy family. World, Yurlai in April. In another world. It was a high school romance turned too serious. Tomoya Okazaki completed his high school and began his life with Nagisa, to whom he had professed his love. As their life as a couple began, Tomoya and Nagisa married in graduation, and shortly after, she was revealed to be pregnant. But pregnancy at such a young age was not easy. Adding to the already frail body of Nagisa, she grew very sick. She had just given birth to a little daughter but her health was deteriorating continuously. She was not going to survive and it was getting obvious. With the newborn daughter in his arms, Tomoya Okazaki prayed to God. I just want a happy life with my family. Please don't take her away from me. Why is this happening to me? Why does everyone close to me die? Whoosh. A gust of wind came from nowhere and touched all of the people in the small room. Then suddenly Tomoya Okazaki felt as if someone punched him in the face. Ha ha ha. Wish granted. But, Bam, you fool, did you learn nothing in school? Giving birth at such a young age can be life-threatening. Moreover, you dare to marry her and get her pregnant and still not study and work hard to get a good job so you can give them a safe and secure life? You must work hard if you want a happy life. There is no free meal in this world. But, you have my blessings now. As soon as the voice disappeared, the little girl started crying as if she had found strength. Nagisa also felt warm and better all of a sudden. She was full of energy. Tomoya Okazaki, on the other hand, was still shocked that his words were answered by a real god. The words were still echoing in his head. He knew that he was not a very talented and smart guy, but marrying without thinking about the future was indeed stupid. He realized this. He looked down at Najisa with tears in his eyes. He felt happy and warm seeing her well now. He hugged her and cried loudly. I am sorry, I am not a good husband. I promise. I will change everything. I will work hard and we will live a fulfilling life. We will together see our little Ushio grow. I promise. He cried and spoke. Najisa patted his back. She didn't tell anyone, but she also had heard some words a few seconds ago. They were, child, you are supposed to die today. In the future, your daughter would also die due to an illness passed from you genetically. She will die in a few years. But, I am giving you another chance at life. Don't let it go to waste. I am healing you all and also giving you the talent to be an independent and strong girl. All the best. These words shocked her to no end. God gave her a second chance. And from the memories she received from the god, she knew what she was supposed to do. She had received memories on how to be the best baker in the world. So, after this incident, she went to help her parents in their bakery. She officially took over the shop and started selling her own creations. Eventually, she started selling it online too, and it was a hit. In a few years, the bakery opened 50 branches all over Japan and a few other countries. Tomoya Okazaki, meanwhile, had decided that he never wanted to feel so helpless again. He never wants to see his family sick again. So, with God's blessing, he decided to become a doctor. It took him a lot of hard work and some years of study. Eventually, he became one. Najisa helped him a lot as now they did not have to worry about money. Their daughter, Oshio, also grew up in a happy and loved family, with her grandparents living with them. Jesus was looking around to find some good wishes. He and Alexander were having a competition, but that didn't mean they could grant every wish because that might lead to fulfilling some twisted wishes. Finally he found a wish. In a random world, a boy named Tanjiro Kamado lived. Tanjiro was born on a mountain as the eldest son of Ki and Tanjiro Kamado, a family of charcoal sellers. He had 5 younger siblings and hence he tried to be strong and endure any hardships for them, especially after his father died. Once, when Tanjiro went out to sell charcoal, he had never thought his whole world was going to be turned upside down. In his home, Nezuko, his younger sister and the second eldest of the siblings were looking after the family. They were not rich but not very poor either. But, their peaceful life in the mountains was seen by someone's evil eye. Out of nowhere, demons surrounded their humble home and attacked. There were no fighters in the family. It was just some kids and their mother. The demons jumped to kill them. In desperation, the little kids ducked and started praying to God. Nezuko and her mother tried to shield the kids. They were helpless in this situation. Growl. Just when the demons were about to reach them, a sudden beam of light fell from the sky and burned the demon away. Then, another fell. These were like pillars of justice from heaven. All demons who came to hurt them got burned to ashes. You filthy demons. How dare you even think of destroying such a cute family? I will purify your whole planet now. Jesus' voice came from the sky. As his voice came, similar pillars of light fell all around the planet. Some demons who were evil were destroyed and some who were forcefully made demons were cured. All in all, Jesus purified the whole planet and made demons go extinct in a minute. These were all low-level demons anyway. Then, he looked at Nezuko and her elder brother, who had just arrived. You two don't worry. All is well. You two seem to have some kind of hidden powers. Here, I will unlock them. Snap. Nezuko and Tanjiro had no idea where this voice was coming from, but because it was from the sky, they guessed it was from heaven maybe. As soon as they heard the snap, something snapped inside their body too. Both brother and sister felt invincible at that moment. Ha ha ha. I didn't know you could be this strong. Anyway, you two are the strongest beings in the world now. Use these powers wisely and don't turn into Hitler, kiddies. See ya. After that, the voice never came again. Tanjiro turned to his sister and family. He hugged them all tightly. They all became a firm believer in God since then. Nezuko and Tanjiro later opened a World Peace Association. They, being the strongest in the world, made sure no demonic being rose and no corrupt leader misused their power, all from the shadows of course. World name, Demon Slayer. Alexander and Jesus continued their work while checking each other's condition. They were sweating already. Alexander was currently bringing a dead girl nicknamed Menma back to life as this was her and her friend's wish. As soon as he was done he jumped to the next wish. Alexander found himself looking at a prison cell. It looked like a very old prison, maybe somewhere near the 1930s. Alexander immediately recognized one of the guards. It was Tom Hanks. Now, Alexander knew what he was looking at and who the person was that prayed to him. It was Tom Hanks himself, praying for the soul of a death row inmate. His name in this world was Paul Edgecombe. The inmate was John Coffey, a 7-foot-tall black man convicted of R***ping and killing 2 young white girls. Tom Hanks had noticed that since John's arrival to his cell, he immediately demonstrated gentle giant character traits like keeping to himself, fearing the darkness, and being moved to tears on occasion. Soon enough, John revealed extraordinary healing powers by healing Paul's urinary tract infection and resurrecting a mouse. Later he also healed the wife of the warden, who suffered from a terminal brain tumor. Later it turned out he was also innocent of the crimes he was convicted of. The real perpetrator was another death row member called Bill Wild Bill Warden, whom John killed as a punishment. Still, he was being executed for crimes he did not commit. But John also wanted it. He was tired of living in this world with his heightened senses and seeing all the ugliness in it. So, when Paul prayed for John, Alexander replied. A light fell upon the prison cell and Paul from the sky, which was impossible because there was a concrete ceiling. Paul, your prayers have been heard. But, I will not save him. He is too kind to be living among the most dangerous species on your planet, humans. But, I will grant him a painless death after which he will come to heaven. Alexander said. Paul was in shock and John's face looked as if he was in an epiphany. He seemed too happy to hear Alexander. Thank you, God. John thanked like an innocent child. But Alexander did not speak again. Paul was in a bigger shock. He had just accepted the miracles of John, but now he just had an encounter with the God. He was not a very religious man, but now he was going to be one. John was later taken to the electric chair to be executed. Lots of people had come to see him die. Many held resentment against him as they believed he committed those crimes. This was a very backward era, so no one would have believed him anyway, as the color of his skin was enough evidence to get him convicted. As soon as the switch was turned on to kill him, again a light fell from the sky on John. In front of people's eyes, John's body was disintegrated into nothing and his soul was taken to the heavens. This was an otherworldly encounter for all of the people there. Paul could only be happy for the happy ending for his giant friend. But, he was yet to find out that he could now live for so many years because of John's healing. Alexander wanted to win, so he also took a shortcut. He decided to look at alternate or parallel timelines of worlds he's been to. The first one was One Piece and Ace was about to be killed in Marineford. But a pillar of purity fell on Akainu and stopped him. Alexander didn't continuously save them because, in the end, he was still a pirate. So, he gave him a chance to run. If he dies still, then he was never worth saving. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Then Alexander looked at the grave of Firefly's world. Setsuko and her brother were praying to Kami-sama for a good life. Alexander felt heartache seeing them too. So, he went out of the way and purified the whole multiverse of grave of Firefly's world. Meaning that in all timelines of this world, Setsuko will not die. The two kids will live happily. After this, Alexander stopped seeing wishes and looked at Jesus. Jesus's face was also sweating, but he was still going on. So Alexander also continued. As soon as he closed his eyes, Jesus opened. Whoa, he's still going on. I can't lose to this. I will be a laughing stock otherwise. Jesus looked down at a world where humans dying was as common as the grass on the ground. He looked at what seemed like a world in the industrialization phase. But, there was some kind of superpower involved because there he saw a few giant humans fighting each other, and due to that a lot of people were dying around them. The reason this world caught his attention was because so many prayers were coming from here. What? Why are there humans jumping around with that wire thing? But, because there were so many prayers made, Alexander also noticed it. His consciousness too looked at the world. He felt Jesus there too. Hey, I know this world. This is Attack on Titan and it seems this timeline is much later from when I visited here. Jesus, go back. I will take care of this place. Alexander decided. I found it first so I get to do it. You go somewhere else. Jesus barked back. But neither of them quit. Eventually, they listened to all the prayers and removed the Titan powers from the world. But the conflict wasn't going to stop there either, as the hatred was already there. So, Alexander and Jesus both sent their less powerful magical clones there to direct the world's progress by means of spreading the right education. They could have erased their memories, but that would not have been good to digest. I am winning, Jesus. You just wait. Alexander mocked and went on to the next target. Okay, what do we have here now? An octopus-like teacher. There were some kids praying for their teacher to return to life. But, after looking at the teacher's sins, it turned out to be that he used to be an assassin. But he also recently saved the world and that nullified his crimes. So, Alexander didn't find it hard to fulfill this wish. Granted. Alexander's voice came and light fell on the dust where their teacher's dead body was not long ago. Though this time, Alexander didn't turn the guy into an octopus and gave him an ordinary human body but still with his previous powers. Nov, L, B /JNN. Use your power well. If you misuse them you will perish in an instant. Alexander warned and went to the next wish. There were millions of wishes. Alexander saw a good man dying on the street after being hit by an ambulance. The man was trying to save a puppy. In fact, the ambulance was carrying the body of a dead boy named Kazuma Sato. He also died attempting to save a girl from being hit by an oncoming truck. But the truck was, in fact, a slow-moving tractor, but thinking that he was run over by a truck, Kazuma died from a heart attack. He was then reincarnated. But his death also caused another death that was genuine. So this is how I die. God, I wish I could get reincarnated in a fantasy world and be a hero there. The boy who saved the puppy wished. Wish granted. A voice came out of nowhere and his soul got transported into the womb of a woman in a fantasy world with a plot armor written in his fate. There were some normal wishes too. Some asking for a gaming computer, some kid asking for a bicycle, some kid asking his parents to die because they had locked him in the basement and beat him every day. Alexander killed the parents and then created a new clone of himself who would be the kid's legal guardian. There were some who wanted the courage to confess to their crush. They did get the courage but got rejected. Jesus, too, granted millions of wishes. The two were still drunk, but their ability to do their duty was not affected. In fact, it was increased by a lot eventually. The headache became too much for them and they pulled back their consciousness. Alexander opened his eyes and Jesus did the same. Alexander quickly told his number proudly. I granted 545,678,653 wishes. But Jesus smirked. I granted 545,678,999 wishes. I won, brother. Alexander bit his lip. Still, I won 2 out of 3 challenges, so I am the real winner. No, there was no out of 3 rule. I won fair and square. You can't change the rules of the game just like that. Jesus argued. Sure. If that makes you happy. Alexander shrugged. But to Jesus, victory didn't taste sweet anymore because he felt like he was being given the victory instead of earning it. Man, you spoiled my mood. Both of them headed to Buddha. But, just then the sky became cloudy and a loud booming voice came. What did you two do? You have destroyed the balance. It was God's voice. Alexander and Jesus looked at each other in confusion. What happened? They asked. I sensed a sudden surge in the purity of the Omniverse. It went up by a lot. Why did you grant so many wishes? God asked. Well, we were drunk and were having a competition, Jesus explained. God sighed. I want that drink confiscated for testing. Good job you two. The angels are here dancing and rejoicing because you eased their work a lot. Also, more pure worlds are good because they cannot be corrupted easily. See you two later. God's voice stopped and the bottle of Jesus' drink also disappeared. Alexander shook his head. I thought he was angry at us. He just wanted the drink from me. He could have asked directly. Jesus mumbled. So, what are you going to do now? Alexander asked him. Back to work. I don't get too much time to play around. Last time a plague destroyed my planet, so I got some free time earlier. Jesus explained. Didn't you try to cure them? He inquired. I did, but they didn't take my words seriously and just died. Okay, I'm off to work now. See you later. I will be joining you when you go to beat that Zulrich. I want to see his frightened face. Jesus commented and vanished from the spot. After that, Alexander went to do what he came to do. He sat in front of Buddha and started meditating. Outside, Ragnarok had nothing much to do, but he came to the Dragon Ball world because Julian the Dragon had asked him. He had gotten permission from his father, Zalima, to live with them. But, Zalima wanted to meet him first and Ragnarok had nothing to do, so he agreed. Though he decided to go to the meeting in his dragon form. Zalima was supposed to be huge, bigger than many planets combined. But, he was still not bigger than Ragnarok, whose single tooth was bigger than a planet. Zalima used to think that he was some big god of dragons and only Zeno could rival him in his divinity, but today he learned a lesson. Just as his son, Julian, had said, Ragnarok was indeed a big god, much bigger than even Zeno. Instinctively, he lightly bowed his head in Ragnarok's presence. So you are Julian's father? Why didn't you beat some manners into him? No problem, I will do it. Ragnarok greeted him in an uncommon way, but this scared Julian a bit. Dad, forget it, I am not going. No son, this is a chance for you. You should go and learn from him as much as you can. Zalima insisted. The tables had turned now and it was Julian begging to stay. Ragnarok quickly held Julian with his fingers. Kid, there is no running now. I will make an honorable and upright dragon god out of you. Rejoice, I have chosen you as my student. Now, say goodbye to your dad and follow me. Zalima nodded at his son. Go. Teary-eyed, Julian followed Ragnarok. He wanted to have fun by going away from his dad, but now he was going to get into a worse situation than he was before. Alexander had taught his students well. They were trained to be the peacekeepers of the universe and hence they were supposed to go to space and fight evil. But the day they went out they were stopped by some organization called Galactic Patrol, also known as the Space Police. It was a cosmic police force that was led directly by the Galactic King and it helps keep order throughout the Milky Way galaxy. Gohan was the one to head to talk to the so-called Galactic King because he had the most common sense. If Goku went then he'd end up starting a tournament and if Vegeta went then he would end up slaughtering the king. When Gohan saw the Galactic King, he could not help but frown. The Galactic King had a light green octopus-like appearance, with a large head and numerous tentacles. He wears a golden crown with the Galactic Patrol insignia on its front. Gohan could not take him seriously, but, considering that from the records, this person saved Earth in the past from a giant asteroid once he became aware Earth was a thriving world with intelligent life. So, he gave respect. We are the Universe Peace Force. We won't just be helping the Milky Way galaxy but the whole universe. Don't you know? It was my father who defeated Frieza and King Cold. Gohan reveled. Galactic King obviously knew this. He was in fact happy that these people would be coming forward to spread peace. I think you misjudged me. I am not stopping you. I just want us to sign an alliance so we can ask for you if we find a situation we cannot handle. Galactic King asked. This was normal because in the past he was not able to stop Frieza either, and that was a wake-up call for him, telling that he was not as strong as he thought himself to be. Gohan smiled. Sure, that is very easy. We can sign then right now. Beep beep. In the middle of their talks, Gohan's communicator started sounding. It was from Earth. Some kind of pink powerful being had appeared out of nowhere and he was causing mayhem in the city. All of them went to stop him but were defeated. So, he was asked to return to. But, he just sent the message that they should ask Alexander for help because their physical training was surely not over yet if they couldn't defeat this enemy. So, all of the Z warriors on Earth found Alexander and brought him where the pink being was causing the problem because he was eating anything in sight. Alexander had just finished his meditation, so he was in a good mood. He had felt his powers rise as compared to God. Now he was about 72% as strong as a god. Who knew meditation could be so helpful? Alexander looked at the strange being. Ah, he seems to be pure yet evil. How is this possible? He walked to the pink-skinned person. He had an antenna on top of his head with 3 steam holes on each side. Hello there, who are you, Chunky boy? Alexander asked. Oh, hello, I am Majin Buu. I am hungry. Buu responded with a low-pitched voice. He sounded like a child. Alexander analyzed Buu and quickly found out the fault in his body. He had some kind of evil trapped in him. So, with a snap, he brought it out. Soon came out a similar-looking being but thinner and grey as compared to Buu. It felt pure evil from what Alexander saw. Haha, thanks for freeing me. Now I shall. Alexander didn't let it complete his words and destroyed him out of his existence. Now, he felt Fat Buu being very pure and untainted. Buu, you should not hurt people and break into the building when you are hungry. That is called being bad. Alexander explained. What? But Buu is good. Buu is not bad. Buu is also hungry. Majin Buu said as some steam came out of the pores on his body. He seemed to have a habit of addressing himself in the third person. Ha ha ha, you see those people? Follow them. They are good and you should listen to them. They will provide all the food you want. Alexander said. He was going to add Majin Buu to the Z Fighters team because of his strength. Really? Yai. Buu cheered. After that, Alexander helped settle him. But midway through, Alexander got a message from his home. A letter had arrived from somewhere. Fihame. Amy had found a letter outside Fihame when she went out to do some nature painting. The letter had appeared out of thin air. She opened it and felt a bit of familiarity. It had a long string of numbers and dots which made them look like some kind of coordinates. Then there was a small piece of paper on which something was written. Meet me here, godson. If you are as kind as they say you are, you should come. Is someone trying to set Grandpa up? She wondered and closed her painting tools and returned to Fihame where she showed it to Olivia. Olivia was a reasonable person. She could have hidden this letter if she thought it would be a danger to Alexander. But she did not because she knew that if Alexander did not go and later found out something bad happened because of that, he would never be able to forgive himself. So, she passed on the news. Alexander immediately came to her. What is it, Oli? Look at this. She handed him the letter. Alexander read it. So our mysterious helper wants to meet us again. Last time he gave me Zulruk's blood. What is he going to give this time? Be careful, Alex. What if Zulruk found out and this time he's just trying to lure you in? Olivia advised. Alexander stayed silent. But he was not going to back down. Oli, I have a feeling telling me to go, even though my mind is denying it. In that case, go. She supported him. Alexander hugged her and kissed her forehead. I will be back soon. Don't worry. If I don't return, tell God. Alexander glanced at the spatial coordinates and disappeared. He felt the same experience as he did when traveling the multiverse. Soon, he came to a planet that looked to be made of entirely water. But later, he found out that it was actually a very dangerous acid. The whole planet was covered in this till the core. When he floated on the water, he saw the same man. Alexander still couldn't read his mind or face. It was as if he didn't exist there. But, he saw that the man was holding something in his arms that was covered with black cloth. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Greetings, God's son. The man spoke in a muffled voice. He was clearly very sensitive about his identity. Hello, strange man. Why are we conveying messages with letters and meeting like secret lovers? Oli will be jealous someday. He joked. The secretive man didn't seem to mind Alexander's playfulness. Good, you have improved a lot since the last time. Who are you? Alexander asked again abruptly. In time, you will know. But we have something more important to talk about. The man said with no change in his voice. He proceeded to take off the piece of cloth from his hold. Soon, Alexander could see what the man was holding. He was shocked a bit. He frowned and stayed on guard. Whose child is that? Alexander asked seriously. Alexander had honestly not expected that this guy would bring a child this time. The baby was sleeping at the moment and looked way too cute. Who is she? Alexander inquired. Godson, this is the daughter of Zulruk, the man replied. What? You kidnapped her? Alexander asked in shock. He shook his head. No, I did not. Zulruk does not even know about her existence as he has thousands of wives. But it's very hard to sire children for some reason for him. This child's mother asked me for this. She knew that this child would have her future doomed if left with Zulruk. And, where is her mother? Alexander asked further. The man finally showed some emotion as he looked down at the sleeping face of 3-days-old child. She was afraid that Zulruk would find out one way or another. So, she killed herself to protect this child, he said. Alexander looked at the child with a saddened heart. This child had no one who could look after her, who could give her a good and happy life. The man added, if Zulruk keeps her, he will just cultivate her to become his pawn in the future. She will become evil. You have the option to give her a better life. Alexander walked closer and looked at the child. She also had white hair surprisingly. It was not going to be hard for him to disguise her as his family. He put forward his arms. The mysterious man passed on the baby. Alexander smiled, looking at her sleeping calm face. Did her mother name her before dying? She did. Her name is Erica. You can name her whatever you want. The man said. Why are you doing all this? What do you get from all this? Alexander inquired. He was still confused about this man's motivations. There is too much crazy in the world, godson. Sometimes, some crazed people also gain sense but they realize they are too late to turn around. This is all I can do as I am just a little pawn in Zulruk's huge army. Even Ravenflame and Thunderbird have started gathering the forces, he said. How many men does he even have? I am not asking about the army but how many are there stronger than me? Alexander asked. More than 80 beings are there that are stronger than you. Out of them, 70 are marginally stronger than you and 10 are immensely stronger. You need to keep on getting stronger, godson. Zulruk is in a whole different league. He may seem crazed and stupid at times, but he has a cunning brain that not many can match. Even I think that he knows about my treachery. But, he hasn't caught me yet so I believe I am safe for now. I will not be meeting you again anytime soon. You should go back and start preparing too. I wish you luck. With that, the mysterious man vanished. Alexander just hoped that this guy does not die before giving him his answers. Anyway, Alexander looked at the bundle of cuteness in his arms. Ah, having more grandkids is never bad. Let's go, my Erica. I will show you your new grandma. Pop. In Fihame. Olivia and everyone else was waiting for Alexander anxiously. Should we call God? Olivia asked herself. Amy was calmer though. Grandma, it's just been 30 minutes. Don't worry, Grandpa will be back in no time. But Olivia was still worried. For some reason, she was continuously feeling that something bad would happen at any moment. And as they were reaching the end of their journey she was getting more anxious. Pop. Alexander arrived. Hey, guys. Look who I have here. All the people present in the room flocked to Alexander. Most of them were confused about where did Alexander bring the child from. Meet little Erica. She is the daughter of Zulruk but we all know the kind of man he is. So, she was sent here. She will be our family member from now on. Erica Maxim Universe. Alexander announced. Everyone there loved to interact with children. Olivia came forward and looked at her. Erica also started to slowly open her eyes due to all the noise. Her eyes were deep blue and looked like an ocean. She surveyed the people around herself in confusion because the scenery had changed a lot from the last time before she went to sleep. She was just 3 days old so she didn't really remember her mother, hence, everyone was new to her. However, she did not cry. She behaved and just looked at them cutely. Ah, she's so cute, Amy spoke. She was an adult now but she never felt any attraction to a person of any sex. So, she stayed single all this time. However, that didn't mean she didn't like children or never wanted to be a mother. Grandpa, can I be her new mother? Amy asked. Alexander was taken aback a bit by the sudden wish. But he also knows that among all his kids, Amy was the most well-behaved and kind-hearted. So, he turned to Olivia to get her nod. Olivia quickly agreed. She had seen Amy grow up from just a small age and was very confident that she would be an amazing mother. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Alexander laughed. Haha, come here then. Hold your daughter. Amy smiled happily and came forward to pick Erica in her arms. Once in her hold, she faced Erica. Hello Erica, I am your mom. Okay, but Erica was too small. She was obviously not going to understand what she said. Though Erica did smile and tried to touch Amy's face. I think you got the approval, Amy, Alexander said while chuckling. Among the laughter, Buddha also came. He saw the little child and came to give blessings. She has the blood of a tainted man, but she is pure in heart. I bless her to always walk a path of peace and enlightenment. Alexander laughed. Haha, come on, Buddha. Don't bless her to turn into an ascetic. Buddha also smiled. It is just a blessing. The life path she will choose on her own in the future. You did good bringing her. I can't imagine what would have happened if she was left with that man. Yeah, that mysterious ma. Alexander was interrupted as a train had arrived. By train, he meant the train of all the fun lovers. Tailed beasts, hats, some phoenixes, some baby unicorns, Chapik and Thea were a part of this group. Koookuo. Fihame Express has arrived. Komei shouted from the front. He was probably the engine. But, Thea who stood behind him, didn't agree with Komei's announcement. No, wrong, calm. You say, train 69,420, Fihame Express has arrived at platform number 93/4. Saiken also chimed in. What? Since when did this weird platform appear? Is that even a number? Woof woof woof. Chappa barked and his translator translated. I know, it's from the Harry Potter movie. I saw it with Dad yesterday. Hats is his adopted father. Oh, that movie? I remember now. Okay, it is platform 9 3/4. Get off the train, passengers. Komei announced. Now, they were free so they looked at the crowd. Then they saw little Erica. This meant there was going to be another play buddy in the future. All of them flocked to Amy to see the new baby. Alexander's work in this world was going very smoothly. He had sent various teams to all the universes and they were continuously purifying it. In fact, many gods of destruction helped in order to gain points with Alexander. The Supreme Kai were also working overtime to lift up the mortal level of their universes. Alexander was for now only focusing on his own powers and also trying to increase his own army. At the moment, Alexander had trillions of droids who were strong enough to destroy planets with ease. He was also told not to worry too much about the army by God because he was going to deal with that. He mostly stayed in Fihame these days. Gaku and others were still training, and all that needed them to get better was some beating every once in a while. Each month, they would train and then get too confident. Alexander or Dobby then would come and defeat them with one hand. Alex, come here, Olivia called him. He stopped playing with noodles and went to his wife. She was cooking in the kitchen at the moment, along with some other females of the family. They were not forced to do it though, they just did it because they liked cooking every once in a while. What is it, Oli? Alexander asked. Alex, why don't you bring Hella as well? She is alone, right? I want her to be with us on our next anniversary. Olivia said. Alexander felt a chill run down his body. Damn, I had forgotten the anniversary. Of course, Oli. I will go and bring her. You continue. Ah, where is Amy and our new family member, Erica? Alexander inquired to change the topic. Here, Grandpa. Amy's voice came. She had Erica in her arms and was feeding Erica milk with a bottle. With magic, it was made to simulate a breast to 100% her realism. Ah, how are you, my little granddaughter? Alexander fawned over Erica. Owa owa. Erica tried to push her milk bottle to Alexander and tried to share it with him. Alexander's heart melted. Your grandpa is strong, you need the milk right now. Drink. Everyone silently looked at Alexander acting like a child with Erica. This was one of the true joys of Alexander. He loved playing with his kids because they were just so pure in mind. If they want to eat, they will ask for food, and if they are angry, they will get angry. They don't have hidden faces that adults have. Okay, Grandpa needs to go now. You have fun here, okay. He caressed Erica and went out. Outside, Alexander saw Douglas and Iroh sitting together and doing something on a paper. What are you two up to now? Alexander inquired. Oh, Alex. Come, have some tea. I was hiring Douglas to work for me. Iroh revealed. What work? He asked. Not much, it is to harvest my new batch of tea. Douglas is good with scissors, so I thought why not use his expertise. Iroh explained. Is that so? Well, good luck then. Douglas, work hard and don't spill his tea leaves. Okay, Alexander ordered. Douglas stiffly saluted. Yes sir. After that, Alexander went further. He saw little Thea sitting alone beside Buddha. Both of them seemed to be in harmony as they both meditated. Thea's ability to influence surroundings was a very good catalyst for meditation. But it was also boring for a little kid. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Alexander. Grandpa, where you go? To get your aunt back. Want to come with me? Alexander asked. That was all that needed to be asked. She ran to Alexander and climbed to the top of his shoulder. Then she pointed forward like a commander commanding his army. Let's go. Alexander chuckled and vanished from the spot. Hella was in a world that she was truly enjoying being in. This world was full of religious fanatics, magic doers, evil beings, and other species such as elves and dwarves. It was a perfect world for her. The world was a roughly typical middle-age fantasy world. There were a few entities ruling the parts of the world as countries or empires. The Riestai's Kingdom, the newly established Sorcerer Kingdom, Baharuth Empire, Slain Theocracy, Roble Holy Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, Elf Country, and Karnassus City-State Alliance. Nov. L. B /JNN. Hella had recently arrived in this world and was gathering knowledge all this time. In her findings, she found out about an immensely powerful skeleton-like magician called Ins Oolgaun. She was really interested in this entity. A being like this established his own country. What was the reason? It was also her duty to find this out as the world purity was just at 45% and she needed to increase it. If this Ins Oolgaun was the reason for much evil then she would remove him. Hella didn't have an army or servants but she had helped her pet tigress get stronger. Now, she was bigger than a dragon and also had wings. This was a majestic beast and Hella liked her as much as she used to like Fenrir. After flying for a while, she finally saw a huge castle in the middle of a city. Erantil was its name. Oh, I see a lot of magic being used to keep it safe. Too bad, all of it is weak. She muttered. She didn't think twice and flew directly into the compound of Nazarek. But, she was immediately surrounded by a few beings. Who are you? How dare you enter Lord Ainz's castle? The little dark elf spoke. Hella looked at the girl dark elf who wore clothes of a boy. Child, this is not how you talk to elders. Hella flew down from the back of Myra the tigress. You, the dark elf sought to attack Hella. But, Hella simply waved her hand and pressed the little elf on the floor. The dark elf wasn't even able to move an inch. I recommend you do not do anything harsh or you might regret it later. I did not come here to destroy you. I just want to have a chat with your master. Do we have an understanding? Hella asked. The elf calmed down and nodded. Hella let her go. You may go and bring your master now. I will wait here. Hella ordered. The elf hurriedly ran into the castle as she felt that she would not be able to defeat this stranger on her own. Though her pride was very much hurt by this. Lord Ainz. Because Hella was traveling really fast, Alexander didn't appear in her pinpoint location. Where Alexander appeared seemed to be some kind of a temple with 6 different statues. His entrance was not subtle either as he came down with majestic golden light falling on him. As soon as he came down, he saw lots of people kneeling around him and praying to him. Why must I always get stuck in such a situation? He wondered. Alexander immediately looked into the mind of a priest to understand where he was. It turned out to be a place called Slain Theocracy, and its culture disgusted Alexander. The theocracy preached human supremacy and the persecution of other lesser races. With its religion revolving around the 6 gods and their descendants, the theocracy was effectively divided into 6 different religious sects, each with its own unique culture and practices. Another central part of the Slain theocracy's religion was the Myco princesses, who by description were the nation's religious figures vital in performing some of their important rituals. There seemed to be 6 Myco princesses, which were related to the elements of the 6 great gods. Though seemingly an esteemed position of power, in contrast, he found out that the Myco princesses were effectively living sacrifices. There was also blood purity involved. To achieve blood purity and not lose connection to their god, the theocracy practiced polygamy. As a theocracy, the Slain was governed by a Pontifex Maximus with a position similar to that of an emperor, elected in a conclave by the 6 cardinals. Cardinals were the highest appointment holders of the 6 sects that are devoted to the 6 gods. Where Alexander was standing was seemed to be that office of these 6 cardinals, or they must have gathered for something. Alexander didn't really have a problem with their whole country but some of their practices. For example, racism was promoted by official means and how killing in the name of gods was happening. Well, if they are considering me their god, then I guess I will be their god. All the cardinals were bowing to Alexander. Grandpa, they sleeping? Thea quickly spoke while sitting in Alexander's arms. Thea's voice caught everybody's attention. All the 6 cardinals looked at her and surprisingly, instead of just prostrating, they laid down on the floor on their bellies with their hands doing namaste. All of them were fat and the scene didn't really look serious. Instead, it looked funny because the fat bellies of the cardinals were stopping them from fully lying down. Thea's aura was too dazzling and she was nothing less than a pure goddess to them. She was also unconsciously using her powers and making people around her cheer up. "Oh, holy goddess. Thank you for blessing us with your presence," one of the cardinals preached. Thea was confused. This was the first time she was being treated like this. "Grandpa, what they do?" Alexander chuckled. "They are praying to you. Because you are so cute." "Really?" She turned to look at the 6 men with interest. "Okay, let's find your aunt now. She must be nearby." Alexander decided to go away and first find Hela. Then help the world. He turned his god mode back on and spoke in a majestic aura. "You 6, wait here for my judgment. I must see the state of the world first. If you have sinned, you will be punished." With that, he disappeared. The 6 men cowered and shivered on the floor. "Where is Aunt, Grandpa?" Thea inquired. Alexander was currently flying around in the sky. He was using the Point Me charm to find Hela. "Nov, L, B / JNN. I don't know yet but soon we will. You just enjoy the scenery for now," Alexander replied. "But there are only trees. There is nothing fun here. We should have brought ComCom with us. He always has something fun," Thea said. Alexander chuckled because it was true. "Haha, yes, Kome does have something to do all the time. But you shouldn't always follow him around or else you will also turn into a glutton like him. He doesn't get fat but you will. Do you want to get fat, Thea?" "No, I hate fat," she sternly replied. "So you should also play some sports. Maybe you can play with Ajax every once in a while. He is your big brother after all." The grandpa and granddaughter duo kept talking their whole way. Hela didn't know that Alexander had arrived to take her back. It had actually been hundreds of years since she had met her grandpa, but she also liked this job because she never got bored. Even if one world becomes boring, she would just go to another one. She waited for a while and eventually a skeleton being appeared. He was wearing regal clothes fitting for a king. There were also many magical items worn by the being. Powerful but not enough, Hela deduced after seeing him. She was, after all, goddess of death once and knew about all kinds of dark creatures. Though this was the first time she was seeing an undead skeleton this strong, In's owl gown was very shocked when Aura came to him hurriedly and told him about an intruder. Ins was a cautious and stingy person. He would always try to plan ahead and control details beforehand in order to avoid any haphazard actions that could endanger Nazarik's existence. To keep himself and Nazarik secure, he had placed the highest level of protection and recon spells. But this person was still able to come. "All floor guardians, come with me. We might have found someone from Yggdrasil. Well, they found us to be precise. Stay alert. Be prepared to attack at any moment," he ordered and went out. Even though he was keeping a strong front, he was internally cursing. After all, he was internally Suzuki Satoru. He was really hoping that there was no other player from Yggdrasil so he could rule to the world in the future. The only people he would accept sharing this world with would be his friends from the guild. Satoru was still operating under the mindset of a Yggdrasil player, believing that there were powerful foes secretly lurking all around him. This anxiety and paranoia Suzuki had about these foes often led him to overestimate their capabilities than normally. It came to the point where he tactically made strategies ahead of time in case he assumes the worst scenario will happen to him. He conducts these plans with caution and makes changes to them accordingly whenever it doesn't happen as planned. So, he equipped himself with the most powerful items and headed out. The first thing he did there was to use appraisal magic to check his foe. He wanted to know how powerful she was and what was her level. But, first of all, he was really mesmerized by the woman's beauty, and second, his appraisal magic only showed in all categories. What the hell is this? Is she too strong or too weak? No, I cannot be careless. She must be too powerful. He again took a tough stance and spoke, "Welcome to the great tomb of Nazarik. I am In's Gown. Who might you be? Hela looked at the undead with interest. I am Hela, goddess of war. Is she a player? Ins wondered. Why did you intrude on this place? He asked further. Because I wanted to see if you are evil or not. From the look and feel, you are certainly evil. I must remove you so this world can be purified. Hela announced, bringing everyone on edge. How dare you talk to Lord Ainz like that? I will rip your tongue out. Albedo shouted. An armor soon appeared over her body. Albedo. Ins raised his hand to stop her. He didn't want her to die. At least he wanted to try to talk this through first. Grandpa, how much longer do we have to fly? I am bored. Thea complained. Since when did flying get boring? Look down there at that man, he's trying to steal that woman's pouch. Alexander pointed his finger down. Then he just flicked towards the thief and he fell as soon as he stole the pouch and got caught. See, how can this be boring? Alexander asked. But she was looking somewhere else. Whoa, look, Grandpa, that castle is so big. Can we go there? Thea insisted. Sure, the magic marker is pointing to there too. I think Hela is also there. Alexander sped up. Soon, a ground came in his view where he saw a huge winged tiger. Besides the tiger was a woman in all black clothes. There she is, that's your aunt, Hela, Alexander said. Whoosh. He landed beside Hela, shocking many people there. Hello, my child. As soon as Alexander's voice came, a smile appeared on Hela's face. She turned to him and gave him a hug. Hello, Grandpa. I'm very well, she greeted. Grrrrrr. Oh, Myra says hello too. Hela translated her tigress. Alexander laughed and gave Myra a big loaf of meat. Now, Hela, meet Thea. She is your niece, Loki and Medusa's daughter. Hela and Thea looked at each other's faces intensely. You are pretty, Aunt Hela, Thea said with a radiating smile. The cuteness was overkill for anyone with a weak heart. So, cute, she muttered to herself and quickly picked Thea in her arms. And you are very cute, Thea. How old are you? Hela asked. Thea tried to remember and finally showed 2 fingers. 2. Meanwhile, Inz was questioning his sanity. He was feeling so threatened by this old man that he was scared to even run away. This was not because he was scared from the mind but because his body was scared for some reason. It felt like Alexander was the biggest enemy of the undead. He felt like Alexander was the polar opposite of his very existence. Who is this now? Another player, he wondered. Eventually, he caught Alexander's attention. But, what Alexander said scared him the most. Who are you? What's with that costume? Alexander asked. Haha, this is my real body, Inz replied, trying to keep the charade going on. Don't lie. I can feel you have a human soul. How can a human soul be inside an undead? Alexander commented. If Inz could sweat, this was when he would. I don't think he is a player. Then who? Who are you? Inz inquired. Nov, L.B//JNN. Oh, I am Alexander, a god and a proud grandpa, Alexander said and picked Thea up in his arms and rubbed his beard on her cheeks. His beard was long so it was more like a soft cushion that only made Thea giggle. I have come to this world to purify it. Now, I feel a lot of evilness from you. Your sins are also very high. Do you have anything to say before I remove you? Alexander asked. Inz wasn't going to let himself die so easily. But he didn't know how strong the other party was. I should go with my strongest ability. The goal of all life is death was his strongest ability. It lets the user become a true lord of death, a life-consuming eclipse. It strengthens the instant death effect of magic and skills to the point of bypassing any immunity or resistance and killing their targets after a certain amount of time has passed. The cooldown of this special skill was a 100-hour duration but Inz was ready to bet on it. He was pinning all his hopes on this one move. So, he silently cast this magic along with instant death magic called Cry of the Banshee. A spell which can cause instant death. But, even after 5 seconds, nothing happened. Alexander was still standing there with Hela and Thea. 10 seconds passed and still, nothing happened. Soon a minute passed. His jaw fell and the light in his eye vanished in shock. Finally, Alexander spoke, if you are done with these little games, let's go somewhere private and talk. Inz was taken aback but he was not out of sense. He quickly invited him into his castle. If he couldn't defeat then it was better to befriend this person somehow. Anyway, to him, Alexander was an original being of this world so he believed he could be reasoned with his futuristic intellect. Inz took Alexander to a private room. He did not let any guardian follow him in. Alexander instantly got to the point. Why do you have a human soul? I want the truth. Inz frowned internally. He didn't want to tell the truth but he wondered if the person had the ability to a certain truth. Do not think of lying to me. I can catch them easily. Alexander warned him. Inz sighed, looked around and then spoke. I am not from this world. I believe my soul was transferred into this body and I got transported here with my great tomb of Nazareth. So a transmigrator. Did you choose this body? Alexander inquired. He wondered if he had died and got some kind of wish fulfillment. No, I was a human and played a game in which this was my character and all the others were the NPC. The game was supposed to go offline permanently but I slept through it and when I woke up, I found myself here. He revealed. Though he didn't say that he had changed some of the character settings. That detail was not necessary. Weird circumstances. I know of souls being transmigrated after asking for a wish from a god or demon. But your case is so strange. You automatically got here. But all things aside, why did you kill so many humans? Aren't you a human too from the inside? Alexander inquired. Ins scoffed, what humans? All are living for themselves. People are selfish. This was the case in my previous world and here too. What happened to your previous world? Alexander inquired. He knew he couldn't get out of this without telling. He had been casting all kinds of magic all this while and none of them had worked on Alexander. I came from the year 2138 of Earth. It's a planet where magic end. Alexander interrupted him. I know where the Earth is. I've been there, but that was back in 2020. What has changed there since then? Ins was honestly shocked. Till now, he was thinking that he was in some kind of an alternate reality where Earth just developed differently, but it seems he was in the same universe but just a different planet. My original name was Suzuki Satoru. I was a citizen of Japan. The year 2138, the destruction of the environment had continued at ever-increasing speed to the point where the surface of the Earth was hopelessly polluted. Gorgeous nature existed only in video games. It was a hellhole. The sky was always hidden behind black smog, while the sun making only brief appearances every now and then. Thick, toxic fog frequently covered the cities, so almost no one went out without wearing a gas mask beforehand. Japan, in practice, was run not by the government but by corporations. Huge conglomerates had even altered the laws to be to the company's advantages, and the reality was that they controlled the people. He started telling him about his original world. The more Alexander heard, the worse he felt for the original inhabitants of Earth in this world. Slowly, Alexander felt that Ins was getting too emotional in his storytelling as he got faster and faster speaking. At the beginning of the 22nd century, with the collapse of the primary sector industries due to advanced environmental destruction and the drying up of crops, there were food riots in all corners of the world. The riots eventually turned into a coup d'état, and when the politicians were targeted by the people's discontent, they were tried by the mob French Revolution style. Into the power vacuum left by the halt of government functions, due to the coup d'état, came the huge conglomerates, which seized the legislative, executive, and judicial powers. They succeeded in taking over countries around the world. But the ones who caused the environmental destruction in the first place were the huge conglomerates. If they had protected the environment, there wouldn't have been food shortages or riots. Looking at it that way, it seemed like the world was being manipulated by the conglomerates for a long time. We humans brought our own doom by playing right into their hands. Meanwhile, those in the conglomerates had taken refuge in complete environmental cities called arcologies. So arcologies ended up becoming states with cities built around them. At certain times, for various reasons, arcologies went to war with one another. But even then, only the poor died. The government had basically ceased functioning, and police remained only in name. Naturally, public safety worsened, and gangs of thieves and hackers operated in the open, but society as a whole wasn't actually thrown into chaos because that was how the rich made money. Most people quietly commuted to an office and put in their hours. Employees were treated cruelly, but they never complained, and almost no one rebelled against their administration. The reason they didn't was that anyone who revolted against their company would have been unable to survive in that world. After the huge conglomerates took over the countries, under the pretext of getting public expenditure under control, the compulsory education system was dismantled, but their true aim was robbing the poor of their ability to think. Parents who wanted their children to be able to get a halfway decent job still sent them to school, but it wasn't easy for the poor to scrape together tuition. There were many who bent over backwards and ruined their health working to pay for it. Really, elementary education shouldn't have cost that much, but prices soared because the wealthy wanted to rob the poor of educational opportunities. It was a cycle of hellish life you couldn't get out of even if you wanted to. People who graduated from elementary school had at least a minimum level of knowledge, which they used as a gear in the system to get a job. That was the definition of success if one was considered to be poor financially. The poor ate mostly supplements and processed food designed with only nutrition delivery in mind because it had gotten difficult to acquire fresh meat or vegetables. The reason MMORPGs became so popular in the 22nd century was due partially to how interesting the games were, but another reason was probably that so many people wanted to escape their hopeless reality. To players, the MMORPG was not an alternate reality, it had already replaced the real world. However, these games, which players turned to for support, were also developed by affiliates of the huge conglomerates. But nobody cared about such things anymore. I was an elementary school graduate and salary man who lived alone in a broken-down apartment. Because I did not have any real family or friends to support me, I dedicated my whole life to the MMORPG, Yggdrasil, and just my guild. My life was an endless cycle of going to the office to work. I had often seen kids who had just graduated elementary school working alongside me on the job. We were just like mindless robots, being used by the rich, and if you raised your voice, you will die of hunger, or by the wealthy by some other way. Humans stopped caring about each other long ago, and so did I. My only escape was the video game Yggdrasil. When I arrived in this world, I did not know if this was all real or not. Even though everything looked real, I was still cursed with this senseless body. I cannot feel touch, taste, or some other wide variety of emotions. I eventually started acting like the undead overlord that I was. But alas, after spending some time, I learned that this world is not much different from my old one. But mind that I don't find pleasure in killing humans and don't go out of his way to kill innocent ones just to do it. Now my goal is to make a world where every race and species is completely equal, where tragedies no longer occur, where wars don't happen, and no more genocide occurs. This all is because I want to honor the memory of my friends and create a world they would praise me for creating. So I'm ready to become an undying immortal, ruthless but just and fair king to accomplish this goal. And I'll do nearly anything, as long as it doesn't hurt my former NPCs or Nazarick itself. Alexander heard to In's rambling this whole time. He was seriously horrified by the world In's was from. He wondered that if he had left all the Earths he knew as they were, they too would have become like this in the future. But Alexander was still not buying In's all reasoning. The reason was his sins. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. In's Olgaun, Suzuki Satoru, Category 4. Murder, 151,546, 70% sinners. Indirect murder, 200,568. Kidnapping, 546. Torture, 698. Sin percentage, 71%. By normal sense, this kind of sin percentage was in no way normal. Alexander would send Category 4 to eternal hell. But he was also a bit confused. Can a person who grew up in a society of immorality and ignorance be held to the same standards as that of a human from normal Earth? Maybe if this Ins had lived in a good world and lived in a loving family, he might not have committed all these sins. So who is the real sinner in this case? The one who committed these crimes, or what led to him committing these crimes, his previous world? Finally, after thinking for one whole minute, he decided what he was going to give him as a punishment. So you want to create an utopia, right? But what if your companions are the threat to that utopia? Where will your priority be? Who would you side with? Alexander asked. I know that as long as people don't give them a reason to harm them, they won't do it. I can also command them not to hurt people, and my words are of the highest priority to them, Ins justified. Though he didn't really mean it, because he knew there were some rebellious elements in his subordinates. But his punishment would make him seriously control his people's wild behaviors. Very well then. You need to understand something. I am not a god of this world. I am a god whose authority spans the omniverse. Meaning that all the possible worlds in the space, their past, the future, and all its different timelines are under my sphere of influence. My job is to purify words from sins, and you are a Category 4 sinner whose punishment is for his soul to be trapped in hell for the rest of eternity. But I am not killing you right now. You said you wanted to make an utopia. Then make it. But remember, if your sin percentage reaches 80%, then that would mean you have failed to complete the task. Then, my clone will come and kill you, along with your companions, because their sins will also accumulate into yours. You will be responsible for everything. Also, I am giving you your senses back. Now, you can touch, taste, and have all the emotions that an ordinary human can have. These can help you and also destroy you, depending on how you control your feelings. Don't ever think you are the strongest on this planet, because once you cross the line, judgment will come. Alexander's punishment was strange but also fitting in this situation. If Ins truly wanted to make and live in an utopia, then his sin percentage should go lower instead of rising. But Alexander also left a backup behind just to be sure. With this, his 50% job was done. Now he had two more things to do. One was to purify the Earth Ins was talking about and this current world. Would you like to come to Earth with me to solve all its problems? Alexander asked him. In's hollow eyes shined with light. I would want to see what caused my death. Alexander nodded. They both then came out of the room and went to where everyone else was gathered. Hela, you start purifying the world. Leave Ins and his subordinates though. Thea, let's go. We are going to a very bad world. Alexander held his hand out. Thea ran up to him and climbed onto his shoulder. Let's beat the bad people. Ins also instructed his people, guardians, and all the staff of Nazarick. From now on, no one is to kill a civilian or innocent. You are not to interfere with Lady Hela's work either. Understood? They are my friends and should be treated just the way you treat me. Demiurge had some other thoughts in his mind, but he didn't speak them. But he didn't know how wrong he was in his mind. Just as expected from Lord In's cunning. He turned these new enemies into his pawns. Marvelous. Alexander nodded at Hela and vanished with Ins. Earth, the year 2138. Alexander appeared in the same time frame Ins died. But, as soon as he appeared, Alexander's nose was attacked by a very pungent smell. It felt like there was metal and other industrial waste mixed in the air. This air is so deadly. How could humans mess up so much? Alexander commented. Inside as he looked around at the megacity that looked to be alive because of all the colorful lights but was in reality dead. When I was born, it was already like this. Even my mother died due to overwork and this bad air while cooking my favorite dish. I was small back then. Human life expectancy has also decreased to just 60, except for the rich people living in arcologies. Come, I will show you where I lived. In said and flew towards a deeper and more dense section of the city. Soon, they were in front of a tall building. But it didn't have the majesty of being tall because it was surrounded by countless other tall buildings and the gap between them looked like some kind of deep dark ravine. Grandpa, I feel sad, Thea said and showed her teary eyes. Alexander could understand her mood. She was getting affected by the collective mood of the world. It lacks happiness. Don't worry, sweetie. Grandpa will fix everything in no time, he assured her. Here, this is my house, Ins interjected. Alexander followed him into the house. It was an extremely tiny apartment. There was just one room where a bed was set in the corner and a study table, except that there was no other room. For the kitchen, a shelf was added to the room. Except this, there was a tiny bathroom with was just a small square cupboard with a toilet seat. To bath, you would need to climb on top of the toilet seat and take a shower. There was also no daylight coming from the only window in the room as it faced a taller building. Renting this apartment used to take 20% of my yearly salary. I wouldn't call myself poor, but I wasn't very well either. It's just that I didn't really have many expenses. Ins told about his life. Alexander then asked something he was meaning to for a while. Ins, tell me, you said that even kids who had just passed elementary school were working alongside you. Does that mean that the legal age in this world has been reduced? Ins nodded. Even his skull-like expressionless face was able to tell Alexander that he was disgusted by this. They lowered it in the name of bringing the economy back on wheels. Now the legal age for drinking, driving and consent is 10. Alexander's face turned fully serious then. Tell me, Ins, are there nightclubs and prostitution in this world? If yes, what is the age of workers there? Sigh. Ins knew where he was getting to. There is no bar for a higher age. The lowest is still 10 years old. Child or below 10 are also available but illegally. But illegal is legal in this world. Police don't touch the rich. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Poor families or those deep under debt tend to sell their children no matter what age. Usually, the buyers are perverts or organ harvesters. Alexander was silent for a second. This was beyond evil. There was no demon here who was doing this. It was humans themselves. He felt like destroying the whole planet and remaking it, but he thought of all the vulnerable people and kids right now. They must be so hopeless, so helpless because they know the kind of world they lived in. Alexander checked this planet's purity. World purity, 39%. Alexander was deeply saddened. He looked at Thea, hugging him in his arms. Sweetie, I am sending you to Fahim, okay? Play with Kome there. I'm sorry I brought it here. Thea gave a smile and pecked his cheek, then vanished to Fahim. As Thea had the ability to affect her surroundings according to her mood, this planet must have done reverse on her. She was probably finding the air too heavy here, not because of the pollution. Okay, Ins. We are going to punish some people now. Is the internet available everywhere in this world? Alexander inquired. Ins nodded and switched on his computer in the room. Yes, that's the only reliable thing in this world. Fast and never disconnecting internet. What do you want to do? Make an announcement. Alexander hacked into the world's internet and talked directly to the people. He was appearing on every digital screen in the world. Hello, I am Alexander Maxim Universe. I came from space not long ago and I was saddened by the state of this world when I saw it. I thought humans were a friendly species. But reality can often be disappointing. You have not only created an utopia of crime, but even the little children are being abused, sold, and raped, while the rich live in their special places full of all pleasure. This cannot go on anymore. I will cleanse this planet. All ordinary people are advised not to go out. All good people are advised to stay away from any illegal people and the rich. I will make the earth what it used to be back before these conglomerates staged a coup d'état. Today, the misery ends. With that, he concluded his announcement. His message caused a frenzy in the upper class while normal people shrugged it at the start, but when they saw the news that this message appeared all around the world, they got serious and stayed at the home of some safe place. The rich quickly mobilized all the fighters they could. They didn't honestly believe that Alexander was an alien. They just suspected some archaeologists to be behind this, that wanted to dominate the world. What is your plan? Ins asked. Catch all the criminals and put them on trial. The human population will decrease by a lot then. After that, I will repair Earth's nature. Alexander decided. How will you do all that? Ins asked because, from his understanding, there were millions of sinners around the world. Alexander didn't reply and just went out of the building. Once out, he brought 1,000,000 droids to catch the sinners. Travel around the world, check all the databases of people. Catch all the criminals. Do not go by this world's law. Do not kill anyone yet. Go. Alexander ordered. 1,000,000 droids flew away and scattered around the world. Ins, take me to the nearest archaeology. I will deal with that myself. He instructed. Ins almost instinctively nodded and took him to the central part of the city. It was a fully walled and domed area. Because the air is so toxic outside, the rich made themselves these nice places to live. It's like how Earth used to be before all this destruction inside these domes. Us common folks couldn't even come near it. Ins commented. Now we will be going in there and bringing them out with us, Alexander said. But Alexander didn't act too brash because there could be innocents and enslaved people inside too. So he went through the normal door first after casting a confusion charm on the guards. Ins just followed behind. He had put an illusion on himself that made him look like a human. But Ins was feeling something too. For the first time since he had transmigrated, he was feeling a wide variety of emotions. He truly sympathized with the people of this world. Who rules this place? Alexander asked. Heads of the 4 biggest conglomerates in Japan. These 4 basically own the whole country, Ins revealed. Then let's find them. Alexander cast Points Me Charm and followed the magic marker. After walking for a few minutes and flying to the top floor of a building, they found all 4 in a big room, drinking whiskey. No one in this archaeologies was wearing masks as the air was pure here. Ha, did you see that preposterous announcement on the phone? Must be some sick joke by those Chinese or anyone. One of them said, "Don't increase your blood pressure for such trivial matters. Don't forget, no one dares to attack us. We have nukes, after all." Another one added, "But still, the peasants think it was real, that some savior will come to liberate them. Ha ha ha, such dreams." All of them laughed at that. These four lived so pampered that they had even forgotten what hard work even was. They were born with a diamond spoon in their mouths and butts. But their false sense of safety was going to be shattered now, just like how Alexander entered their leisure hall by breaking the glass window. Boom. In stopped his illusion because he wanted these people to be terrified. So, he appeared in his skeleton form. The four men inside the room were very scared at the moment. They were disoriented and two of them had fallen down from their sofas. Who are you? One of them asked. "I'm sure you heard me this morning. My words were pretty clear, right?" Alexander said. Eyes widened of all four of them. They were truly scared now. After all, they valued their life above all. "Now, I will read your sins and then punish you. Pray to my father that your sins aren't too much." Alexander then started reading their sins and also speaking them loudly. Sumenahimura, Category 4. Murder -546. Indirect murder, 50,156. Enslaved, 6,025. Child trafficking, 31,546. Children sexually assaulted, 2. R*P, 569. Tortured, 6,156, 26 children. Thievery, 48,987. World endangerment, 56 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 13,859. Sin percentage, 86%. Sakazuki Nohara, Category 4 Nov, L, B/JNN. Murder, 1,698. Indirect murder, 48,654. Enslaved, 9,544. Child trafficking, 25,456. Killed children by torture due to fetish, 1,000. Tortured people, 9,456. Thievery, 60,546. World endangerment, 61 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 23,545. Sin percentage, 88%. Tamura Fushika, Category 5. Murder, 25,896. Indirect murder, 112,546. Enslaved, 80,564. Child trafficking -75,789. Death for cannibalism fetish, 25,799, 12,564 children. R*P, 987. Thievery, 90,546. World endangerment, 82 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 58,456. Sin percentage, 92%. Kamura Oniki, Category 4. Murder, 12,698. Indirect murder, 55,489. Enslaved, 6,544. Child trafficking, 15,456. Addicted to murder, 10,256. Tortured people, 10,568. Thievery, 69,458. World endangerment, 89 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 30,546. Sin percentage, 90%. Alexander was shocked by their sins. Each was worse than the other. There was even a cannibal. Alexander also deduced that there were so many child-related crimes because the legal age in this world was so low. But from Alexander and his evaluation system's perspective, they were still kids. Inz was also shaken as Alexander announced these crimes. He wanted to torture these men for eternity. How can such people be the ones running the country? I want to torture them. They don't deserve an easy death. Inz fumed. Alexander nodded. I agree, but you won't have to do that. I will send all of them to hell for eternal torture. I will send a note with them, telling my subordinate to give them special treatment. Yeah, Deadpool will have a good time with them, he said to himself. Alexander had also planned to not kill the one with Category 5 immediately. He was going to let him face hell first for 100 million years, and in those years, his souls will slowly fade away with each day, and that would cause him extreme pain too. Don't kill us. We can pay you. How much do you want? Billions? Even if it is trillions we can pay. Just don't kill us. The four pleaded. Alexander didn't listen and burned them right there. At least they would feel before dying. I wish you luck with Deadpool. Alexander said the last words and waited for them to completely get destroyed. Once done, he looked out at the city. Let's go. We have a lot of work. Yeah, we've got a city to burn, Inz added. Hell. Mozart playing. Ah, this is life. A stable job, good salary, a good romantic life. Deadpool muttered, ignoring the screams of some of the test subjects he was testing his new hell punishment devices on. Boobless, now that I have become the senior demon, should I start going out? He asked his assistant. Boobless was a demon who didn't have too much confidence in himself. He always stutters when speaking. Don't think need to do it. Uar mux hi. Okay, I got what you wanted to say. Save your breath. Any new arrivals or commands from Boss Lucifer today? Deadpool inquired. Why yes, this let teacher came. Boobless handed it to him. Deadpool took it and immediately smelled it. Sniff sniff. Learn from me, Boobless. Never open letters before checking. I am getting death chain mail these days. Bastards are jealous of my flawless career. But this one is from my sexy old man. Ah, so romantic talking through letters. Deadpool blushed under his mask. Okay, so my sexy old man wants me to do something. Ah, I would give my life for you. Okay, 4 pedos are here. Whoa, a category 5 too? Sexy old man must be angry at them to demand such special care. I shall fulfill this duty. He talked to himself. Then he suddenly shouted, Boobless, bring these 4 men here. I will try my new inventions on them. Boobless nodded and ran away to do his job. In the meantime, Deadpool talked to his volunteers. Big Smoke, you will be helping me today and no, there is no train or burger involved, Deadpool ordered. Ah, damn, fool. Big Smoke sighed in disappointment. Trevor Phillips, you will be helping me with punishments too. AAA yeah, this is going to be fun. Whose throat I need to slit? Just point me. He was, as usual, enthusiastic. Next, there was Darth Vader. Darth Emo, no force choke. You had paid me for that but you had hots for the wrong name that started with P. Here in hell, we do things with our hands. Soon, 4 terrified men came. But then thousands more came. All were category 4 with the same message from Alexander. It seems my sexy old man found a hell planet. Good for me, my monthly target will be completed today and it's just the start of the new month. He was overjoyed. He then pushed a button that was under his desk. Whoosh. A secret chamber opened up that was behind a wall. Inside, there were lots of instruments. He proceeded to pick one made of chrome. It looked like a baton. Behold my newest mechanical achievement. The blooming dildo. What it does is simple. You put it in the right socket of the sinner, then this dildo blooms like a lotus. Screams of agony are guaranteed. Big Smoke, you do it. Take 25% of them and start. He ordered. Next, he picked up a spiky whip. This is another favorite creation of mine. This is called the spiky snake whip. It works simply, you put it in the back and it will travel in the body like a snake and come out of the mouth. Darth Emo, you do it. Then, he took out a bigger instrument shaped like a suitcase. Trevor, you get this. This is my finest creation. This is called the 9 Tears of Pain. As the name suggests, there are 9 punishments inside it, ranging from simply getting nailed on the whole body to getting banged by an Empire State Building-sized dildo. Now, you all will take turns on each batch. I want each of them to face your punishment. Got it? Trevor was excited. Yes boss. No, Mozart playing. Deadpool put his feet on the table and relaxed. The music was nice but each scream made him feel proud of his work. He took out a photo magazine from the drawer. It was called The Beach Days. It had images of Alexander when he went to the beach with family. Deadpool had snapped these pictures secretly by risking his precious little life. Alexander had saved all the children trapped in prostitution and slavery. His droids had caught all sinners and he had sent them to hell. Now, he just fixed the planet's atmosphere. Okay, now that we are going with a new start, let's start with making their education system the best. I will leave my clone here with 1 million droids. They will take over the education system so that the foundation of the future generation is based on good morals. Until then, my clone will run world government and repair the damages done to the world in terms of economy. Once the world is back on foot, they will let people run the government while they will only focus on teaching. Our work here is done, Ins. Let's go back. We've got other work to do. Did you find out what happened to your body? Alexander inquired. Ins nodded. I found out what happened. Because I did not log out on time, for some reason, my headgear short-circuited and I ended up dying. Due to the bad smell, the police disposed of my body. Where were you buried? Alexander asked. I was not. They sold my body for meat in the market. This world is too depressing, Ins revealed. Alexander sighed. But then he had an idea. He immediately brought Thea with him. Now, she did not feel bad due to the world. There was also clean air and sunlight coming from the sky, removing the gloomy image. My Thea, can you do your magic on a big scale? Alexander asked. Which magic? The one I used to make Uncle Barry stop crying while watching sad movies, she inquired. Alexander laughed. Haha, Barry still cries? Well, yeah, I want you to do that magic. Okay, but I can't do it on the whole world. I'm too tiny for that, she said. Alexander caressed her head, small but powerful. Don't worry, your grandpa will help you. You just do your magic. Thea nodded and closed her eyes to focus. Then, she started shining and her positive and cheerful aura started radiating. Alexander let Thea's magic use his magic as the core. This way, Thea's magic was expanded to the whole solar system. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. All around the world, people who were confused and depressed thinking of the future suddenly felt new hope. They felt happy. The newly saved kids were in Alexander's established orphanages. All of them had seen dark days, but even they felt cheerful and decided to play like normal kids. This occurred everywhere and Thea this way solved the world's depression. Good job, my little angel. I will cook your favorite dish tonight, Alexander said. Thea cheered. Really? Yay. I love cotton candy. She was a simple child, her favorite dish wasn't something complex. But Alexander was going to give her cotton candy of every flavor possible. Let's go now. Alexander signaled to Ins and returned to where Hela was. Hela had nearly done the whole job of Alexander in the dark magical world. The people of Nazareth didn't create trouble for her either. They even helped her in rounding up all the sinners. Alexander was satisfied. Ins, I just made your job easier. The rest is all in your hands. You saw me fixing your old world, make sure this word doesn't need fixing. I understand, Ins nodded. He had already accepted the fact that he was a real god, because he had already seen crazy feats done by Alexander that he couldn't do. Hela, let's go. Your grandma was also missing you and you have been gone for too long. You need to meet all the new inhabitants of Fehime as well. Alexander said. He stood close to Hela with Thea in his arms and Hela's tigress standing behind them. In an instant, all of them vanished. After Alexander was gone, Albedo came to Ins. Lord Ins, who were they? How can they talk to you like that? Albedo, you are too naive. There are people in this universe you cannot offend. They are called gods. Not the pretending gods we've seen in some kingdoms here, but real gods, who rules over the whole space and time. Ins revealed. All his guardians suck a cold breath after hearing that. Even they had common sense and knew that Ins was not on that level. They could have killed us easily, but they didn't because they wanted to give us a chance. Now, we will work harder on our goal to take over this world. But our methods will be different. No more killing innocent people. Only violent criminals can be killed. Understood? Yes, Lord Ainz, they said in unison. After that, Ins worked hard to complete what he promised. He indeed did as asked by Alexander. He took over the world and became its eternal emperor. No species or being lived in oppression anymore. All were equal. Ins's subordinates also behaved all this time. But things don't last forever. After 100,000 years, Ins started getting bored. He needed something else to do. But that something else involved letting humans fight so he can watch for fun. This, in the end, kept on increasing his sin percentage. Alarmed by this, he made a new law that only the death row prisoners would be made to fight. They cannot win freedom but they can earn a better living condition in prisons with each win. This way, Ins even decreased his sins and also kept the world purity on a tight leash. But, keeping the peace was also very hard because all kinds of different species were living there. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Alexander arrived inside Fehime with Thea and Hela. Olivia was already waiting for them there. Olivia hugged her quickly. How are you, child? She asked. Hela smiled. I am fine. It's been a while since I came back. This place looks so lively now. It was true. Hela had left even before Alexander took the tailed beasts in. And since then, there have been so many additions to Fehime. Thea quickly decided to introduce her aunt to all the new people. Aunt, come. I will show you my friends. Hela chuckled and followed the enthusiastic child. Thea took her to Kome first. This is my best friend. His name is Comcom. Kome interrupted. No, it's Kome. Only you call me Comcom. Thea herself was shocked. Why didn't you tell me? I did, but you forgot. Kome clarified. Hihi, Oki. Comcom likes to eat cakes and ice cream. Come on, this one is Chappy. He is my second best friend. He is a bit stupid but also very cute and nice. Bow. Chappy replied and his translator translated his words. I don't like being called stupid but it's okay. I love you all. So, cute Hela muttered to herself and picked little Chappy in her arms. She couldn't stop herself from petting him. This is Hats, he is Chappy's papa. Grandpa says he's naughty. This one is Karama. He sleeps a lot and is very grumpy. Thea showed her around and told her about all the people she knew about. Then, finally, she came to Amy. This is Aunt Amy and the little one is my sister Erica. Isn't she cute? Thea said. Amy of course knew Hela already so they greeted with a hug. Just then Rena and Golly came out of the castle. Hela smirked and greeted them with a hug. You're here too. Well, yeah. We were attacked by Zulrik's people so Grandpa came to save us. Rena explained. And we are also a couple now, Golly added. Hela blinked a few times and then started laughing. Ha, you two suit each other. Now, tell me who else came to join our family. Oh, did you meet Uncle Dobby's wife-to-be? Rena asked. Hela was surprised. Uncle Dobby is still unmarried? About time he found someone. What about you, big sis? Golly asked. Hela sighed. Sigh, I'm not against relationships but I never found a man good enough for me. Man, strong in both mind and body are rare. Oh, you are late big sis Hela. There was big brother Saitama but he was won over by sister Angela. Amy said. Forget it, I will find someone someday. Hela shrugged. Ting ting ting. A loud bell sounded, attracting everyone's attention. It was Olivia making an announcement. Everyone, today I am so happy. Nearly all our family is here. Saitama and Angela will be here on my and Alex's anniversary. But Hermione and Edward won't be coming because they are still busy at work and they will come later. Next week, we are going to have big celebrations. So, I request all of you to come and help me set things up. Also, my lovely child Hela is back. For that, we will have a party today. I know my little beasts must be salivating already so let's start. That was all she needed to say and the tailed beasts ran to eat their favorite dishes. Grandma, what year of the anniversary will you be celebrating? Ajax asked. 1,600,000th year. It wasn't supposed to be this big of a number but because of Alexander's power-up in that special time-dilated planet, he spent more than 1,000,000 years there and we are counting it too. she said. Buddha came at that time, you two are the model couple in the heavens too. Zeus and many other gods had set very bad examples, but Alex did the right thing. He still loves his soulmate as much as he did when he was a mortal, he said and continued. It is surprising how he didn't change even after getting power, because often people show their true colors at that time. It's not very hard to understand now why Origin chose him. Yes, he was always like this and I'm glad he hasn't changed. If anything, he has gotten better, Olivia added while looking at Alexander, who was making cotton candy of all flavors as Thea jumped around him in excitement. He would let Hats taste the worst flavors. Drachium. While a party was going on in Faheim, a class was ongoing in Drachium. Julian, in order to graduate from my classes, you need to ace all my given exams. Now, your first task is to count all the gold coins I have. Ragnarok ordered. What? But there is a whole mountain, and why do you need that? What purpose does counting it serves? Julian asked. How can you call yourself a dragon and reject gold? Gold is a dragon's most beloved possession and it is your duty to know how much there is. Besides, it makes our mental ability better. Now, do it, he scolded him. Sheesh, talk about useless work, Julian complained but did the task anyway. He wanted to sleep and laze around and he was already regretting coming back in his world. At least he was able to hush his parents, but now if he hushes Ragnarok he gets a beating. That evening's party went well in Faheim. Even little Zeno was there and enjoyed himself a lot. Later everyone went to sleep and Alexander went to do his job the next day. He was going to check up on the purity of all the universe and Gaku and the rest's training. When he came out, he felt the surging power levels of someone in a direction. Following the surge, it led him to the lookout. There, he saw all the Z fighters gathered. Gaku and Vegeta were at it, training again. Even Beerus and Whis were there, lazing around and drinking juice. Whis was very happy with his new god of destruction, Hats, because he stayed most of the time on Earth and that lets Whis enjoy food. Hello, everyone. Alexander landed near them. All the Z fighters flocked to him. Gaku was first. Old man, train me. I will. That's why I came here. But first, tell me, do you know of any transformation above Super Saiyan? Alexander inquired. I can do Super Saiyan 3 but beyond that is very hard to achieve, he said. Just then Beerus spoke, then find the Super Saiyan God already. Super Saiyan God? Gaku asked. Yes, I had a vision about the future, that a being will come who can rival me. He will be Super Saiyan God. I had even planned to come here in a few years. Beerus said. Indeed, Lord Beerus was quite excited about it, Whis added. He still instinctively called him Lord. Alexander looked at Gaku and Vegeta. So, do you know this Super Saiyan God? Nope, for all we know, the only Saiyans left are right here, Gaku shrugged. Then why don't we ask that dragon Shenron? He probably knows where we can find this person, Alexander suggested. This was unanimously agreed upon. But it hasn't been a year since we last used them, Gohan interjected. Doesn't matter. I have a trick. Alexander didn't pay much attention to it. At the same time, Hats had gone to meet another cat, just below the lookout. The place was called Korin Tower. The tower was built to honor a great hero. It is never stated who the hero was. On the tower was a hermit called Korin. He was a deity who lived at the top of Korin Tower, located right underneath the lookout. Korin was a legendary figure amongst the warrior world, hailed as the god of martial arts. This frequently leads to surprise and disbelief for those meeting him for the first time, as his appearance has yet to attain the fame of his reputation. Korin was a wise cat who was over 800 years old. The tower was actually like a challenge. It was very hard to climb and those who did would revive training from Korin and get to drink the sacred water, which was rumored to tremendously increase one's strength and speed. Hats had heard all this from Popo, so he wanted to see this wise cat. He was always interested in his fellow extraordinary cat brethren. He flew down from the lookout and searched for the cat. Soon, the cat appeared. Korin walked on 2 feet, had white hair and used a staff. Korin could feel the divinity from Hats, so he was respectful. Hello, welcome to my tower. Hats greeted back. I am Hats, god of chaos. Korin's was a bit surprised, but his slant eyes did not open. But he still did not know what being the god of chaos implied. Haha, it's good to see my species doing good. Likewise, but Beerus doesn't count. He is too humanoid. Hats said. So, what do you do here, Korin? Hats inquired. I wait for any possible warrior wanting to learn from me, and in normal times I grow senzu beans, Korin explained. What are senzu beans? Hats asked. Senzu beans can only be grown in Korin Tower. When eaten, the consumer's energy and physical health are restored to their fullest, and the effects are typically almost instantaneous for the recipient, making these beans a great asset both in and out of battle. Korin explained in detail. That seems very nice. Can I taste this pill? I wonder what it tastes like. Hats demanded. Korin easily agreed. Yajirobe was going to eat them anyway. He brought a jar from inside and gave Hats 1 bean. Hats didn't think much and ate it in one go. After chewing and swallowing, he felt something in his stomach. But, it was not enough to feed the god of chaos. It tastes like fish. Good choice of flavor. I must say, this is an amazing thing. If you could mass produce them, so much good for the world can be done. Hats wondered. I tried, but it only grows here. So, there is only a limited quantity. Korin blurted. Wait. Hats exclaimed. He continued, I think I do have a way to mass produce them. Give me just one bean. Hats had planned that he was going to put this bean into Hufflepuff pot that Alexander invented. What do you do, Hats? Corin asked this time. Oh, I am responsible for keeping the dark space intact in the multiverse. But, I don't have much work to do. Only when some space folding problem comes I meddle. For now, I am this universe's god of destruction. Cool, aren't I? Hats revealed. What? You are the god of destruction? Corin was shocked. He had been acting so friendly with such a dangerous being. Ha ha ha, don't be like that, Corin. I don't destroy planets for no reason like Beerus. I have a brain. Hats proudly said. Pop. Suddenly a noise similar to teleportation came. It was Chappa who had come to find his adoptive father for fun. Boz, I learned to wipe my butt after potty, Chappa barked. Hats facepalmed himself. Here goes my reputation and self-respect. Alexander oxio all the Dragon Balls. But they didn't look like what they normally would. Now, instead, they looked like concrete balls. So, Alexander put the time cloth on the balls and increased their time to 1 year. Instantly, the balls were shining in golden light. Good, call Shenron, Gohan, Alexander instructed. Gohan said the magic words and soon Shenron came out in all his majesty. But he was confused about how he was summoned before 1 year passed. However, when he again saw Alexander he understood because, for a being like Alexander, such small things would be no problem. What can I do for you? Shenron asked. Alexander spoke, do you know about any Super Saiyan god? Shenron stayed silent for a few seconds as if searching his memory for the right knowledge. There is no being called Super Saiyan god in the universe, Shenron said. It disappointed many. But then Shenron continued, but you can become a Super Saiyan god. How? Vegeta was the first to ask. He was always in a race to get stronger, especially stronger than Goku. You need to perform a ritual in order to achieve the Super Saiyan god transformation. It requires 5 righteous Saiyans to perform the ritual to channel ki into. The 5 righteous Saiyans hold hands in a circle and transfer their ki into the Saiyan who is becoming the Saiyan god. The Alexander interrupted him, wait, do you mean we need 6 Saiyans, right? Shenron nodded, yes. Then why are you not specifying that? From your words, someone might assume you only need 5 Saiyans. Alexander scolded him. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Shenron started sweating and flustered. Sorry. Yes, you need 6 Saiyans. To perform the ritual, the 6 righteous Saiyans gather in a circle, all holding hands in the process. The selected Saiyan to ascend will have the 2 Saiyans next to the target place their palms on the user's back, while the user faces away from the group. Next, instead of concentrating their ki into the body, they must pour their heart into them. Okay, you can go now. Alexander shrugged. Shenron scaredly disappeared and the balls flew in 7 directions. He didn't even ask for the remaining 2 wishes. We have Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks and Little Goten. This makes it 5. We need another one. One of you come and give me your blood. I will try to pose as another Saiyan, Alexander demanded. This was his ability to absorb the powers of other beings like this. So, he was fairly sure that he could be counted as another Saiyan. Goku volunteered. Alexander liked this quality of Goku. No matter what, he would always face it head-on. Good, come here. Alexander took some of his blood with a special needle. Then, he used his God's Eye and absorbed it. After that, all he needed to do was wait. So, do you Saiyans have some unique trait that separates you apart from others? I need to know so we can judge if I transformed well. Alexander asked. We eat a lot. We have a hunger to fight. Vegeta started counting. Suddenly Goku exclaimed, and we have a tail. Alexander, in shock, turned to Goku. His jaw was wide open. What? Where is your tail? Oh, we cut it earlier because it was a danger for our surroundings. We turn into mindless great apes in the full moon because of the tail. In that form, our powers increases by many times. Gohan explained. Why didn't you tell me before? Oh, wait. I feel something on my buttock. Alexander muttered in horror. Alexander felt a tickling sensation just above his ass rack. Then something started growing out of there, lifting his robes. Soon, a hairy tail fell out of his robes. Pop 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 pop. Suddenly, Ragnarok, Iroh, Hats and Olivia came out. Dobby, why did you call them? Alexander glared at the elf. Because we don't always get chances to make fun of you, Dobby replied with a smirk. Wahahaha. All 4 started laughing. Look at that, my friend Alex has returned to monkey. Ragnarok jabbered. He's evolving, just backwards. Hats commented. That tail looks good on him, Iroh added. I guess we can add monkey god to his names now, Dobby said, holding himself from laughing. Olivia was just speechless. What happened, Alex? Alexander scratched his beard in embarrassment. Well, I just absorbed a bloodline. These guys didn't tell me that they had tails originally. That must be one hell of a strong tail now as it belongs to you, Dobby guessed. I don't know. Let me try plucking it out, Alexander said. He held his tail and used lots of force to separate it. He had full control over his body so he also let the tail detach. Ouch, it did hurt. That's a shocker, he muttered. Then he handed the tail to Ragnarok. Give it to Alfred to do some tests on it. Ask him to find out its strength and drawback, Alexander said. But as soon as Ragnarok held it, he threw it away. Hell no, I'm not touching something that came out of your ass. Alexander's eye twitched. Damn it, it didn't come out of my ass. It came out of my coccyx. You're a dragon, does your tail come out of your ass? Cough. No, Ragnarok denied. Alexander continues giving example, look at Hats, does his tail come out of his ass? Don't drag me into this. Hats got angry. Alexander again handed him the tail, go and give it to Alfred. I have some work to do here. Sheesh, he's embarrassed. Hats made fun and disappeared. Olivia also patted his shoulder in pity and left. When all of them had left, Alexander looked at Dobby, you wait, this will not be forgotten. Okay, all the Syans, gather around. I will be making you a super Syan god. Come along, he ordered. Quickly, all of them gathered around Alexander and held their hands. What are you doing? I'm not the one turning super Syan god. It's you two, he said. Alexander changed his position and decided to first transform Gaku. Okay, let's do it. He put his hand on Gaku's back. Vegeta did the same. They all started to channel their ki and inner feelings into Gaku. But, Alexander was too strong. Alone, his own ki was enough to do the deed. Other Syans were just needed for the ritual. As the ritual proceeded, a blue aura appeared around the group, shrouding each individual in the ritual. After that, a yellow flame-like beam emitted from the group that shot up into the sky, and golden-colored clouds started to emerge. They began to spread across the blue sky, eventually covering it completely after a few minutes. The sea changed into a golden hue as well, becoming violent and forming huge whirlpools. At this point, all except Alexander began to experience a significant amount of pain. A blue aura started to appear from Vegeta, eventually transferring it into the Gaku who was about to become a god through the other 5 Syans. After this, another beam shot up from Gaku who absorbed the blue aura, which causes some of the clouds to dissipate and leave an enormous hole. The weather changed over and over in a matter of seconds, changing from rain, to hail, to a thunderstorm, to clear, during which a few days appeared to pass, to snow, and clear again. Then Gaku rose up and became a pinkish-red silhouette of himself. Next, he became a shadowy figure, before emitting a huge light and appearing again in his natural form. The end result was Gaku's ascension into the Super Syan God form. He was shining in reddish flames and looked thinner than before. Good, good. Now it is time to turn Vegeta. Alexander said. What? But I wanted to test my powers. Gaku argued. You two can train together when he has also turned because right now, the only people who can fight you are me, Dobby, Beerus and Whis and honestly we all can defeat you easily, Alexander said. Even this much power is not enough. He exclaimed in shock and calmed down. He came down to the ground and joined the ritual again. This time, Vegeta was made a Super Syan God. Good, go to space and test your limits. Then come back so we can start training. He ordered. The two immediately flew away like kids who found a new toy. What about you, Gohan? Don't you have a hunger for fighting? Alexander asked. No, I don't feel that way, but I do like training. I think because I am half Syan, I don't have violent tendencies. Gohan intelligently replied. Alexander laughed and ruffled his hair. Good kid, come, I will show you a new technique. It is called Chidori and Raisnon. Gohan followed Alexander happily while booming noise came from the sky. Hell, Deadpool had decided that he was going to go out this weekend. He had just finalized all his work and because of Alexander previously sending so many Category 4, his targets for the month were completed. But he was going to overachieve for another promotion. Boo bless. What did we decide to do with all the Category 3 rapists who have completed their tenure here? I have to sign the document. Deadpool asked. I do on TK no, boss SSSM maybe AA punishment fit teaching. Boobless suggested. Damn it, I know that. Why did I even ask you? Okay, I have decided. All the male rapists will be reincarnated as females for their next 100 life cycles, no matter which species they get born as. Deadpool wrote it down. WW A about the F female. I'm thinking. Punishing female rapists is hard. I have an idea. I will ban them from reincarnating as humans and only let them live as a male of any animal species. Considering how they have to fight to death sometimes to mate, it will be a good punishment. He decided. Clap clap Boobless clapped. Good, let's go out. Our job is done here. We are going to a very bad world, Boobless. There, for one day, every year, all crimes are permitted. Take your sword with you, I will show you how to skin humans without making them bleed. Deadpool chirped happily. Unlike how Alexander traveled, Hell had its own transportation system. There were 10 mirrors with one attendant each in a big hall. All these mirrors could send you anywhere you want. Deadpool told the attendant and got his travel permitted. He was also a high-level employee after all. He even had the clearance to go to the upper realms. But God had banned him since his last mess. Boobless, follow me closely, Deadpool said and took out his 2 katanas. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. WH hat RT the punishments. Boobless asked. Murderers and rapists are to be killed. Also, corrupt politicians. Got it. Deadpool ordered. Help. A scream came from a back alley. I guess we found our first target. Let's go. Deadpool was very excited. A/N, he's in the Purge movie world. Back in the Dragon Ball world. In a certain city. An old short woman in witch clothing looked through her crystal. Baba had been fortune-telling for more than 500 years but the price for knowing your fortune is mostly very high. She suddenly saw Alexander in all his majesty. Her eyes turned into a heart shape and her tongue fell out and salivated. This is it. This is what I was waiting for. She immediately sat on top of her crystal ball and started her journey. She usually never got interested in things and always treated people rudely, but right now, a fire had been reignited in her old body. Haha, I will show Rashi now. I found my man. She muttered the whole way. Grand Kai's planet. Old Grand Kai had received the news about Alexander and he was actually excited to meet him. So, ignoring all the protocols, he went to meet him. Grand Kai was an aged hipster, usually wearing jeans and a denim jacket, and constantly listening to rock music on his boom box. He wears black Wayfarer sunglasses. Even though he was the teacher of the greatest warriors in the universe, Grand Kai was more of a sweet and kind grandfatherly figure than a traditional disciplinarian. Paying no heed to respectful but cold formality, he lovingly treats his social inferiors as equals and dotes on them as if they were his own grandchildren. When he arrived on the planet Earth, he saw a crazy battle taking place in the space. It was not an ordinary battle. He could feel God Ki from both opponents. But soon, Alexander and old Grand Kai's eyes met. In fact, it were just their sunglasses. Both of them looked similar except for the height difference where Alexander was taller and more buffed. Dobby, Whis and Beerus stopped licking their ice cream as they took turns to see Alexander and Grand Kai. Both of them looked like long-lost brothers. Are they? Beerus muttered. Brothers. Whis completed. Alexander glanced at the old man who had just arrived. He was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, glasses on his eyes and was holding a boombox on his shoulder. Looking at him, Alexander quickly made the aye pose. Aye. Grand Kai did the same. Who are you though? He inquired. Ho ho, I am Grand Kai. Are you the new god who is being talked about these days? You are famous and I like your style, brother. Grand Kai greeted. Alexander was a chill dude too. Haha, and I like your style too. Happy that I met another man who appreciates glasses. Come, have a drink with me. Dobby shook his head. He knew about Alexander's fascination for glasses since he was small. He had told him about that story. Grand Kai happily sat down and took a glass of tea. So, what can I do for you? Alexander asked. Nothing, I just came here to have a chat. Staying on my planet is boring anyway. Oh, what do we have here? Ex-god of destruction? Also, who are the gods fighting in the sky? Grand Kai asked when he noticed Beerus. They are my students. I just taught them how to become a god. Alexander explained. Oh, wonderful. I wish I had such warriors under me. Anyway, this tea is amazing. Where did you get it? Grand Kai inquired. Alexander proudly smirked. My friend grows it in his realm. Here, you can keep a packet. Whoosh. Suddenly, like a hurricane, a woman sitting on a crystal ball arrived. She was very small in height and looked old. Oh, my love. Where are you? She shouted frantically. Everyone was wondering who this person was. Fortuneller Baba. Krillin exclaimed loudly. Oh, aren't you that little bald boy? You are still as short as back then. She talked back. Then she turned to Alexander. But she also saw the Grand Kai. She had never met Grand Kai before and now she was confused about who Alexander was. Dobby asked her first, who are you looking for, lady? Huh? I am looking for the man of my dreams. I saw him in my crystal ball. White soft hair, muscular body, and a voice so mesmerizing that I can melt. Which of these is he? She muttered to herself in questioning voice. Alexander got alerted as soon as he heard that. He didn't want to go through the horrible experience. He glanced at Grand Kai from the corner of his eye and had an idea. He immediately made his height smaller, his body thinner, his voice high-pitched and his hair untidy. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Compared to him, now Grand Kai looked like an angel. I think this is the man you are looking for, Alexander said in his high-pitched voice. Fortune teller Baba's eyes rose upon hearing him. She stared at him for a while with a judging gaze. Then she turned to Grand Kai. Oh yes, this is it. The man of my dreams. She jumped at him and tried to hug him. Grand Kai was alert and immediately sidestepped. No, I don't deal with old hags. Do you even know who I am? I am the Grand Kai. Stay away. He scolded her. I won't. We are now partners for the rest of our lives. Wherever you go, I will follow. She insisted. Then I must take leave. Farewell, my friend. I will see you later. He said goodbye to Alexander and went back to Grand Kai planet hurriedly. Fortune teller Baba chuckled. Haha, if he thinks he can hide on his planet, he's wrong. She also went away, planning to go to Grand Kai's planet soon. As soon as she left, Alexander took a sigh of relief. He didn't want to get into these annoying situations. Dobby, meanwhile, was chuckling the whole time. He had even clicked a few pictures of Alexander's new form. Boss, let's call this new look the woman repellent form, Dobby suggested. Alexander chuckled. Haha, I guess that is true. Now come here and hand me that secret camera. I can't have Olivia see that. Dobby vanished to Fahim. That bastard. Alexander cursed him. But he didn't follow. All this was for fun and he wasn't going to spoil it. He again returned to his normal self and waited for Goku and Vegeta to come back down. Till now, he had seen Goku and Vegeta taking this new power-up normally. They were also getting better as they fought. He was fascinated by this. It is as if they have no limit to how strong they can get. He flew up to them in the space. He went between them and stopped them. Boom. Their punches landed in the palms of Alexander. Stop, I need to check something. Goku, stay still. Alexander put his palm on Gaku's forehead and looked into his body to the molecular level. He memorized his body structure to every single cell. Okay, I want you to fight me now. Go all out, he instructed. Seeing Alexander's serious face, Gaku didn't say anything and simply got ready to fight. Boom. They collided their fists. Gaku was going for physical fitting right now. They exchanged blows at a speed not visible to normal eyes. They kicked, blocked and punched. Alexander was of course immensely stronger than Gaku, but for now, he was keeping himself just slightly stronger than Gaku. Go all out, Gaku. The goal of this practice session is to push you beyond the limit. Squeeze out every single ounce of strength you have, Alexander motivated him. Hey, Gaku shouted and screamed while making moves now. He also started sending some energy blasts in between. After making a decent distance between them, he fired a Kamehameha wave. Alexander also sent a Kamehameha from his side. He was pushing Gaku's wave. It was a tug of war now. Alexander would push and Gaku would increase his intensity. He repeated this many times and each time Gaku overcame. It's true it seems, he muttered and made the two waves disappear. He went to Gaku and checked his body structure again and compared it with what he had memorized before. Amazing, your body has gotten stronger than before in such a short time. It seems your body has no limiters. Just like Saitama, there is no limit to how strong you can get. But the problem for you is that after a certain level, getting stronger will become nearly impossible for you. Alexander told them his findings. Is there no way to get stronger? Gaku inquired. No, there is. I can leave someone behind to train you. But know this, in the future, I might ask you to fight alongside me. There are certain powerful beings who want to take over the Omniverse and turn it into a demonic hell. This world, all your loved ones will also be in danger if he succeeds. Alexander said that as soon as Alexander found out about the strength of Xians, he started training them. Even he had seen blood now, so Alexander himself felt that he could get better faster if he trains. So, alongside the Xians, he also asked Dabi and Archangel Michael to spar with him. The rest of the people were also training inside Fahame. Alexander still had not stopped meditating with Buddha either and he was making strides in his mental powers too. Contrary to what Zulrich had the plan to make Alexander's growth slow, instead, he had gotten faster now. But, Alexander still coughed every once in a while due to the after effects and he was also in constant pain as his body was healing. But, that pain was also a good thing for him as it reminded him that he needed to get stronger. Beep beep. Alexander's phone alarm rang. Ah, it's time to go to the anniversary party. Well, this world's purity has also nearly reached its height. I should take people from here too. Gaku and Vegeta, go and gather your family and friends with their families. You all will be coming to my home. Today is my marriage anniversary and there will be a big party. Alexander said. Nov, L, B /JNN. Gaku would never say no to this. After all, the party meant a lot of tasty food. Okay, old man. He saluted and vanished with instant transmission. Vegeta also flew away. Meanwhile, he went back to Fahame. Alexander left one seraph to gather everyone and bring them to Fahame while he left before setting things up. Even Beerus and Whis were going to attend because where there was food, you could always find them. But this time they would need to get Alexander's permission because people can't just enter Fahame like that. Hence, they also had to wait for everyone to gather. Fahame. The environment was cheerful there. People were rushing around and setting things up. Ragnarok and his new disciple were setting up some fireworks. Douglas was responsible for gardening. Amy, Hella, and Natasha were responsible for the cake. Alexander headed to enter the castle but he was stopped by Thea and Kome who had set up a small table there. We are here for security. Give me the password or pay the fine. Thea said. Oh really? What's the fine? Alexander asked amusedly. Thea had not thought about this, so Kome whispered something in her ear. 100 chocolates. Alexander chuckled. Okay, is your password, Grandpa is best. He was right, apparent from Thea's facial expression. Thea looked at Kome angrily. You told Grandpa. No, I didn't. I told you this was a weak password. You should have said orange cake is best. Kome suggested. But even this was an easy password, as long as one knew Kome a little. Thea got upset. Her plan failed. But Alexander lifted the two in his arms. You two, stop this and go help your aunts in making the cake. About the chocolate, you only get one each. More will be bad for your tummy and teeth. So, their plan failed successfully. Thea kissed his cheek and ran in to help her aunts. Kome didn't leave though. Why didn't you go? Alexander inquired. Ji-chan, if I went then there would be no cake for the anniversary, Kome stated seriously. Ha, yes, that is right. Then you should go and help Ragnarok. He suggested. Alexander then reached the living hall and saw Hats and Chappa together. He heard them talk on his way. Hats was lazing and Chappa was being enthusiastic. Hats angrily spoke. Damn it, Chappa, don't sniff my butt. That's bad manners. Besides, I'm not a bitch. I'm a male and from a totally different species. Chappa tilted his head in confusion. He barked, what is bitch? Is that Aunt Rena and Golly? Hat's eyes nearly popped out. What the? Where did you hear that? I saw them talk to each other yesterday in the park. They were racing and calling each other. Slow down, you bitch, or stop, you bitch. Chappie explained. Cough. It was Alexander who coughed. He had no words to say to Chappie. He needed to talk to Golly and Rena instead. They were being a bad influence on the kids. Why are you sleeping, Hats? Go out and have some fun. Watch over the kids. Alexander nudged him. I'm busy, old man. I'm chatting with a girl. She's Corin's sister. Hats replied. Corin. That old cat from the lookout? He had a sister? Well, all the best, Hats. Alexander let him be and went to his room to put on a suit. Door opens. Alexander nonchalantly entered his room and turned to cupboard. He took out his suit chosen by Olivia. Hello, my sexy old man. Alexander suddenly heard a voice from behind him. This voice he knew, it made the hair stand on the back of his neck. He felt goosebumps all over his body. His brows furrowed as he turned around. His heart skipped a beat as a short scream came out of his mouth. So excited after seeing me? Did you miss me? Alexander was not expecting this at all. What was more messed up that this guy was wearing a BDSM kit, from handcuffs to a choker. Then there was crazier stuff. On his head were two red leko that he'd expect from a Twi'lek from Star Wars. He was laying on the bed on his side in a drama like one of your French girls pose. Even crazier was that there was another guy standing in the corner of the room like a statue. The man had no nipples but a chest so huge that they looked like boobs. What the hell is this? How did you come here? Alexander questioned. Oh, your beautiful fragrance dragged me to here, my sexy old man. Alexander felt like vomiting. He took his suit, went out of the room and locked the door. Then he cast a locking charm on it so that no matter what you do it won't open. No wonder even big old man didn't like him. He must have caused some mess there like this. Alexander mumbled. With a heavy heart and a headache, he went to a spare room to get ready. But then he opened the door and there it was once again. His headaches intensified. Catch my kiss, old man. Phew. How? Alexander raged. Thud thud. Where is that bastard? I can smell him. Ragnarok's angry voice came. He was still angry ever since the 1,000 years of pain was performed on him, albeit it was unsuccessful it still left a bad memory. Thinking that a man wanted to poke his finger into his butt was traumatizing for the old dragon. It was later found out by Alexander that hell had its own way of teleportation and traveling and that was what Deadpool was using to move in Faheim. How do you like my long leko? Deadpool asked him, flapping his two long red tentacles on his head. Ragnarok came in time and flamed him. Deadpool didn't die but his leko vanished. This was the biggest problem. No matter what you do, Deadpool was just unkillable. Deadpool was also stronger now somehow so his speed of regeneration had also increased. So, even after getting burned he returned back to normal soon. Oh, I came here for your anniversary, old man. Although I am very jealous of Olivia, I don't want to be an enemy of her. Women can be very malevolent sometimes, Deadpool said. But Alexander had doubts about him. Really? You came for my anniversary? Okay then, go to the garden and wait for the party to start. I don't want any trouble today. If you make a mess I will seal you inside a crystal ball for eternity. Yes, then you can make that crystal into a locket to hang around your neck. My old man, you are so sweet. Okay, I will go now. Boo bless, follow me. He left the room, much to the relief of Alexander. Alexander quickly put on his new suit and went out. But then he remembered something. Damn it, what about the present? What can even make her happy at this point? She has everything. A car. No, it's no use. Rings and other jewelry are useless too. What about a customizable dress made of nanotech? This sounds new and fun. He decided on it and went quickly to the underground lab to program the nanoparticles. Alfred, bring me the nanoparticles. We still have them, right? Alexander asked his scientist friend. Yes, we have a whole room full of them. I made a bigger machine to produce them whenever you want. Why do you need them though? Alfred asked. I want to give Olivia a dress that can change into whatever she wants, Alexander stated. That's easy. Alfred exclaimed. I know, that. You do what you were doing. I will go and take care of it myself. Alexander dismissed him. He took a big bowl full of nanoparticles and started programming them and also reinforcing them. He didn't want them to malfunction either so he set a default state in which it would just look like a white gown. Even if it somehow malfunctioned, it would still be like a dress. It took him nearly 15 minutes to make it. Then he put it in a nice box and went out. On his way, he also invited Alfred, stop the experiments and come with me to the party. Yes, just 1 minute. Alfred waved his hand. Alexander came to the heavily decorated garden. There were beautiful curtains hanging all around and a stage was also set. It seems someone was going to perform something. He went and sat beside Oliva. Everyone was taking their seats. Why is there a stage? Alexander asked. Those kids are going to do some acts for us. Aren't they lovely? Olivia revealed. Alexander smiled and laid back comfortably. A distance from his table, Gaku and others were sitting. Gaku had already started eating. Thud. Suddenly the light dimmed and the spotlights on the stage highlighted it. Ajax came in a suit with a mic in his hand. He was the host, it seemed. Welcome everyone to the 1.6 millionth anniversary of my grandma and grandpa. We decided to do some things differently today. We have prepared 3 different acts for you all. The first one to come is the team of Gali, Rena, and a magic mirror that was remade because it spoke too much. It will be a stand-up comedy act. Please welcome them. Ajax went to backstage. Clap clap. As the claps sounded, Rena and Gali came to the stage. They were wearing normal clothes and were dragging behind a mirror. Look at this crowd, golly. We are famous. Rena spoke in shock. Golly chuckled, haha, well, we do have thousands of people in our family so I don't think that counts. It's all the blessing of an old man who just can't keep himself from kidnapping every child he sees. Oh wait, did I say kidnapping? No, I meant adopting. The mirror spoke. It was the same old mirror of narcissism that had offended Olivia and was sent to be remade. Alexander's brows twitched at the roasting. I hope it doesn't go too far this time. Oh shut up, Alex. It was funny, haha. Olivia laughed. Alexander looked at his wife in shock, so if the joke is on me it is funny and if it's on you then that's bad. The act continued on stage. Ah, darn it, we could have made a fortune if they were real fans. Rena made a sad face. Why the sad face? We can still make lots of money. Golly consoled her. No, we can't. Rena stayed sad. Why? Golly asked. I have the answer to that. The mirror spoke. With that, everyone became alert on who would be roasted this time. Tell me then. Golly said. The mirror spoke. Well, don't you know where all the gold in Fahame goes to? Of course, to the one old greedy dragon. What's worse is that now he even has a disciple. We are doomed to eternal poverty. Everyone laughed except Ragnarok. But his disciple, Julian, laughed. Ragnarok glared at him and made him stop. Well, at least I have a new hobby now. Rena continued. Me too, I get the best sleep these days. All thanks to the new uncle. Golly chirped. Ha, who wouldn't have amazing sleep? After all, you have the great Buddha as a teacher. The mirror said. They all gave a bow to the enlightened man. Well, today is the anniversary of our old grandparents. What did you prepare for them, Rena? Golly asked. It is certainly nothing edible because then it would go missing before reaching them. But it's a surprise for later. Can't reveal now. Rena replied. The mirror gave his input. Absolutely correct. One must have some wisdom when choosing gifts. You can't just gift people scissors because you have a weird fetish. Hey, it's a diamond scissor. It's special. Douglas' shout came from downstage. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Everyone laughed hearing that. The show went on and everyone was roasted. Hey, Mirror, why don't you say something about our sweet grandma? Golly asked. Mirror started shivering and stuttering. Oh, well, you know, she is an amazing person. There is no one wiser than her. What? But didn't you say you were going to have your revenge for being sent to be molten? Rena interjected. The mirror jumped in fright and ran backstage. It had moving wheels now. Oh frick, that revenge. She's scary. With loud laughter, the light dimmed and soon returned to normal and Ajax came back. That was nice, though the last part was not in the script. Anyway, let's get to the next act. Presented by the cute and sweet-tailed beasts. They will be reenacting a scene from the history of the earth. The assassination of Julius Caesar written by Shakespeare, though I can't say it will be historically correct considering the actors involved. Please welcome them with loud claps. Ajax announced and left. It seemed that Karema was going to be acting as Caesar. The background scenery was changed with the help of magic. Hats was acting as the narrator. On a fine morning, March 15, 44 BC, Julius Caesar and his best bro, Marcus Brutus, sat in the living room of Caesar's palace. They drank orange juice and ate cake. Hat's voice gave the scene information. Then, the spotlight switched on and fell on Karema, Caesar, and Come, Brutus. Everyone waited for the two to speak. Soon 10 seconds passed and the two were still eating. With his mouth full, Come glanced to his side. He noticed the crowd and suddenly remembered what they were supposed to do. He drank the juice and coughed. Cough. Caesar, my bro. Why don't you come with me to the Senate today? Today is Ides of March after all. Brutus, Come, said. Caesar, Karema, in his original grumpy attitude, replied, why? I don't need to attend these low-level senates. Oh come on, bro. We just want to kill. I mean we want you to come and tell the Roman Empire that you are a responsible ruler who is shaping the future of the empire. It will be a statement for all your enemies. Brutus insisted, ignoring the slip of the tongue. No. Caesar lazily laid back. There will be food, Brutus added. All right then, let's go. Caesar got up to leave. The spotlight switched off and the stage went black. Hat's voice started coming. So, the two best brothers went to the Senate. But unknown to Caesar, his best brothers and his people had some other plans. Let's see what transpired in the theater of Pompey. The lights switched on and the whole stage lit up. There, a full Senate room was made with steps to sit on and a podium at the center. All the senators, tailed beasts, sat there. Casca, Shikaka, was currently speaking from the podium and others were listening. This is why I want to make it compulsory for cakes to be cooked and presented to us to taste every day. This way, we can find out which cake is the best in the empire. This is a great responsibility we have, my brothers. Those in favor, say aye. Casca, Shikaka, said. Aye. All of them enthusiastically raised their arms. Good, now I would like to welcome Gaius Julius Caesar and his best bro, Marcus Brutus, Casca, Shikako, announced and left. Julius and Brutus came in. Julius stood beside the podium to give his speech while Brutus stood behind him. Julius, Karema, started speaking in a monotonous tune. Thank you for inviting me, my fellow compatriots. It is all because of our combined effort that the Roman Empire has become so strong. I know, I would have killed you if you had disobeyed me because I hold the most power, but I know you won't betray me. After all, we all have a similar love for cakes. We all love strawberry cakes. My bro, Brutus, convinced me to come here today for some reason. I was just lazing around anyway. So, make sure you entertain me well. Stab. Arg. Julius suddenly cried in pain. He looked to the side and it was Casca, Shikako. He was certainly enjoying killing Caesar. His knife was small and had a pattern of banana on it. Everyone had this fake knife with a banana pattern. Stab. Followed by this, another stab came. Then another. Everyone in the Senate got up to stab Caesar with their knives. To the audience, the scene looked too cute and funny because of the tailed beast's small form factor. Soon, Caesar's body was surrounded by everyone. Then the last stab came. Stab. It was Brutus, Kome. Caesar, Karama, turned his head and looked. You too, Brutus. Sorry, bro, but only you liked strawberry cakes. The rest of us liked orange cake. Brutus said, shocking Caesar. Caesar died right there. But, shockingly, the crowd didn't disperse. Stab. Brutus, Kome, suddenly shouted. Hey, who's stabbing me? Hehe, it tickles. But more stabs came after that. It was Decius Brutus, Son Goku. No bro, we don't like orange cake, we like banana cake. Brutus was shocked. What? No. Brutus, Kome, also died as his body fell on Caesar's. Stab n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Another stab came. Decius Brutus, Son Goku, screamed. Who stabbed me? It was Simber, Isabu. Only you like banana cake. The rest is like fish cakes. Stab. Simber, Isabu, turned his head in horror. Why? Cassius, Jayaki, scoffed. Fish cake ain't even a cake. You fool, we love ramen. Stab. Wrong, Cassius, we don't love ramen. We love ice cream. Casca, Shikaku, said. In a shock, both Simber, Isabu, and Cassius, Jayaki, died at the same time. Learning from what just happened, Casca, Shikaku, immediately stabbed his knife at the person in his back. It was Sina, Kokuo, behind him. But, shockingly, both of them stabbed each other at the same time and fell down. Now, only Caecilius, Psychon, was left. He saw the pile of dead bodies in front of him. He cried seeing it. With each cry, the fat on his stomach throbbed. Sniff. Come on, guys. Can't you all be like me and love all the food in the world? He cried loudly. With that, the lights were turned off. Hat's voice again came. This way, Psychon, without even wanting to, became the emperor of the Roman Empire. He was later hailed as the best Roman emperor ever. He was known by many names. Caecilius the Kind, Caecilius the Fat, Caecilius the fattest man to ever live, Caecilius the Thick Boy, and so on. With this, the story came to an end. All hail, Caecilius the Thick Boy. Lights switched on again and now there was a majestic throne on the stage with two women on both sides. Both were feeding him something. Then the curtains fell. The show ended with that. All the people in the audience were shocked. They were not expecting this at all. In fact, this exceeded their expectations. Holy hell, that was some Game of Thrones level backstabbing. Literally, Deadpool exclaimed with stars in his eyes. He really loved the show. Did they plan all this? Alexander questioned. I don't think so. Olivia denied quickly. They were all in such shock that only when Ajax came back did they become quiet. Whoa, that was one hell of a show. Okay, moving on to the final act. My cute lovely little sister Thea will sing a song. Please be supportive. Ajax announced. Soon, Thea shyly walked onto the stage with the mic in her hand. She looked super cute in her new dress. I will start now, she said shyly. La 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 la. My grandma is so beautiful. My grandpa is so handsome, Kome corrected her from backstage. She was just 2 years old. You can't expect her to remember everything she and Kome wrote just a few minutes ago. The cake looks big and tasty. Kom wants to eat it quickly. Hey, don't put it on me. You changed the lyrics. Kome's voice came from behind the stage. We are a big family, living in Fahame. Playing together we spend all our time. We do here crime. Her gaze suddenly fell on the tasty cake in distance and she forgot all the lyrics as her mouth salivated. Everyone started laughing after seeing that. Their hearts were still warm though because Thea had already converted her feelings with the help of her power. She just loved everyone and foremost, she wanted to eat the cake. Give this girl a cake was all everyone had in their mind. Alexander and everyone clapped loudly for little Thea. Even though it was an incomplete performance but still it was heartwarming. Ajax came to end the show after that. Well, no matter what, my little sister is cute and that's all that matters. Let's cut the cake now or else Thea and tailed beasts might just faint. Dobby waved his hand and the stage dismantled itself and turned into flat wooden flooring. Soon, a 5-meter tall and 3 meters wide cake was brought there. It was bigger than all except for Noodles there. Noodles could eat the whole cake in one bite. Alexander and Olivia went beside the cake to cut it. Alexander took out his sword. The tailed beasts rushed and sat on top of Alexander and Olivia's shoulders in expectation. This was the first time they were seeing such a big cake. I bet I can eat this whole cake alone, Kome said. Me too, Psychon added. Alexander chuckled. All of you are tailed beasts. Your real form is many times bigger than this cake, so of course, all of you can devour it. But our little Chape on the other hand can't. Quick, Ji-chan, cut the cake. Kome insisted. Haha, okay. Oli, hold my hand. Alexander said. Then, he and Olivia together cut the cake. Instantly, Fireworks also started in the sky. Everyone looked up and the bright colorful lights shined on everyone's eyes. Everyone stayed still for a second and just took the beauty of the evening. Olivia grabbed Alexander's hand and stood still. Because Ragnarok had set the fireworks, it was obvious that there were going to be many dragon-shaped fireworks. Whoa! Gaku exclaimed. Chi-Chi, who was standing beside him, also held on to his hand. She was pregnant at the moment. Isn't that beautiful, Gaku? She commented. Huh? I can make that with my energy blast too. Gaku replied without reading the room. Sigh. Why did I even ask? Chi-Chi disappointedly muttered. But then suddenly the grip on her hand tightened. Gaku looked at Chi-Chi in the eyes and smilingly said, just kidding. Yay, it's beautiful. Just like you? Oh, Gaku. Chi-Chi didn't have very high requirements and she again fell in love with him just because of this. She put her head on Gaku's shoulder. Why Beerus's suggestion worked, Gaku exclaimed internally. It was Beerus who had taught him such cheesy lines. Soon, the effect of the fireworks stopped and everyone returned to their earlier thoughts. The tailed beasts, like good kids, asked Alexander for the cake instead of jumping straight to it. Ji-chan, cake when? Saiken asked. I want ice cream, Shikaku added. Alexander patted their heads. You go and ask the kitchen staff. We will eat later. First, we will see all the gifts. Gifts. Okay, then we will also wait. They fought their desires. It was very strange for them to be so considerate. Haha, I guess my little potatoes are grown up now, he muttered. He then went with Olivia and took a seat at the head table. Soon, one by one everyone came to gift them. But first, it was Alexander who was supposed to do it. Oli, my beautiful ancient wife, I'll be honest. I had no idea what I should give you because you basically had everything. So, I made this. A dress made of nanotech. You can turn it into any kind of dress you want in real time. I have also asked Dobby, Ragnarok, Hats and Michael to cast their strongest protective spells on it so they will be like your armors too. Alexander presented her the dress. It looked like a plain gown for now. Are you sure that this won't malfunction and I would end up with no clothes at all? She asked him. No, I have put in special measures. This gown is its default form and even if it malfunctions it will look like this. He explained. Oh, in that case. Thank you, Alex. Now, from my side, here, take this. I made this for you with my own hands using the old ways. She gave him a hand-knitted sweater. Alexander lovingly put it on. Instantly, he felt as if he was being hugged by Olivia and his entire family. He felt so warm and nice. Olivia chuckled. Haha, look at your face. You look like a child. I put some magic on this that mirrors our feelings for you. Alexander smiled widely and hugged her. After that, others came to gift. The first one was Dobby and his girlfriend. Boss and sister Olivia, happy anniversary. He handed them a bouquet. These flowers are enchanted by elven magic from both of us. They will never lose their fragrance and never wither. They can also help you sleep better. Siri explained. Olivia happily accepted it. Haha, thank you. May you two quickly marry and give me little grandkids to play with n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It surely embarrassed them a lot. This was what old people usually do. After that, Ragnarok came to them. Here, I made my new student Julian carve this 2-meter-tall gold statue of your two. It was a big life-sized statue and it looked very pretty. Alexander accepted. Thanks, I will put it in the garden. Anyway, Ragnarok, are you using your new disciple like free labor? Yeah. Julian wanted to say something but he was dragged away by Ragnarok. Julian didn't have a human form so he was just made smaller by Ragnarok. Then, Iroh came and gave them his new all-flavor tea. This had some magic involved in it. It would automatically taste like the flavor you would like the most depending on your mood. So, it was a really good mood booster. Then Buddha came. But he didn't have anything pretty or big to give and Alexander understood why. He was meant to be above earthly desires and he would also not promote it by giving a useless gift. Instead, Buddha gave Alexander a book written in Sanskrit. This book has knowledge about the deeper state of a mind. It can make you stronger depending on your way of understanding this book. Buddha said. Alexander politely accepted it. Thank you, Buddha. After this, all the grandkids came with one big gift for him. It was from Rena, Golly, Amy, Angela, Ajax, Thea, and the others. It was a huge painting of Alexander and his whole family of more than 1,000 people. The best part of the image was that it was a moving picture just as in the Harry Potter world. The portrait was as big as a whole wall of the castle. This is so impressive. Thank you, everyone. Alexander was overwhelmed. Next were the tailed beasts. They didn't really have harmony but when it came to gifts, they were a team. This time, they had planned something memorable. Ji-chan and Grandma, this is from us for you. We made this video, asking all the people in Fahame how much we love you. They handed him a DVD. Alexander and Olivia gave them tight hugs, squeezing them for a while. Then came Hats and Chappie. The duo gave Alexander a concrete tile with their paw marks on them. Hats explained its feature. Well, this slab has an attack stored from me with 100% strength. Just break it if you need to make a surprise attack. Oh, Chappie also wanted to mark it so I let him. Alexander looked at the terrifying yet simple thing. If he were to break it in normal space, it would destroy a universe easily. Thanks, Hats. After a while, the last one to come was Douglas. Alexander already knew what he was going to give. Okay, show me the scissors. But, Alexander was wrong. Douglas Diamond's scissors were not the last gifts. There was Deadpool left. Why-ite. Deadpool came running with a small silver chest. My sexy old man, here you go. I have poured all my heart into this gift, so please accept it. But, only open it once I am gone. Deadpool said. What do you even do these days? Alexander inquired. Deadpool proudly replied, I am helping you, honey. I am catching sinners from various worlds and taking them to hell. What he didn't say was that he was leaving all the Category 3 sinners so that they could get ripe to be booked under Category 4. Category 3 were all sinners who would get back to reincarnation, and Deadpool didn't like that. Boo bless, follow me. We are going to the next world. Deadpool left with his weird transportation method. Alexander took a sigh of relief with his departure. Sigh, at least he left without creating a blunder. I think you should check the box first before rejoicing, Dobby advised. Alexander suddenly got gloomy and looked at the box in his hand. Okay, let's see what it is. Olivia came closer to see what it was. Alexander slowly opened the box, worried that there might be some kind of a trap. But, nothing happened and he completely opened it. However, what was inside didn't make him happy at all. What the? He wasn't lying when he said he poured his heart into this. He literally left his heart. Olivia exclaimed in shock. He left a message too. Alexander picked up the blood-soaked letter and read it. I know you must be worried about me, but rest easy. I'm fine. I just grew another heart. Take care, my sexy old man. Kiss emoji, Alexander read. He was horrified. He's getting delusional now. He thinks I like him too. Man, I am going to remove him from space and time once I become a higher god. Alexander started a bonfire for kids to enjoy and sacrificed Deadpool's heart in it. Okay, it's time to eat, he announced, making everyone happy. Deadpool jumped into another world. This time, he didn't know where he was. It seemed he was on some kind of a mountain and there were a lot of gunshots sounding in the distance. In front of him, two men were fist-fighting in old-style clothes. One was blonde-haired and the other brown. The brown one seemed to be losing as he was breathing like a horse near his death. Boo bless, who are these two fools? Deadpool asked. As a senior catter of hell, he had the access to all the sinner souls in the multiverse. Boobless took out a book and started reading. THAREMM Micah Bell and Arthur Morgan. A/N, World is Red Dead Redemption 2. The scene is the ending of the main story. Gimme that book. I will read it. Deadpool took it and saw two people's information. He in fact saw the whole life of these two. Micah Bell was a treacherous opportunist who betrayed his people and consistently put them in harm's way. The second was Arthur Morgan, a confused wild deer, betrayed by his longtime father figure Dutch. Finally on a path of redemption and goodness now that he has gotten tuberculosis and is dying. He started to see the world and the people for what they truly were. Thud. He closed the book loudly, catching the attention of the two men wildly fighting. We've got some nice drama going on here. Boo bless, give me my guns. Boobless gave Desert Eagles to him. Micah and Arthur Morgan stopped fighting and looked at Deadpool. They felt weird seeing him. A man wearing skin-tight red and black suit would weird anyone out in that era. Which circus clown are you now? Micah asked impolitely. COGH cough cough cough. Arthur was in no condition to speak. He was badly beaten and was also in the last stretch of tuberculosis. Deadpool replied in a jolly tone, oh, I am Captain Delicious Pants. Now, I have come to take you to hell as you are a Category 4. Ha ha ha, are you supposed to be some kind of Grim Reaper? Micah asked. Bwahahahahahahahahaha. Ah, you tell such funny jokes, dead man. Deadpool burst into crazy laughter, scaring Micah a bit. No, Grim Reapers are the lowest runts of hell. Oh, I am from the top brass, just below Lucifer. Now it's time for you to sleep, muscular fat Barbie. Boom. Mitchell's body fell down with a large chunk of his head missing. Cough cough. Who? Cough are you? Arthur asked from the ground. Deadpool saw that Arthur was actually a Category 3 sinner. He was sad, but he decided to cultivate this guy for Category 4. Deadpool waved his hand and Micah's body got disintegrated. Then a white soul came out of it. It was caught by Deadpool in a flask with lid. Arthur saw the whole thing. His breathing turned heavy. Cough, goddamn, you really are the devil. Deadpool chuckled. Hee. Yeah. Wanna make a deal? I can take away your tuberculosis, also make your wanted status go away, give you money and knowledge you can use to get rich legally. Arthur chuckled. Ha, sounds too good to be true. What's the payment? My soul. But suddenly Arthur realized he didn't have trouble breathing and was also feeling much better. In a way, yes. We in hell divide people's sins into categories. 1 is pure, 2 is a light sinner who just gets a slap on the wrist, 3 are those who get punished in hell then again go to reincarnate as some random animal. After this comes the major league, the juicy stuff, 4 is eternal hell and 5 is the destruction of the soul. You are in 3, Arthur. Now, I have utmost faith in you that if I give you all these you will not leave this outlaw life of yours and keep on sinning and f***ing up. Soon, you will reach Category 4 and that is when I catch you. Deadpool said. Arthur sat up slowly, so all I have to do is to not commit crimes and live like a good man. Yes, but I know you can't do that. You are a wild deer. You can't be tamed, by yourself or someone else. Deadpool kept on brainwashing. Well, I accept your terms. I will prove your ass wrong, just watch me. Arthur resolutely said. He had already made the decision. Ho ho, someone's excited. Okay then. Sign here. Deadpool gave him a devil's contract. Arthur signed it. In an instant, Arthur's records from all government agencies and bounty posters and registers disappeared. His name disappeared from many people's memories too. Then, knowledge of science and advanced mechanical engineering appeared inside Arthur's brain. Deadpool gave him this so that Arthur can make weapons later and commit sin. Then, Deadpool gave $200,000 to him, not directly but it was submitted to the bank under his name. Here you go, all done. Now quickly massacre some people and give me your juicy soul. Deadpool cheered him on. It's not gonna happen, buddy. I'm never gonna look back at this life. Enough lessons learned for one lifetime, Arthur said while getting up. Arthur. Dutch came. Deadpool saw him and got excited. Boom. Dutch's headless dead body fell down in an instant. Lottery. Why did you do that? Arthur asked in shock. Category 4. He's gonna get a nice welcome boiling oil bath in hell now and get tormented for eternity. Deadpool answered while removing the soul out of Dutch. Arthur sighed. Thanks for making me more resolute to be a good man. Well, I guess this marks the end now. I hope not to see you in this life again. Goodbye. Arthur ran away soon after. Deadpool was left there standing, happily turning around and looking at all the Pinkertons who were after Arthur not long ago. Oh ho ho. I smell so many category 4 here. Boo bless, let's go. He got excited. Deadpool was wrong. He had scared Arthur too much. No man would want to go to hell. Even less so if a man really knew that hell existed. In fact, considering that he knew he was a category 3, he wanted to do good and hoped to get to category 2 at least. Arthur had decided to never look back. So, he went against all odds. Using his knowledge he didn't make guns, but instead machinery. He opened his own oil refinery and employed the Indians. It was a win-win. He started his own automobile company and made some of the world's first heavy-duty tractors. He later bought tens of thousands of hectares of land and started growing crops there. Soon, he even started making cars and later private aircraft. He was the greatest tycoon of the new century and the living embodiment of the American dream. He helped all the Indians with his money. He bought them lands to settle down. These were privately owned lands so the government couldn't interfere with them. Not to mention the halo given by Arthur's name was enough to keep all the bad folks away. Arthur's industries were so huge and influential that most people in the US and UK knew him by the nickname Big Arthur. Then he found the opportunity for greatness. World War I started. He didn't make weapons or anything destructive. Instead, he started a medical equipment manufacturing plant. From there, he provided humanitarian aid across the world with his food and medical equipment. Nov. L.B//JNN. He was already married now with a son and a daughter with Mary Linton. She got to live the life she dreamt of. He even helped John and his family and made little Jack a successful businessman. Sadie Adler was also helped and she got to open her own logistics company. He even helped the family of the man who gave him tuberculosis. He admitted that he was responsible for his own pain. In the end, he ended up dying of old age and reaching heavens. He redeemed all his sins while being alive and even went further to become a kind soul. For every person he had killed, he had saved 1,000 lives one way or another. He died like a good beau. Deadpool could only cry alone in the office. Fihame. After the party, Alexander, Dobby, Buddha, Ragnarok, Archangel Michael and Iroh sat together around a bonfire, just talking by the lake. They were just talking about stuff. Karema was sleeping happily in Alexander's lap. Kokuo sat beside Buddha and rested his head on Buddha's lap. There were some unicorns and phoenixes too, just sleeping around them or listening to them. Boss, what happens when you die? You're experienced in that, after all. I've heard that your whole life flashes in your mind. Dobby asked Alexander. Alexander sipped the tea and replied, well, from my experience, it is just depressing. I didn't see any life flashing when I was on my deathbed. Perhaps it's all about the circumstances where you die. If you have made peace with yourself, then you wouldn't feel despair. If you still cling to that tiny life left, you will be in despair when dying. Sigh in a way, those who die a sudden death are lucky. Iroh nodded and added, that is why one should try to have a life of no regrets as regrets are what leads to dissatisfaction in your last days. Buddha agreed, yes, but the secret to everything lies in here, in the mind. It can be the source of both purity and evil. It is like an untamed horse. Once you befriend it and understand it, it can be your best companion and if you don't then all you will get is a horse kick. The combined wisdom of the people sitting in this small group was enough to start a cult for. All of them had different principles but in the end, their thoughts had one meaning, that was internal peace. Alexander then looked at Michael, brother, did you get any words from heaven? He nodded, I did, they are just the usual stuff. Low-level skirmishes happening in places. But, the biggest news I got is that Saitama has been going hard on Zulruk's army. He caught one of the high demons of Zulruk's army and got all their war location plans out. Now, he's intercepting them and destroying them. He has already killed about 1 trillion of low-level soldiers of Zulruk. Ragnarok chuckled, damn, attaboy, but I worry that Zulruk might come after him himself. Yeah, that's true. I will send words to him. He even missed today's party. Okay then, I will go and read the book that Buddha gave me. Maybe it can help me get stronger. Cough meditation has helped me a lot these days. Alexander digressed. Any plans for dealing with Zulruk? Michael asked. Alexander laid back on his chair and just looked at the sky. Sigh ha. Well, it's pretty simple. Cross my heart and hope not to die, at least not before I put that demon back in his place. But you are unkillable, aren't you? Dobby asked. I don't know, Dobby. I don't know anymore. I have this feeling that when I fight him, the stakes will be very high. Alexander replied with confusion apparent in his voice. Alexander then got up to stretch up and leave. Well, boys. I'll go and meditate now. Let's see what my believers are asking me. What do they even pray for? Iroh inquired. He was the god of tea, so he didn't deal with the wish-hearing job. Not much. The usual asking for forgiveness for their sins. People think religion is a business where you pay for God's forgiveness. Rather than redeeming with action, they'd spend money because it's easier. They don't understand that in the end, money is also a devil. It makes you greedy and keeps your mind from elevating. Alexander said and started walking away. Iroh also got up to leave. That's it for me. I'm gonna go out and roam around. I need some fresh air of a new world. Alexander went to a silent place and sat down cross-legged. He opened the book Buddha gave him. It was in Sanskrit, but he didn't have much trouble reading it. Because in his past life, he had read all kinds of old scriptures from India in search of a cure for cancer. He had read many epics and stories from the past that had the mention of magical herbs. He tried to find these magical herbs, but in the end, they were nowhere to be found. I was really a madman back then, he muttered to himself and focused on reading. Initially, there was just basic of how to meditate in the starting pages. Alexander was already beyond this point. Soon, he came upon a very important part. It said, become one with the surroundings. Alexander decided to do just that. He closed the book and shut his eyes to start meditating. It took him a few seconds to get to the zone. After a while, his mind became empty. He soon started hearing voices of all the people praying to him. But soon, Alexander found something new. He found out that he was not just hearing the wishes made right now, but even the ones in the past and future. He heard the wishes of some historical personalities and also the wish of 150th President of the United States. God, wish me luck. I am about to make a move that might just destroy this world. But if we win, America will be the king of the world. 150th President wished. Nov. L. B //JNN. Alexander ignored this guy, even gave him some bad luck. This ended up with him getting assassinated by CIA instead of successfully launching a nuke. After that, Alexander heard the voice of Abraham Lincoln. God, may you bless me and this country of free people that I am able to pass the law for emancipation proclamation that declares forever free those slaves within the Confederacy. The Civil War has gone on for far too long. Too much blood has been shed. Go ahead, Alexander blessed him. Abraham felt something touch his shoulder. Thank you. Abraham didn't know what it was, but he just accepted it as a blessing. There were some historical kings too. This was surely new for Alexander. But this was not his main target. Alexander wanted to do what the book told him to. So, he focused even more. He wanted to be present everywhere at the same time. He wanted to be able to see things too while hearing them. He sat there for a long time. Soon, he started hearing some voices. It was the voice of Kome, Olivia, Thea, and Natasha. Grandma, I will help you cook today, Kome enthusiastically said. Olivia patted his head. Sure, come here. Me too, Grandma. Thea also came forward. Olivia put the two on the platform where she was making dough for some pizzas. Okay, add some water to it, Olivia instructed. Kome picked up the jug and proceeded to pour water. But Thea tried to grab the jug too. I will help too. However, the jug was too heavy for her and she lost balance, though she held on to Kome's new sweater that Olivia had made for him. So, both of them fell into the dough and got covered in white flour. Olivia facepalmed herself. You too, clumsy beyond hope. She and Natasha picked them up. Ha ha ha. Suddenly a loud voice came. Olivia was alerted. Who's there? Alex. Even Alexander now realized that he was able to see everything. Yeah, it's me. I can see you now. I guess this is what God feels like. That's creepy, Olivia said. Ji-chan, where are you? Kome asked with excitement. Outside in the garden, Alexander replied. Whoa, are you using that phone thing? He asked while still being covered in dough. No, but it's even better than that. Why don't you two take a bath? Go. Alexander then checked another place in the castle. Stop sharpening your scissors, Douglas. You will make them disappear with that grinding stone. Use it to practice now. Alexander's voice scared Douglas. I will. He instinctively replied. But then he remembered that he was in his own room. He turned around to look at Alexander, but there was no one. Strange. Am I hearing things? Douglas wondered. Iroh went out to roam the various universes. This was his favorite part in each world. He gets to meet new people and have some talks with them. He gets to share his love for tea and also do some good every once in a while. When he came out of Fahame, he appeared near a small dome-shaped house. He knocked on it and Gaku opened the door. Oh, old man, it's you? I really liked your tea. Come in, Chi-Chi has gone to the market. Gohan is inside. Gaku invited him in. Thank you, young man. Iroh entered. He saw Gohan doing his homework on the table. Iroh took a seat beside him. He took out his golden tea kettle gifted to him by Ragnarok. Sip. What are you studying, child? He asked. Maths, Grandpa, Gohan answered. Oh, I know it. But it's not my cup of tea. Do you like it? Iroh asked. I didn't like it before either. But with practice, I got better. but now it's boring. Gohan said. Really? What do you want to do then? Iroh inquired. I want to train. I want to fly outside, spar with dad. But Mom won't ever let me do that. She only wants me to study and study. Gohan sadly replied. Iroh caressed his hair. Kid, your mother is scared. Scared of the future. She probably worries that something might happen to Goku someday or maybe even herself. So she is worried about you and about your future. She wants you to study and become good enough to make money, as she probably thinks that money is the best cheat for a better life. But I think she is wrong here. She fails to see that her husband and son are not ordinary people. But I think making money is easy with our strength. I can simply win some sports events and get a lot of money. Gohan said. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes, you can. But will you be happy after that? Think of it this way, you are to fight your father. He can easily beat you and he does just that. Would he feel good after that? If you were in his place, how would you feel? You were born with high strength. It won't be cheating, but doing it won't give you mental satisfaction either, Iroh said. I wouldn't feel happy. I understand, old man. Winning while competing against normal people would be like cheating for someone like me. But how do I make money now and make mom ease up? Gohan asked. Business. I have an idea. You have such a large land. It even has its own jungle. Why don't you cut them and sell wood? If someday you feel that the jungle is emptying, you can gather the Dragon Balls and wish for a new forest. You can make so much money with this. Iroh suggested. That sounds good. I will do it, Grandpa. But I can't tell Mom before I try it myself first. If I show her the money, then maybe she will agree to this plan, Gohan agreed. Yes, but remember, you should still get a decent amount of study done. At least get one college degree. You don't have to work hard, you are already very smart. Iroh advised and patted his shoulder. Iroh then decided to leave this planet, in fact, the universe. So, he used the device Alexander had given him and went to a random planet in Universe 11. As soon as he appeared, he had a lot of noise and people were running away from something. Ruin. Pride troopers are here. They shouted. All the people running looked like criminals to Iroh, so he caught one and asked him everything. Of course, he had to scare him a bit. He learned about the so-called Pride Troopers. The Pride Troopers was a very powerful hero team who operates in Universe 11. They were led by Top. The Pride Troopers work under their God of Destruction Belmod, and thus can be classified as agents of destruction. The Pride Troopers were originally just a motley crew of people with different ideologies and backgrounds, though they grouped together due to all being on the side of justice. When evil attacks, the Pride Troopers are called out to travel to the planet and eliminate any threats. The team seemingly has at least several bases among the galaxy. The organization was known to have existed in Universe 11 for at least 240,686 years, as it existed before Belmod became the God of Destruction. Ha ha ha. You cannot run away now. A big old man appeared in front of Iroh. He was a tall and burly alien humanoid. He had tan-colored skin, yellow eyes with dark lines under them, and a large white mustache that covered his mouth. Thinking that Iroh was also a criminal, he proceeded to attack. Iroh dodged and asked, "Who are you?" "I love my people. I love my land, and my planet. I love my universe. Leader of the Pride Troopers, I am Top the Bold. Whether they're small, or medium-sized, or extra jumbo, my fist of iron justice will smash evildoers in any size they come," Top proclaimed. "Okay, want some tea?" Iroh asked nonchalantly as he blocked a punch from Top, shocking the giant man. Top was also a candidate to become Universe 11's next God of Destruction. He was a humble, hot-blooded, and respectful fighter who strongly believes in justice. So, he was not an unreasonable person. Feeling shocked and weird, Top stopped himself from punching. "Who are you?" "I am Iroh. Nice to meet you. Why don't you tell all your friends to come and have a drink?" "I come in peace," Iroh said. Top waved his hand a little and soon lots of people in red uniform came. "One of us is in meditation so he can't come." "Where are you from, Iroh?" Top asked. He had not felt any kind of malice from Iroh, so he was respectable to him. "I'm from Universe 7. I'm just traveling and seeing some sights," Iroh replied. Top's eyes widened a bit. "So you are from there. Belmont told me about you all and I must say you are doing great. Ridding the universes of sins is justice." Iroh accepted the praise with a laugh. "Haha, thank you, my friend. We are doing what we can. But even if we cleanse the universe, for now, it won't solve the problems permanently. Good and evil are always in a constant war." Top nodded. "True. But we must keep on going further. Besides, I would have made sure your work was not in vain in the long term, but don't have enough staff. Fighting won't be needed if you give better teaching to the kids. The current generation cannot be changed all of a sudden, my friend. They can only be stopped from doing bad. What's important is the future generation. If they are taught good morals from a small age, they will grow up to live by those morals," Iroh suggested. Top understood the meaning behind Iroh's wise words. He quickly decided to go and have a chat with the God of Destruction Belmod about this idea. After this meeting, Iroh went to the next destination. This time it was a planet in Universe 6. He saw a boy with spiky hair. The boy was standing in the field alone, shouting with his fists closed. Hey, poof. But nothing happened. Sigh. Why am I so weak? I'm a failure. he muttered to himself. Iroh walked forward. Failure is only an opportunity for a new beginning. Don't lose faith in yourself, child. Kaba had been training alone all this time. He wanted to get more stronger so he could help more with the Saddle Defense Force. Even though he was already elite, he still wanted more. But his training session was interrupted by the strange old man. Kaba was a good kid, so he was very polite with Iroh. Hello, mister. How can I help you? Wait. He suddenly realized that he was on an uninhabited planet. No one was supposed to be there except him, Kale and Caulifla. How did you come here? He asked. Iroh chuckled. Haha, I am Iroh. You can just call me Grandpa Iroh. I am a mere traveler, looking at the wonders of the universe. What about you? Kaba couldn't feel any power from this old man, so he was not sure if he was a threat or not. But any person traveling space mostly has some abilities. Even more, if the said person is really traveling for pleasure. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I am Kaba, a member of the Saddle Defense Force, Kaba answered. Kaba was fair-skinned and of short stature and had a very slim build. Kaba's hair was black and spiky, with one bang hanging over his forehead. Kaba was a good-natured, polite, and humble Saiyan. Why do I feel a familiar vibe from you? That hairstyle is also very familiar. What species are you from? Iroh asked. Kaba proudly answered. I am a Saiyan. Kaba took pride in himself being a Saiyan. After all, they were hired to stop crime, becoming a peaceful warrior race that brings down evil. Because of their vigilante nature, they earned renown of hero of justice and all take pride in this. Iroh scratched his beard and nodded. Of course, Universe 7 and 6 are sister universes, so it is okay for Saiyans to exist. But to think they are so different, it's amazing. Universe 7, 6? What do you mean? Kaba was confused. Whoosh. Suddenly 2 more figures came down from the sky and landed near Kaba. Oi, why didn't you reply to the transponder? The girl with spiky hair spoke. Kaba turned to her. Caulifla, I was talking to him. Caulifla turned to Iroh. Huh? Who is this old man? A traveler from Universe 7. My name is Iroh. Iroh greeted them. Huh? What is Universe 7? She brashly asked. Caulifla had long black spiky hair, thin eyebrows, and black eyes. She had the demeanor of a thug, and Kaba finds her hard to deal with. Her attitude was different from what one would expect out of the peace-loving 6th Universians. She was aggressive, crass, and proud of her power, similarly to 7th Universians. You don't know? Well, this knowledge is usually not known by mortals. Tell me, do you know who rules this universe? Iroh asked. Someone rules this universe? Since when? She asked back in shock. So you don't know. Well, there are gods called God of Destruction and Supreme Kai. These 2 beings look after this universe. Though I think there is no God of Destruction at the moment because the last one got fired. Iroh revealed. Kaba nervously asked, even rulers of the universe can be fired? By whom? By the ruler of the 12 universes and my friend Alexander. Anyway, want some tea? Iroh asked as he set up his small table on the floor. The 3 Saiyans sat around him, wanting to know more. They were still unable to digest this information. So there are more universes? How do I get there? Caulifla asked. You can't. Well, not unless you are God level strong and can ask the angel to take you there. Iroh replied. He handed them glasses of tea, but when he was giving one to Kale he paused. She got flustered at that. But then Iroh went back to normal. Kid, you have great potential as a Saiyan. I think you can do wonders with a little more training, he said. Whoosh. Out of nowhere, a light fell from the sky. It was definitely someone coming and it was not like Alexander's style. Soon, from the light came out Vados and shockingly, on her one hand was a staff and in the other was a toddler with red hair and human-looking body, but with long ears. Iroh got up. Hello, Vados. Who do we have here? Welcome to Universe 6, Uncle Iroh. I sensed your presence and decided to check up on you. She greeted him politely. Most angels were polite anyway. Their power level was so high that they never needed to have any bad thoughts about anything because they never cared. They were also angels and them being good was the main point. Oh, this is Amon, the new god of destruction of Universe 6. He was selected by the Grand Priest. This boy is the last of his species. They can get immensely strong very easily with a little bit of practice. But for now, all he needs is food, she revealed. A/N, he's an OC. Iroh looked at the kid wearing a baby-sized god of destruction dress. He seemed to have a prideful temperament. But with the milk bottle stuck to his mouth, he looked cuter. Haha, make sure this one does a better job. Where is Kampa? Iroh asked. Who knows, he said he will be traveling in search of good food. Vados shrugged. He should have gone to the Earth of Universe 7. They have lots of good food. Even Beerus lives there. Anyway, meet these 3. Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale. They are Saiyans. There are Saiyans in Universe 7 too and they are very strong. Maybe you can take these 3 under you and train them to be the angels of destruction or something. Iroh suggested. Vados looked at the 3 for a while. Ho ho, indeed, they have a lot of potential. All they need is some practice. Who are you? Caulifla asked. She is the angel of Universe 6. Strongest being in Universe 6. If you train under her, you can reach heights you didn't even know existed. It's your decision in the end. I am just a simple old man. Traveling around. Iroh said. Okay, Vados. I will be leaving now. Gotta check out all of the universes. Take care. Iroh packed his stuff and simply left. When will you train me? Caulifla asked excitedly. Not here, we will go to the God of Destruction planet. Here, hold Aemon till then. Don't anger him though, or else he might mistakenly destroy you from existence. She advised them. The three Syans looked at the cute chubby face of Aemon. It was hard to imagine that this kid was so strong. But they did not take chances. Lady Vados, who was that old man just now? He sounded like he was your senior. Kaba asked. Oh, that was the friend of Supreme God Alexander. Iroh is most likely stronger than me. Vados muttered. As Supreme God. The three exclaimed. Yes, he is even more powerful than the Grand Zeno, the god of 12 universes. I think Zeno is like a grandkid to him now, she replied. Okay, hold my staff you three. Do not let it go no matter what. With that, Iroh changed the destiny of Thracians unknowingly. He, on the other hand, continued his tour, spreading tea love in all universes. Eventually, he even met the Grand Priest and had a nice conversation with him. After that, he silently returned to his farm in Fihame to tend his tea farm. Meanwhile, in Fihame, Alexander had decided to do something major. This was the only way he could imagine himself getting better with his powers. He was already 70%er a strong American Samoa god. 30%er was left, but it was proving very hard to get stronger at this stage. Even a 0.1 increment came after a lot of work. Alexander got up from his small meditation session after spooking Douglas. He just had a thought that to become stronger, he needs to practice a lot, and for that, he needs a lot of time. The time that he does not have. What happened with the confrontation with Ravenflame was a wake-up call that Zulrich was not slowing down anytime soon. In fact, he had gotten faster. He also found out that Ravenflame was stronger than him. Zulrich was stronger than Ravenflame. This would make him very weak in front of Zulrich. I guess it's time to go back to that depressing hellhole, he muttered to himself. He first went to Olivia to tell her. She was asleep at the moment, so he went to talk to her in the bedroom. He had not gone to sleep in his room for months now, and he also felt bad for that. But, he had decided to make up for all of this after all this mess was solved. Haha. When he got there, he heard laughs coming from the room. He entered silently and saw Olivia, Natasha, Medusa, Rena, Golly, Amy, Siri, and Hella sitting on the bed in a circle. In the middle were lots of photo albums. There were Thea and Erica too, but they were asleep. Olivia showed them a picture of Alexander's childhood. He was 9 years old in this and was wearing a Captain America t-shirt. He had a big smile on his face. He looks so happy, Medusa said. Olivia smiled looking at the picture. Yeah, he told me about this picture. In his orphanage, every 3 months, the locals would donate their used clothes. But, these kids would have to compete to get their favorite clothes. Superhero prints were famous back then, and your grandpa was into superheroes at that time. So, he had to defeat 10 kids in rock paper scissors. He told me that he was using some mind tricks and making other kids make the move he wanted them to make. He was smart from an early age, Natasha said. By now, she already knew about the comics and stuff. In the start, it was weird for her that so many people knew about her life that she tried to keep a secret. But, then she found out that even her alternate reality selves also had their lives made into comics. She, in fact, had fun reading about those. All those what-ifs were interesting, but still, she regarded this life of hers as the most blessed. Yeah, that was like a curse for him though, because in just a year, he stopped liking superheroes as he realized that such things could never be true in reality. Olivia replied with a sigh. Hehe, look at Grandpa running away from those men. I mean women. Amy laughed, picking up another image. He looks terrified, Hella added. Cough. It seems I have been made a laughingstock again. Well, Grandpa is happy as long as you all are happy. He interjected and sat beside Olivia. He put his arm around Olivia's shoulder and turned the pages of the album. The kids chuckled seeing them like this. What are you looking for? Olivia asked as she looked at his face. Nothing, just looking for that picture of you where you fell in the rain and got covered in the mud, Alexander said. Olivia burst into laughter when she remembered that. Ha ha ha, I remember. Then I ran after you to hug you n/o/fell/b/in.c//om. Then you fell again. Oh, I miss my clumsy Olivia. Alexander happily reminisced. Olivia raised her thin eyebrows. Really? I was clumsy. Tell me, who was the one that would forget to wear shoes every day while leaving for work? Alexander shook his head and softly tugged Olivia's hair, being her ear. My dear Oli, you were more clumsy. Olivia did the same as she tucked Alexander's hair that was not much shorter than hers behind his ear. My dear Alex, I can keep on going all day. Cough. Guys, I think we should leave them alone. Rena spoke suddenly. Embarrassingly, Alexander and Olivia stopped looking into each other's eyes. Alexander got up. No, stay here. I came to tell Oli that I will be going to train myself alone. To you all, it might just be a day or few, but there, millions of years will have passed. Olivia got up and put one arm on his shoulder. I won't stop you, but take care. I don't want you to turn cynical on me now. Alexander chuckled. I know. I will take care of myself. Okay, see you later. With that, he went out to Buddha to tell him what he was going to do. I agree with your decision. You need silence and peace to truly delve into your mind. Go, you will surely have some kind of progress. Remember, be one with the surroundings. But to do that, try to learn your surroundings first, Buddha suggested. Of course, his words weren't that simple. He didn't tell him to look at the scenery around him, but it was something else, something not visible to the eyes. Alexander again went to the uninhabited planet in his solar system. This time, he was going to the extreme. Each minute there would be 1 million years outside in Fahame. So, each day is nearly 1.4 billion years. Alexander doesn't want to be away from his family for too long, so he hopes to not take very long. But still, he didn't take the chances and put this highest limit on. Okay, let's get going. He sat down cross-legged on a flat stone, closed his eyes and tried to return to the state he was before in. He wanted to see everything, from the past, present to the future at the same time. He just stayed silent and sat for an unknown amount of time. In his mind, he learned the secrets of omniscience. Somewhere in Omniverse. Meanwhile, Saitama was finding and hunting Zulruk's army like a bee searching for juicy flowers. Ha ha ha, your free run ends today, bald man. Fish vagina, will be the end of you. I have brought 1 million demons with me. But, if you want, I can bring you to God Zulruk too. He is benevolent and will give you a place in his army. With your strength, you can easily be my assistant. Fish vagina shouted. Saitama didn't reply. Each time he came across Zulruk's army divisions, their commanders always talked like this. Death punch. Boom boom. Saitama without thinking much bombarded punches towards the army. Like constant bombs falling, instantly, a wave crossed by them, turning the million demon army into a paste as it went further. Fish vagina died while crying in shock and despair. He realized too late that Saitama was way past the level for being his assistant, and he had also offended him by calling him bald. Damn you. Fish vagina shouted as his inevitable death came. Phew. Saitama blew on his fist as if it was a gun. Too weak. After that, he jumped to the next coordinate. He soon appeared over the space of a planet that looked like Earth but seemed to be invaded by demons, apparent by its burning texture. Not just that, some other planets in the solar system were too attacked. Okay, let's start. Saitama went straight down to Earth and landed in the middle of a demon horde. But, he noticed something. These demons were very different from the ones he had been killing all this time. They looked too ugly and weak to him. Aren't these from Zulruk's army? He wondered. Roar. Soon he saw a huge one. It had a humanoid-shaped demon but just looked very big. It had horns on its head. Saitama just walked towards it while beating the demons out of existence. He didn't even give them any thought and mercilessly butchered them. Eventually, he reached the large one. He jumped to the height of the head and punched normally. Splash. The head got destroyed into a bloody and gooey substance. The demon also fell to the ground, killing some smaller ones around it. But, Saitama was having a problem there. Why aren't there any demons that can speak? But luckily, while he was killing demons left and right, he finally saw something, not like a demon. It was a man, probably, in a futuristic-looking armor. He was also killing the demons left and right with his gun and hands. So Saitama went towards him to ask him about this world. Boom. Bam. He left behind a trail of blood and dead bodies of demons as he went to the man. Soon, the man also noticed him but did not react to it. Soon, Saitama was very close to him, so he spoke. Where are the demons coming from? Where is their leader? But the man didn't reply and still continued to kill the demons. Saitama, being the impatient guy he was sometimes, moved very fast and killed all demons around a kilometer radius. Friend, I can help you destroy the demons permanently. I can help you destroy their whole realm. But for that, we need some communication. Saitama tried to communicate. The man stopped moving and looked at Saitama for a while, as if assessing him. Soon, his suit made a noise. Scan complete. This man is a human, a powerful one at that. Voice said. I? He asked. I am Vega, the artificial intelligence who helps this guy here. He does not speak as his mind has been mutated by his rage and bloodlust for demons in the past tens of years. They call him Doomslayer, Vega explained. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What happened? Saitama asked. Some scientists messed up on the base on Mars and that opened a portal to these demons' realm. Since then, this guy here has been fighting them and getting stronger. They also killed his rabbits and he's angry. Vega said. I'm also hunting demons. I have traveled to a lot of worlds. Tell me where the ruler of this world's demons lives. I will kill them. Saitama firmly said. Good, their ruler is the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is the title of the supreme ruler of the realm of hell. We don't know what he looks like though. Vega revealed. Take me to hell, then, Saitama demanded. Can't. First, we need to secure Earth. This guy won't go anywhere until then. Vega said on behalf of the Doomslayer. I will help. You go left, I go right. Kill all demons and meet me halfway. Saitama planned. Deal, Vega replied. Saitama didn't wait and dashed to the right. Loud sounds of explosions came and slowly faded as he left behind dead bodies. Well, maybe let's meet at 1/5 way from this side, Vega commented. After that, Doomslayer also started slaughtering demons. Saitama didn't take too long and killed all the demons in record time. In fact, all of these were so weak that even the speed at which Saitama was moving killed lots of demons around him. So, he did just that and ran around at a fast speed. In just 15 minutes, he had done his job and now was on his way to meet the Doomslayer. Oh, are you done? You are fast. That's fine. Follow me if you want to go to hell. Vega spoke. Saitama followed Doomslayer behind. He had no idea what was going on in the head of this guy. Eventually, they arrived in hell with some kind of a portal. He didn't care to ask as he only wanted to kill demons. That big castle is where the Dark Lord lives. Saitama asked the obvious. Of course, the big bad guy lives in the big bad castle. Doomslayer, you kill the demons around here, meanwhile, I will deal with that Dark Lord. You just wait a second. Saitama said. How are you going to kill him? He is very strong. Vega asked. Watch me, Saitama replied. He kicked the ground and jumped a few meters high. Then, with decent force, he punched towards the castle. With a roar, the punch traveled at a speed unimaginable. The demons around them were shocked too, and even they looked toward the castle as if wanting to know their upcoming fate. Then it happened, too fast for anyone to even react. Well, there were just demons, but even they had the reaction of being scared already. Boom. An explosion that would make a nuke go shy occurred. The castle got covered in a cloud of dust and nothing could be seen to determine its fate. That was the first time Doomslayer showed an expression. It seemed he was happy maybe. Saitama stretched his shoulder. He didn't want to wait any longer, so he blew out air. It was nothing less than a storm. The cloud of dust got blown away, showing them the condition of the place castle used to be. There was nothing. Not even a brick left. There was just a deep, wide, and smooth crater. Even the sand had turned into glass due to the heat. The demons around also got very scared. They tried to run away, but Saitama sent some punches in all directions and killed them. Doomslayer, I am on a mission to destroy the demon army of the biggest demon King Zulrek. He wants to fight God and take his position. Do you want to travel with me and destroy these demons across the Omniverse? Saitama asked straightforwardly. He's a bit different from Genos, but I guess this will be fine, Saitama thought. Doomslayer didn't say anything. Vega gave the answer. He agrees, but first, you need to help him kill every single demon remaining so they can never rise again, Vega said. Saitama lifted his hand to shake. Deal. Surprisingly, Doomslayer shook it. So, they traveled all the dimensions known to Doomslayer, slaying demons. They even destroyed the technology that connected hell with the earth. Eventually, they cleansed the universe and went on their way to find another universe with demons of Zulrek. Saitama had doubts that this world's demons were not related to Zulrek. But, any dead demon was a good demon. It had been 2 days since Alexander had gone to meditate. Even though Fihaim had all kinds of fun characters, but without Alexander, everyone felt a little lonely for some reason. The tailed beasts and kids were among the most affected. Olivia usually scoffed at how Alexander doesn't spend much time in Fihaim, but moments like these tell her how important Alexander is to all of them. She had no idea how much time had passed on the special planet, but all she hoped for was that he succeeds in whatever he's doing. She had to spend time with all the tailed beasts and kids to not let them be sad due to their missing grandpa. Komei, catch. She threw the ball. All of them were playing catch right now. Yes. Komei flew high in the air and caught the ball. Shikaku complained. No, why are you flying? That is cheating. Komei passed the ball to Shikaku. No, you are just jelly. Grandma, when will Grandpa come back? Thea asked Olivia with watery eyes. She was not playing. Olivia picked her in her arms. Sweetie, he is training in there. He will come back soon. Why don't you and Ajax go out and play? Okay. She nodded cutely and ran away to find Ajax. Olivia sighed seeing her like this. Thea was very much attached to Alexander as he spoiled her too much with love. Brother Ajax, where are you? Thea ran into Ajax's huge room that was more like a small apartment because it had multiple rooms. Ajax was lazily reading some manga he took from Zeno. Here, Thea. He voiced from his entertainment room. Thea tippy-toed to the room. She also saw Hats lying on the sofa, chatting with Corin's sister on the phone. Thea ran to him and hugged him tightly. Hats had gone through this experience before, so he was not very worried at the moment. All kids when small liked to play with him. Thea, while holding Hats, talked to Ajax. Brother, I'm bored. Grandpa is busy. Komei and Chape are playing with the rest. Grandma says we both can go out to play. Sigh. Ajax put the manga aside and looked at his little sister. No one could say no to her cute chubby puppy face. Fine, let's go and have some adventures. Just you, me, and Hats. Ajax decided. Don't involve me in this. Hats shrugged. Are you sure? I'm sure Grandma would want you to come with me and Thea, Ajax said. Hats had to agree as Olivia would really say that. So, he jumped over and sat down on Ajax's shoulder and continued texting. Hats, open a portal to a nice world. Ajax requested. Hats was so into chatting that he just flicked his paw and opened a portal. In fact, Olivia had only allowed them to go out and play with Gohan, not go to a different world entirely. Ajax held Thea's hand and passed the portal. Ajax was much stronger and a bit more mature now than when he went on a solo adventure in the Full Metal world. Thea, though, was very young, but she had the ability that was very OP. Also, Alexander had put protective magic on her that would teleport her to Fihaim in the face of danger, and in her place, 10 million droids would be sent to deal with the attacker. 10 million was overkill, but Ajax understood that if he was in place of Alexander, he would do the same. Thea must be protected at all cost. Brother, where are we? Thea asked while looking around at the dense forest. I don't know, Thea. But let's not worry about that. Aren't we here for adventure and fun? Let's set up a small camp here first. It seems sunset is going to happen and we are in a jungle. We will have some roasted meat with my special spices. he said and took out a full tent from his space pocket ring. Yai, tasty meat. Thea cheered. She had eaten the special spiced meat made by Ajax before. It was a recipe he had specially made to bribe the tailed beets and hats. It was one of his biggest secrets and he had decided to take it to his grave. Thea, sing me a song while I make the food. Hats, you also join. Ajax suggested. Hats finally put his phone aside as it was time to eat and Corin's sister, Kiran, had also gone to sleep. He sat beside Thea. Okay, you two, sing after me. In a jungle on a cold dark night. With a brat and a girl who smiles so bright. All the monsters run away to hide. Ajax is a kid but a spoiled brat. He's strong but his head is empty. Strength is the only thing he has plenty. Our little Thea is a special one. Her smile gets our hearts won. She behaves well and is so warm. She makes everyone feel calm. Ajax stopped Hats and himself started singing. He also wanted to say something about Hats. His name is Hats. He's a narcissist cat and also fat. He's a lover now and a desperate at that. Hey, I'm not desperate. I haven't decided to date her yet. Hats clarified. Thea quickly spoke, making them go silent. I sing too. I love my grandma. I love my grandpa. I love my big brother. I love my hats. I love my everyone. La 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 la. Her words were just what was in Thea's heart. Ajax and Hats didn't complain about it not rhyming and not sounding like a song. They just clapped for her. Amazing, Thea is smart, Ajax said. Yes, yes, come, Thea, food is ready, eat. Hats put food for her. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The three ate and went to sleep for the night. Thea slept hugging the soft fur of Hats. He also acted as a responsible elder. Ajax just took a corner. Next morning, Ajax helped Thea brush her teeth and then folded the tent. Okay, let's go and look for humans. I don't think this jungle spans all over the planet. Ajax decided. Hats again sat on his shoulder and started chatting. Thea held Ajax's hand and walked alongside him happily. They came across many animals. Some deer, bears and even gorillas. But none of them came to attack because of the aura Thea was emitting. Hell, even mosquitoes didn't come near them. She was a natural repellent. As they walked, Thea pointed to a rock on the side. Big brother, look. Ajax also saw a black rock. But, it looked more like a life-sized human statue. But why was it there? He wondered. Soon, they came across many more of these. Most of them were covered in mud, signifying that they had been here for a long time. Strange, who made so many statues? There are even birds, he questioned. But Hats spoke and clarified, they aren't dead, kid. They are petrified I think. Like the mythical Medusa. Ajax asked. Yeah, I can still feel their consciousness. Hats pointed out. Then we must find a way to help them. Ajax decided. Watermelon. Suddenly Thea exclaimed. Ajax turned to see where Thea pointed. It was indeed a watermelon, but it had eyes on it. They moved closer to check it out. But as soon as they were a few inches away, the watermelon started to twitch. Brother, it's moving, Thea said excitedly. That is suspicious. Let me cut it in half with my throwing knife before going any closer. Ajax decided. Wait. Brother, watermelon speaks. Thea was even more excited now. I don't think it is the watermelon now. Whoever is hiding, come out. Ajax commanded in a serious voice. Pop. Suddenly, legs come from under the watermelon. It was most likely a child. It got up and turned to them. The watermelon was like a helmet now. Whoa, who are you? Thea asked. The watermelon kid looked at him, Thea and Hats. Then it spoke. I am Suka, who are you? Ajax understood this was a girl. I am Ajax, this is Thea and this fat cat is Hats. We are travelers. Do you know where more people live? Of course, they live in my village. Oh, I mean the Kingdom of Science. Suka answered. Kingdom of Science? What happened to this world? Can you take us there? I will give you this. Ajax showed her a lighter. Tick. Suka looked at the flames that came from the top of it. Whoa, another sorcerer. I mean scientist. Come with me. Everyone is welcome in the Kingdom of Science. She cheerfully ran away, leading the way. Well, she's dumb or this world is back to the Stone Age. Hats commented. Don't be mean, Uncle Hats. She's small. Thea argued. While in fact, she was even smaller than this Suka girl. Everyone. I found more people. Suka ran to her village, shouting. Her voice attracted everyone there. Soon, Ajax and Thea were surrounded by people. They are kids. Look at that cat. Can we eat it? They talked about them. Ajax's red and white dual-tone hair was a major topic too, but by far, the cat using the phone was the most talked about topic. Seeing everyone's dresses and the huts behind them, Ajax guessed that either he was in the past of Earth or World War happened and this is years in the future. He was mostly sure about it being Earth because the girl talked in Japanese. Hello, my name is Thea. Thea politely introduced herself with her hands together and a slight bow. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Auv. So cute. Everyone made noises because of that. What's going on here? Soon a voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone made way to let this person come forward. Ajax expected to see the leader of these people, but, unfortunately, it also turned out to be a kid. He had white hair though, much different from the rest of the people. However, Ajax did feel weird because there were too many blonde people and he was supposed to be in Japan. Senko saw the new arrivals. Instinctively, he first looked at the little girl because she was radiating such happy vibes. But then he noticed the girl's clothes that were a skirt, a t-shirt, a belt and also a headband made of plastic. He didn't understand why someone would go through the trouble to make all of these. Then he noticed Ajax, who was wearing a shirt, pants, belt, leather shoes too. All of these didn't look crudely handmade. Instead, they looked well factory crafted. After that, what he saw nearly had his eyes pop out. Not because of the cat using a phone, but because of a phone existing in the first place. This was 3,700 years after the petrification event. No such technology should have lasted this long. Where did you find that phone? Senku asked loudly. Ajax put his attention on this boy now. With his unique hair, he was either a villain or the main character of this world. Also, seeing how he behaved, it seemed he knows about modern things. My grandpa made it, Ajax replied. Where is he? How did you have all the stuff needed to make it? Senku asked hastily. Ajax shrugged. It was easy for him. We had all the stuff available at ease. Wait, aren't you gonna ask why this cat is using a phone? Senku's eyes twitched. Yeah, why is he doing that? Because I'm no household cat, kid. Hats jumped from the back of Ajax. It shocked everyone there. It spoke, many exclaimed. Now, where is the food? This god is hungry. Hats ordered like some fat lord. Just due to shock, someone went away and brought him a bowl of handmade ramen. Hats ate it and made a bad face. You call this food? This is a compromise. I'll go and catch some fish myself. Senku was still in shock. Did they evolve? No, it's not possible. Wait, is this kid's grandpa some kind of super scientist who made this cat intelligent? He thought about all this. But, considering that the boy in front of him could have such things, there was no denying he could probably bring other things. He decided to befriend him. I am Senku Ishigami, this village's leader. Welcome to the kingdom of science. He welcomed them with open arms. Ajax did not shy and followed them. Thea was taken to the side, though not away from Ajax's visible range by Suka. So, where is this grandpa of yours? Senku asked. At home, working on something. He was busy and that is why we came out here. Ajax replied. He was being honest till now. Ajax then noticed a lot of structures. Whoa, a blast furnace? An electricity generator? You are doing a great job, considering you made them from scratch. Senku proudly nodded. Thanks, I want to make many more things but I have no tools. But, if your grandpa can help us a little, I believe we can change the world. What are your goals? Ajax inquired. He wasn't going to help anyone now, not before knowing their motivations. Senku smiled and looked at the sky. Well, considering that the world is in ruin and not many humans are running around. Countries and laws have been reset. I want to create a society based around technology, that only focuses on making our lives better and invent more advanced stuff. So the word kingdom is just for the show. So you want to make a technocracy? A system of government in which a decision maker or makers are elected by the population or appointed on the basis of their expertise in a given area of responsibility, particularly with regard to scientific or technical knowledge. Ajax asked. Senku nodded. Yeah, that would be nice. Your dreams are good, but they are too detached from reality. Maybe this small number of people will agree with you. But remember, humans are greedy creatures. There will be others in this world who probably have started their small kingdoms too. Maybe some of them are directly opposite to your ideology, who want to establish a dictatorship for personal greed. How are you planning to convince them? Ajax inquired. Senku was silenced. He had thought about this before and had no idea how he would do this. He was just going with the flow. Haha, I guess you aren't wrong. There is already someone who wants to destroy this small kingdom of mine. But, I will not back down. He firmly said. Ajax nodded. Then I will support you. But first, can you tell me what the hell happened to this world? Wait, don't you know about the past? Weren't you or your family depetrified? Senku asked with doubt. Ajax scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you see, I am not from around here. What do you mean? The whole world is back into the Stone Age. Senku argued. I meant to say, I am not from this planet, Ajax replied awkwardly. Senku's mind went blank for a minute. What? Senku nearly shouted. It was a very bad joke, he added after calming down. I was not kidding. I did not come from this universe. You see, my grandpa is a god. He's is like a punisher of the omniverse. Traveling realities and worlds is very easy for us. You see that cat? He is the god of all chaos. He can destroy this planet with an intentional sneeze. That sister of mine also has her powers. I, on the other hand, have extreme super strength and also a bit of magic. Ajax explained. But obviously, Senku didn't believe it. Okay, let me prove it. Try to imagine a test that would make you believe that I have super strength. Ajax asked. Senku looked left and right. Finally, he pointed to a huge boulder, probably a few tons. Destroy that with a punch. Then I will agree. Ajax shrugged and walked towards it. Everyone else also noticed some activity happening so they followed the movement. Ajax simply raised his fist and punched. Boom. With a loud sound, the boulder got destroyed into small pieces. I can also do this, Ajax spoke and waved his hand. In an instant, the destroyed boulder started assembling itself back into its original shape and position. In just 5 seconds, it was as good as before. Senku and Chrome, in shock, jumped at the boulder to test it. but its structural integrity was as good as any boulder. They kicked it, punched it, and only hurt themselves. They turned back to Ajax and looked at him with confusion. If you had just destroyed the boulder, I could have come up with a reason. But, the way you repaired it, Senku was stuck in thoughts. Yay, science cannot explain what I just did. That is why we call it magic. In a more scientific term for people like you, we can call it energy manipulation, but such things cannot be replicated by machines. Only a selected few can do it with their bodies. As I said, I am not a normal human, my genes come from my grandpa who himself is a god. I know, it sounds strange, so let's just say, he's the administrator of the Omniverse. He is also the son of the creator of the Omniverse, Ajax said at length. He was trying his best to not make them freak out. But, what he was afraid of happened. Everyone except Senku kneeled and started chanting, Kami-sama. Is this what Grandpa feels like? Ajax thought wryly. He waved his hand and forcefully lifted everyone up. Please don't do that. Just think of me as a weird superpowered child. Please ignore me and return to your work. Tonight, I will be sponsoring a big feast for you all. Leave all the food and cooking for me, he announced. Everyone cheered and went away after that. He then turned to Senku. Now, will you tell me what happened to this world? Senku was feeling a bit numb in the head but he answered. Where should I start? 3,700 years ago, something strange happened in the world. Suddenly, all the people in the world turned into stone. They were not dead, just petrified. In all these years, the world as we knew it changed. Nature took over and what were human constructions disappeared. I was conscious the whole time, counting days. I was able to get depetrified not long ago, thanks to luck. Now, I just found out that my father and a few more astronauts who were in space at that time came back. They established this village here and all the people here are their descendants. There is also a thread of Tsukasa Empire, established by a formal ally, Tsukasa, who plans to purge humanity. He wants science to not develop so people can stay pure. He wants the world to not have any crimes and for that, he is ready to do anything. He tried to kill me before, he will try it again. Except for this, I don't know much about the remaining world. It is still a mystery. Senku explained everything. Ajax nodded continuously. I know if Grandpa were here, he would have done the same. Senku, I will help you. I will help you establish a worldwide technocracy. Senku was hoping to hear exactly this. Support from literal gods and demigods was like a confirmed win, like a cheat code in a game. I might not be very smart in the ways of science, but I can do other things with magic. Also, I can provide you with anything you need. Just tell me. Ajax assured him. Senki nodded. What power do your sister and Hats have? Leave them out of this. Thea is 3 years old. Her power is her innate ability to affect the mood of everyone around her. She can make you happy or sad depending on her mood. Hats, on the other hand. He is extremely strong, very, very strong. He also has reality manipulation powers. But we better leave him out of this. There is a reason he is called the God of Chaos. Ajax warned him. Hearing all this exaggeration about Hats, Senku gulped and agreed. But he also thought Ajax's sister was very powerful. Your sister, if she learns to control her power, can become the best ruler anyone can hope for. She can defeat entire armies easily. Haha, yeah, my little Thea is strong. Ajax dotted on her. Cool, Ajax, I was trying to make a telephone. But now that you are here, can you bring us some mobile phones, transmitter, receiver, signal switcher, data center unit and also an AC-DC transformer? Senku asked. He was feeling weird asking for things from someone. Ajax nodded. Sure, you will have all of them by tomorrow. In fact, I will ask Uncle Alfred to give me a set of communication satellites too. Senku couldn't be happier. But there was a problem. How will you send them to space? Easy, I will throw them, Ajax replied nonchalantly, leaving Senku in shock. Straight face. Pocket dimension, special planet. Alexander didn't know how long he had been sitting there. It was more accurate to say that he didn't care. He was so engrossed in his training that the thought of anything else didn't cross his mind. Initially, he tried very hard to become one with his surroundings. But all his attempts were in vain. So, he started from the start. Remember, be one with the surroundings. But to do that, try to learn your surroundings. These words of Buddha were repeating themselves inside his mind again and again. He knew there was something. So, he tried to see his surroundings on a molecular level. From there, he had an observation. Till now, all he tried was to see the present, past, and future of people. But, it turned out his method was wrong. Because time didn't just affect the living beings, but also the non-living ones. It doesn't matter if it's a rock that hasn't been moved for years, it still has a past, present and a future. It has an existence. So, Alexander acknowledged the existence of everything, from the biggest to the smallest. After that, he tried to do it again. He tried to switch on the omniscient mode of his mind. As soon as he did that, he had an out-of-body experience. But he had no physical appearance. He was just existing somehow. He was simply there. Then, he noticed. His mind was showing him 3 different visions at the same time. Past, present, and the future. He tried to enlarge the scope of vision. Soon, he saw Fiheim, Drachium, Chaosheim, Frostheim, Apeheim, and all other planets in his pocket dimension. Then, he looked further. He saw all the stuff in his pocket dimension. He couldn't help but scold himself for this mess. There was so much useless stuff lying there. He was seeing everything right now, from the smallest to the biggest moments. Then, be focused on different people in Fahim. Soon, he started seeing their lives. He saw Amy's future, where she was still playing with her adopted daughter. He saw Amy's past, where she was still small and played in his lap. But what shocked him was that in all these memories, he didn't appear physically, but the person interacting with him was still moving. This gave him the revelation that he existed beyond time and space. There was only one version of him, and that was him at this very instant. So, he decided to try to see the past and present of Archangel Michael and Buddha. These two were omniscient too. But what shocked him was that they didn't have a past or future either. They were like him. They may have their iteration in other dimensions, but in time, there was only one. Later, he found something else. That even if a being didn't exist beyond time and was still omniscient, Alexander still couldn't read their future. He could only see their past and present. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This was because the other party would know they were being spied upon. They will always know what will happen in their future, so it will never be the same. Two omniscient beings can never spy on each other. No wonder Zulruk hasn't been dealt with. No wonder the old man hasn't destroyed all his plans. But I still want to know, why didn't God kill Zulruk in his budding stage? I'm sure he wasn't omniscient at the start, Alexander wondered. He had a hunch, but he hoped it was not true. After he was done, Alexander retracted his consciousness back into his body and opened his eyes. He looked around and was shocked. His hair had grown too much. He didn't even know where they ended. He simply cut and burned them. Then he got up. Okay, mental training is done. Let's start with the magical and physical side. With that, he again got to work. He was not going to come out until he was sure he could kill the likes of Ravenflame like they were flies.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.